Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. The whole thing started with a game, a promise between me and my little girl under a sky so blue it felt painted on. I'm Willie, and I watched her small hands, dirt under the nails from digging for worms that morning, fumble with the bright yellow walkie-talkie. "Check," she said, her voice serious, pushing the button. A burst of static answered. "Copy," I replied, grinning at her from across our picnic blanket. "Over." She beamed, proud of mastering our protocol, the rule for safety in these big woods. It was just a silly game, but the way she nodded, storing that rule away in her head, made my heart feel too big for my chest. We roasted hot dogs on sticks over the fire my wife had built, the smell of smoke and sizzling meat mixing with the pine scent. She skipped off to the edge of the clearing, tasked with finding the perfect pine cone, her yellow jacket a moving splash of sun against all that green. I turned my attention to the food, my own walkie-talkie sitting on the log next to me, a plastic sentinel. My wife poked the fire with a long stick, sending up a shower of sparks. "It's really something out here, isn't it?" she said, not looking at me, her eyes on the trees. "So peaceful." I agreed, but a part of me noted what she wasn't saying. It was peaceful, sure, but it was a kind of peace that felt full, not empty. You expect woods to be noisy, right? With birds arguing and squirrels throwing fits and bugs buzzing. This was different. This was a held breath. The air was warm, but goosebumps popped up on my arms anyway. I shook it off, blaming a stray breeze. Our daughter's laughter trickled back from the tree line, a sound so normal it snapped the weird feeling in half. I focused on the hot dogs, turning them slowly, making sure they didn't burn. My wife sat down beside me, leaning her head on my shoulder for a second. "She loves this," she whispered. "We should do it more." I nodded, my eyes on the perfect golden brown blister forming on my hot dog. That's the moment I think about the most. That stupid hot dog. The skewer was cheap wood, and the weight of the meat made it start to bend, sliding towards the flame. I looked down just for 3 seconds, maybe 4, to fix it, to get a better grip. I twisted the stick, secured it. When I looked up, the clearing where my daughter had been standing was empty. Just like that. No yellow jacket. No small figure crouched looking at the ground. The space between two big pine trees was just a gap. Nothing moved. "Hey," I called out, my voice sounding too loud. "Where'd you go? Found a good one." No answer came back. Not a giggle, not a rustle. The woods gave back nothing. A cold finger traced a line down my spine. My wife felt me tense and lifted her head. "What?" she asked. "She's just right there," she started to say, turning to point, and then her hand stopped in midair. Her smile faded. I stood up, brushing dirt from my jeans. "Okay, protocol time," I said, forcing a lightness into my tone I didn't feel at all. I picked up my yellow walkie from the log. It felt warm from the sun. This was what it was for. This was the plan. I pushed the button, the click sounding huge. "Little Explorer, this is base camp. Come in." "Over." I released the button. The expected static hissed back, the normal empty channel sound. We waited. 5 seconds. 10. My wife was on her feet now, her eyes scanning the tree line. "Maybe she's playing," she said, but her voice was thin. Maybe she didn't hear it. I keyed the mic again. "Base camp to Explorer. Radio check, please." "Over." More static. Then the static changed. It wasn't the white noise of nothing. It pulsed, a slow, rhythmic hiss, like something breathing right into the microphone. It felt like it was listening. My wife took a step closer to me, her hand grabbing my elbow. "What is that?" I shook my head, a quick jerk. "Interference. From a ranger's truck or something." I didn't believe it, but saying it made it possible for a second. I pushed the button again, my finger tight. "Sweetheart, if you can hear me, say something. Just say copy." "Over." The breathing static stopped. There was a pop, and then a blast of sound erupted from the little speaker, a high-pitched screech that wasn't a radio squeal. It was a digital scream, a noise that seemed to vibrate in my teeth and behind my eyes. My wife and I both flinched, our hands flying to our ears even though the sound wasn't that loud, it was just wrong. It stopped as suddenly as it started, leaving my ears ringing in the quiet. Into that ringing, a voice spoke. It was my daughter's voice. Her exact tone, the way she said "Daddy." But it was flat, empty. like a computer had learned the word, but didn't know what it meant. It said, "Daddy, I'm in the tree." My head snapped up, my eyes searching the branches of the big pines at the clearing's edge. I saw nothing. No flash of yellow, no small shape. The trees were tall, and their branches started high up, too high for her to climb. "What tree?" I shouted into the walkie, forgetting the protocol, forgetting everything. "Which tree? I don't see you." The walkie crackled again, no button push from me. That flattened, whispery version of her voice came back, intimate and cold. "I can see you. Don't look up." The command froze me solid. Every instinct screamed to crane my neck, to search the high branches. But the voice from the device, the voice that was hers but wasn't, told me not to. Do you obey the ghost on the radio, or do you trust your own eyes? In that second of frozen horror, my wife screamed. It wasn't a scared scream. It was a sound of pure, animal terror. She wasn't looking at me or the walkie. She was pointing upward, her finger trembling, her mouth wide open. I couldn't stop myself. I looked. High up, near the very top of the tallest pine, silhouetted against the bright blue sky, was a small shape. It was human-shaped. It was still. Too still. No kid could climb that high. No branches were that low. The physics of it were impossible. My mind broke for a second, refusing to put it together. Then the shape moved. Its head turned toward us. Not a natural turn of a child looking down. It was a slow, smooth rotation, like a camera lens swiveling on a mount. It looked right at us, and from the walkie in my hand, now pressed against my pounding heart, came a sound. A giggle. A perfect copy of my daughter's laugh, the one she makes when she's really tickled. But there was no joy in it. It was just the sound, played in a vacuum. It came from the plastic in my hand, not from 60 feet above us in that impossible pine. The thing in the tree kept staring with its featureless dark head. The giggle from the walkie faded. My wife was sobbing, pulling at my arm. "That's not her," she choked out. "That's not her up there." As if responding, the walkie in my hand crackled to life with that terrible flat voice. It said 3 simple words. "That's not me." And behind us, from inside our cheerful blue tent, nestled cozily by the fire, came the crisp, unmistakable click hiss of the other yellow walkie-talkie's transmission button being pushed down. The sound was small and sharp, like a twig snapping. It was the sound of our safety, our little game, being used from inside our own home. We spun around together, our backs to the monster in the tree. The tent's mesh window was a dark square. From inside, a tiny, trembling voice, raw with real tears and snotty hyperventilation, whispered out through the nylon. "Daddy!" It was her, my real girl. Undeniably, uniquely alive and terrified. The relief was a physical wave, so strong it made my knees weak. But it lasted only a heartbeat. Her next words turned the relief to ice. She whimpered, her voice breaking. "There's something in here with me." A pause filled with her ragged, wet breathing. Then, the whisper that changed the world. "It looks like you." Everything narrowed down to that blue tent. The thing in the tree was a horror, a decoy, but this was the crisis. My child was in there with something wearing my face. My wife made a move to run for the tent, but I grabbed her arm. The thing in the tree was still up there, watching. Was it a trap? Would it drop on us if we turned our backs? We were pinned between 2 nightmares. I still had my walkie. Hers was in the tent with our daughter and the mimic. The thing controlled our communication. It was listening. I had to try. I keyed the mic, bringing it close to my lips, whispering, "Don't move. Be quiet. Be brave. I'm right here." At the exact same moment, from inside the tent, a calm, warm, paternal version of my own voice rang out, loud enough to hear clearly. "It's okay, sweetheart. I'm right here. Come on out." My real daughter let out a confused, desperate whimper. "Daddy!" The firelight cast flickering shadows on the tent wall. We saw 2 of them. One was small, curled into a tight ball. The other was an adult-sized silhouette, standing up, but its shape was wrong. The head was just a little too round, the arms just a bit too long. It stood awkwardly, not like a person rests, but like a thing trying to remember how to stand. The father voice from inside the tent spoke again. "Take my hand. It's safe now." My walkie crackled. The child's distorted voice was gone. Now it was my own voice, but digitized and empty. It said, "She's safe with me. Look to the tree. Your daughter is falling." It was a lie, a brutal trick to split our attention again. I looked at my wife. Her face was pale, her eyes wide, but I saw ferocious clarity in them. She pointed at the car, parked 20 yards away at the edge of the clearing. She didn't speak. She just jerked her head toward it and then back to the tent. A plan, wordless. She would run for the car, get the tire iron, a real weapon. I would go for the tent. I nodded once tight. She took off, sprinting across the clearing. I watched her for a half second, then turned back to the tent, gripping my useless walkie like a rock. I took a step forward, then another. From the trees to my left, I heard my wife's voice call my name, urgent and scared. "Honey, over here. Help." But I could still see her, just reaching the car, yanking the door open. The interior light clicked on, and there, sitting in the driver's seat, was the silhouette of a man. Of me. The thing in the car turned its head as she froze. It had my face, but it was wearing a smile that was too wide, too still, like a mask. It raised a hand and gave a slow, deliberate wave. Then the car's battery died, or the thing killed the light, plunging the interior into blackness. My wife stumbled backward with a cry. The voice in the trees that had called my name was a copy. Everything was copies. A scream of pure rage and terror ripped from my throat. I didn't care about the tree, the car, the rules. I lunged for the tent door, my hands grabbing for the zipper. From inside, I heard the real zipper start to move, from the inside, slowly grinding open. I tore at it, finding the pull, yanking it down. The fabric split open. I spilled into the tent, ready to fight, to kill, to grab my girl. The lantern was knocked over, casting crazy shadows. Sleeping bags were thrown around. In the center of the floor sat the yellow walkie-talkie, its little green power light glowing like a wicked eye. My daughter was gone. The mimic was gone. The back wall of the tent had a long, vertical slit cut clean through it, from the inside out. They had vanished into the waiting woods. Outside, I heard my wife screaming my name, a real scream, from by the car. From the trees, the copy of her voice called again, sweet and coaxing. And from the walkie on the floor, my own digital voice whispered up at me. Rule 1. Stay together. It's safer. I crawled back out of the tent, standing in the firelight, utterly alone. I saw my wife running back toward me from the car, her face a mask of terror. I saw the dark trees. I heard nothing but the crackle of our fire and the deafening absence of my child. The game was set, and we had already lost the first move. But the fire still burned, and we were still standing. We had no plan, no trust in anything our eyes or ears told us, but we had each other, for what that was worth. I walked toward my wife, and we met in the middle of the clearing, our hands finding each other, gripping tight. We didn't speak. We just stood back to back, turning slowly, looking at the circle of trees that held everything we loved and everything we feared. We were waiting for the next move, and the woods waited with us. We stood back to back in the middle of that clearing, our hands locked together so tight my knuckles ached. The fire popped, sending a spiral of sparks up into the darkening sky. That was the only normal sound. The woods around us were a wall of watchful quiet, not peaceful, but holding itself completely still, like a predator waiting to see what we would do. My wife's breath came in short, sharp gasps against my shoulder blade. "The car," she whispered, the word barely making it out. "In the car, it was you." I gave her hand a squeeze, a signal I understood, but my eyes were scanning the slit in the tent, that black opening leading to the trees. Our daughter was out there. The thing that looked like me was out there. And the other thing, the one in the pine tree, was probably still up there too, though I refused to look. My mind felt like a pan of water about to boil over, thoughts skittering and bubbling. We couldn't stay here. We were sitting ducks in the firelight, but going into those trees felt like stepping into its mouth. The walkie-talkie was still in the tent, its green light a tiny accusation. Our only other one was in my pocket, a cold, hard lump against my leg. It was our only link, but it was their tool. I made a decision. I let go of my wife's hand and turned to face her. Her eyes were huge, the whites showing all around. "We need a weapon, a real one," I said, keeping my voice low and flat, trying to sound like I had a plan. She nodded, quick jerks of her head. "The tire iron. In the car." I shook my head. "It saw you go there. It'll expect that. The fire." I pointed to the pile of burning logs. There were a couple of thicker branches we hadn't burned yet, one end blazing, the other long and handle-like. She saw what I meant. While she watched the trees, I moved to the fire, gritting my teeth against the heat, and grabbed the thicker end of a branch about the length of my arm. I yanked it free, the burning end trailing embers in flame. It was a clumsy thing, but the fire on the end was a living, breathing element they couldn't mimic. It felt good in my hand. I passed it to her, then pulled out another for myself. The weight and the heat were anchors in a world that had lost all its gravity. Okay, I breathed. We stick together. We move. We listen for her, the real her. Not the radio. We started moving toward the slit in the tent, toward the tracks I hoped we'd find. Every shadow between the trees seemed to shift as we passed the firelight. My own pulse was a drumbeat in my ears. We reached the tent, and I pushed the flap wider with my stick, peering in again at the empty space. The gutted back wall. Outside, behind the tent, the ground was soft with pine needles. And there, clear as day, were two sets of footprints. One small, the sneaker pattern from her little shoes. The other larger, a boot print, maybe my size, but the tread was smooth, generic, not like my own hiking boots. They led away from the campsite, down a gentle slope into a thicker part of the forest where the big firs grew close together. A path of sorts, a trail of breadcrumbs left by the hunter. We followed, our burning sticks held out in front of us like torches from some old nightmare. The light from them was jumpy and wild, making the trees seem to lean in and pull back. We didn't speak. What was there to say? We just put one foot in front of the other, leaving the orange glow of our camp behind, swallowed by the deep blue dark of the woods. The small footprints looked steady, not dragged. That was the only thing that kept me moving. She was walking on her own. For now. The farther we went, the more the feeling of being watched pressed in on me from all sides. It wasn't a sound. It was a pressure, like the air itself had thickened and was observing us. I kept glancing sideways, catching movements that were just shadows, hearing rustles that were probably our own feet. Then, from up ahead, a real sound. A cough. A small, wet, human cough. My wife and I froze, our sticks held high. The sound came again, from behind a cluster of ferns off to the left of the boot prints. It was her. I knew it. Without thinking, I took a step off the path toward the sound. My wife's hand shot out and grabbed my arm, her nails digging in. She shook her head fiercely, her eyes wide with warning. She pointed down at the boot prints leading straight ahead. The cough had come from the side. It was a trap. It had to be. The thing had her, and it was using her sounds to pull us off course. I stood there, torn in two. The mother in her wanted to bolt for that cough. The logic in me screamed it was a trick. While we hesitated, the walkie in my pocket crackled to life, not with a voice, but with that same coughing sound, perfectly copied, played once, then twice. Then it stopped. The message was clear. It could make the sounds anywhere it wanted. We couldn't trust anything we heard. Jaw clenched so tight it hurt, I pointed forward, down the path of the footprints. We had to follow the physical evidence. We kept going, leaving the sound of the cough behind. The ground got rougher, sloping down toward the sound of water. A river. I could hear it now, a low, steady rush in the distance. The boot prints turned, following the sound. Of course, moving water would cover noise. It would make things harder. The trees began to thin out, the roaring of the river growing louder, a constant white noise that filled up the world. We emerged onto a rocky bank. The river was wide and fast here, black water churning over stones, throwing up cold spray. The boot prints led right to the water's edge, and then vanished on the wet rock. Gone. We stood there, the river noise crashing over us, our torchlight reflecting on the frantic water. It felt like a dead end. A joke. We'd followed the trail, right to a cliff of nothing. My wife slumped, the fight seeming to go out of her. The burning stick in her hand dipped toward the ground. I was about to speak, to say something useless, when I saw it. On the far side of the river, maybe 30 yards across, in a small patch of moonlight that broke through the trees, stood two figures. They were small. They were holding hands. Both of them wore what looked like a yellow jacket. Both had her hair. They stood perfectly still, facing us, two copies of my daughter. My breath caught in my throat. It was a masterpiece of cruelty, a 50-50 gamble with my child's life. Which one was real? Or were they both fakes? A new lure? Before I could even process it, the walkie in my pocket buzzed against my leg. I fumbled it out, my hands numb with cold and fear. I pushed the button. I'm here. I see you. Which one are you? Give me a sign. I released the button. The static that came back was the normal kind, chewed up by the river's noise. Then a whisper, so faint I had to press the device to my ear. It was her voice, trembling, breaking with cold. Daddy, I'm in the water. It's so cold. My heart stopped. I swung my flashlight beam from the two figures on the far bank down to the rushing river at my feet. There, caught on a rock midstream, about 10 yards out, was a pale shape. A small arm. A flash of yellow fabric snagged on stone. The water surged around it. "There!" I yelled, pointing. My wife followed my light. She saw the arm, the yellow. She let out a wail that cut through the river's roar. "It's a trick!" I shouted, though I wasn't sure anymore. "It has to be a trick. Look across the river." But she wasn't listening. The mother in her had taken over completely. She dropped her burning stick into the shallows where it died with a hiss. She started running downstream along the bank, looking for a place to cross, screaming our daughter's name over and over. I was torn in 3 directions. The 2 girls on the far bank, watching. The shape in the water. My wife, disappearing into the dark downstream. The walkie crackled again. This time it was my own voice, calm and reasonable. "The water is dangerous. Go to the ones on the bank. They're safe." I looked at the 2 figures. As if on cue, they both raised their free hands in unison and waved. A perfect, mirrored motion that was deeply, chillingly wrong. No kid waves like that. It was a display. A show of control. "No," I said into the walkie, my voice a growl. "You show me my daughter. Now." From the woods behind me, to my left, I heard my wife's voice call out. "Don't look at the river. It's a trick." I spun, my light beam cutting through the trees. I saw a figure stumbling toward me, one arm out. It was me. Or something wearing my torn jacket, my hair, my posture. It looked desperate, real. "It's using the water to distract you." The copy of me yelled, its voice ragged. I looked back at the river. The pale arm was still there. I looked downstream, where my real wife had gone. I looked at the copy of me coming from the woods. I was surrounded by familiars, and I had never been more alone. A red, pure anger burst in my head, burning away the fear for just a second. This thing was playing with me. It was enjoying this. I raised the walkie-talkie, my thumb on the button. I didn't use the protocol. I spoke straight into it, my voice low and steady and full of a hate I didn't know I had. "You want a game? New rule. You talk to me. Only me. Show me what you really are." And before I could think, before I could doubt, I drew my arm back and threw the yellow plastic box as hard as I could. It sailed in a high arc over the river, toward the far bank where the 2 girls stood, and vanished into the darkness. The moment it left my hand, a sound erupted from the forest. It wasn't a scream. It was a shriek of pure, metallic fury, a distortion that seemed to come from every direction at once, from the rocks and the trees and the water. The 2 figures across the river didn't run. They dissolved. Their shapes stretched, blurred, and melted into a single, tall, spindly shadow that stood for a moment against the moonlit trees before slipping away into nothing. The copy of me that had been shambling out of the woods stopped. The desperate expression on its face smoothed out into a blank, placid mask. It just stood there, looking at me with empty eyes. The performance was over, and in the sudden absence of all those fake sounds, I could hear the real world again. The crushing roar of the river. The faint, distant call of my wife's voice far downstream. And then another sound. Close. To my right, up the bank behind a thicket of scrubby bushes, a hiccuping sob. Then another. A real cry, choked and wet and hopeless. It was a sound the walkies had been masking. I didn't look at the frozen copy of me. I didn't look at the river. I dropped my own burning stick and ran toward the sobs, scrambling up the rough bank on my hands and knees. I shoved through the brittle branches of the thicket. And there she was, curled into a ball, soaked through, shivering violently in her yellow jacket. Her own walkie-talkie lay beside her, the casing cracked and broken. She looked up, her face smeared with dirt and tears, and for a second I saw raw, animal terror in her eyes. Then she recognized me. The real me. "Daddy," she wailed, and launched herself into my arms. I held her, squeezing so tight I was afraid I'd hurt her. She was ice cold and trembling, but she was solid. She was real. The relief was a tidal wave, so powerful it made me dizzy. I buried my face in her wet hair, smelling river and pine in her. "I got you," I mumbled into her hair, over and over. "I got you." She clung to me, her small fingers gripping my shirt. "It talked with your voice," she whimpered against my neck. "It told me to follow it to the water. Then it got angry and broke mine." I looked at the shattered walkie. Only one was left now. My wife's back at the camp. I had my child. We could run. We could follow the river down, find my wife, get to the car, get out. The thought was a warm, glowing light in my mind. Escape. But as I held my daughter, I turned my head. The copy of me was still standing down by the riverbank. It wasn't coming closer. It was just watching. And then it pointed. Not at me, but past me, back the way we had come, back toward our campsite. And from that direction, carried on the wind that swirled up the river valley, came a new sound. My wife's voice, screaming my name, but not a call for help. It was a sound of dawning, ultimate horror, a scream that spoke of a truth so awful it couldn't be contained. The copy by the river had been with me the whole time. So who or what had my wife found when she crawled out of the water? I held my shivering daughter close, my eyes on the dark path leading back to the fire, to the tent, to the scream. I had won my peace back, but the game wasn't over. The final move was waiting for me back at the start, and the price of making it was written in my wife's dying scream across the distance. We stood there, a reunited piece of a shattered whole, while the woods held its breath, waiting to see what I would choose. The scream from the campsite cut through the night, a raw wire of sound that twisted in my gut. I had my daughter, a solid, shivering weight in my arms, the most precious thing in my world, and all I wanted to do was run the other way. Down the river, find my wife, get to the car, and never look back. But that scream pinned me to the spot. It wasn't a call. It was a verdict. It was the sound of something breaking. The copy of me down by the riverbank kept its arm outstretched, pointing back toward our camp, a silent, awful guide. Then, as if its job was done, it lowered its arm. Its form seemed to blur at the edges, like a bad TV signal, and then it just wasn't there anymore. It didn't walk away. It faded from the world, leaving only the rushing water and the echo of that terrible scream in my head. My daughter clutched me tighter, her face buried in my neck. "Mommy," she whimpered, the word muffled by my jacket. I had to move. Every second we stood here was a second my wife was alone with whatever had found her. But running back into that clearing, with my child in my arms, felt like the dumbest thing a person could do. It was the trap sprung. The thing wanted us together. It wanted us in its playpen. I set my daughter down on her feet, keeping a firm arm around her. She was unsteady, cold to the bone. "Listen to me," I said, kneeling so my eyes were level with hers. Her gaze was glazed with shock. "We have to be quiet. We have to be like mice. We're going to go back, but we're going to hide. We're going to look for Mommy from the trees." "Okay. Can you do that?" She nodded, a tiny, frightened motion. I took her hand, her small fingers icy in mine, and we started back up the path we'd come down. Without the torches, the dark was absolute. The moon was behind clouds now, and the trees formed a tunnel of pure black. We moved by feel and memory, step by cautious step. Every snap of a twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot. I strained my ears, listening for anything ahead, but the woods had gone back to that watchful, waiting state. The scream wasn't repeated. That was the worst part. It had been a single, definitive event. We reached the edge of the clearing, staying well back in the trees. Our fire had burned down to a bed of pulsating red coals, giving the whole scene a hellish, dim glow. The tent was a slumped blue shape. The car was a darker blot against the forest. And in the middle of it all, I saw my wife. She was on her knees by the fire pit, her back to us, her shoulders shaking. She was alone. Relief, sharp and painful, flooded me. She was okay. She was right there. I took a step forward, ready to call out, but my daughter's hand yanked me back. She pointed, not at her mother, but at the other side of the clearing. Near the picnic table, another figure stood. It was also my wife. This one was standing perfectly upright, facing the kneeling one, its hands at its sides. Two of them. My breath caught. The kneeling one sobbed, a ragged, broken sound. The standing one just watched. I didn't know which was real. The standing one turned its head, slowly, looking directly at the spot where we were hidden. It couldn't possibly see us in the dark, but it looked right at us. Then it raised a hand and pointed at the sobbing woman by the fire. A clear accusation. This was the new game. Identify the real one. I remembered the feeling of my daughter in my arms, the real one, how she felt, how she smelled. Could I tell from here? The kneeling one's cries were full of real pain, real fear. The standing one was a statue. My mind raced. The thing loved drama. It loved cruel choices. Would it pretend to be the victim? Or would it play the calm, waiting predator? I had to get closer. I whispered to my daughter, "Stay here. Behind this big tree. Do not move. Do not make a sound. No matter what you see or hear. I'm going to get Mommy." Her eyes filled with fresh tears, but she nodded, pressing herself against the rough bark of a wide pine. I crept forward, using the shadows at the clearing's edge, moving sideways like a crab, keeping both women in my sight. The standing one's head turned again, tracking my progress. It knew I was there. It was allowing it. I was 10 yards from the kneeling woman now. I could see the tears on her cheeks reflecting the coal's light. "Hey," I whispered, the word barely audible. Her head snapped up. Her eyes found me in the gloom, widening with a hope so desperate it hurt to see. She started to rise. "No," I hissed. "Stay there. Don't move." The standing woman, across the clearing, took a single step forward. Not toward me, toward the kneeling one. Its movement was smooth, unnaturally fluid. I had to act. I broke from the trees, sprinting the last few yards to the kneeling woman. I grabbed her arm, pulling her up. Her skin was cold. She felt right. She felt like her. She clung to me, babbling. "It was you. It came out of the river looking like you. It led me back here." I believed her. This was my wife. The other one was the thing. I turned, putting myself between her and the standing copy. "Get behind me," I said. "We're getting our daughter, and we're leaving." The copy watched us. It didn't charge. It didn't speak. It just smiled, a small, knowing curl of the lips that was utterly wrong on her face. Then, from inside the car, came a sound. The blip of a car door unlocking. All three of us looked. The interior light of the car flickered on. And sitting in the driver's seat, staring out at us through the windshield, was another me. This one looked tired, scared, real. It raised its hands and pressed them against the glass, a pleading gesture. My wife gasped, her grip on my arm tightening. "That's not," she started. The copy of her across the clearing spoke for the first time. Its voice was a perfect match. "He's lying," it said calmly, nodding toward the me in the car. "He's the one who took her. I've been fighting him off." The me in the car shook its head violently, mouthing the word no behind the glass. I had two copies and my real wife. A sick, dizzy feeling washed over me. This was too much. It was splitting my mind. I couldn't hold it all. "Our daughter is safe," I said loudly, addressing all of them, the real and the fake. "I have her. This ends now. We're walking away." The copy of my wife tilted its head. "Is she? Are you sure you have the right one?" A cold worm of doubt twisted in my stomach. I had held her. I had felt her. She was real. She had to be. But what if it was better at this now? What if it had learned? The copy took another step closer. "Let me see her," it said, its voice softening into a perfect imitation of maternal concern. "Let me see my baby. Don't you touch her," my real wife snarled from behind me, her fear igniting into fury. At that moment, from the trees where I'd hidden my daughter, a small, clear voice called out. "Mommy." It was her. She'd disobeyed. She'd come closer. All heads turned. My daughter was peeking out from behind a tree, her face pale in the gloom. The copy of my wife reacted first. Its face melted into an expression of such profound, practiced relief and love that it made my skin crawl. "Oh, baby," it cried out, and it started moving toward her, its arms opening for a hug. My real wife screamed, "No," and broke from behind me, sprinting across the clearing to intercept the copy, to get to our child first. It was chaos. I stood frozen for a heartbeat, watching my wife run, watching the copy run, both on a collision course with my little girl. The me in the car just watched, its hands still on the glass. And then, from the other side of the clearing, a fourth figure emerged from the trees. It was my daughter. This one was crying, stumbling, her clothes torn. She looked from the running women to me, her face a mask of confusion. "Daddy," she called, her voice weak. Two daughters now. One by the tree, one by the far edge. The running copy of my wife skidded to a halt, looking from one girl to the other, its perfect performance faltering for a second. My real wife didn't hesitate. She veered toward the crying, stumbling girl at the far edge, the one who looked hurt. The mother's instinct to go to the wounded child. But the girl by the near tree, the one who had called out, was closer to me. She looked at me, her eyes wide. "Daddy, I'm scared." I had to choose. Again, my mind screamed that the hurt one was a lure, a trick to pull my wife away. The closer one had called out first. I ran for the girl by the near tree. I reached her just as my wife reached the stumbling girl across the clearing. I grabbed my daughter, pulling her close. At the same instant, my wife wrapped her arms around the other girl. The copy of my wife stood in the middle, turning its head back and forth between the two reunions, its smile returning, wider now. It had won. It had divided us perfectly. I held my girl. "It's okay, I've got you," I murmured. But she was stiff in my arms. She pulled back and looked up at me, and she wasn't my daughter. The eyes were wrong. The shape of the face was just a little off, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. It smiled her smile, but with too many teeth. "You picked wrong," it said in a raspy whisper that was nothing like her voice. I recoiled, shoving the thing away from me. It stumbled but didn't fall, its body moving with that same liquid grace. I looked across the clearing in horror. My wife was holding the other girl, who was clinging to her, sobbing. Was that the real one? Or was it another copy? The copy of my wife in the middle began to laugh, a sound like dry leaves rustling. The me in the car started the engine. The headlights blazed on, cutting two white paths through the dark, illuminating the scene in stark, terrible detail. My wife saw me shove the copy of our daughter away. Her face crumpled in confusion and new fear. The girl in her arms kept crying. "Let her go!" I shouted across the distance, my voice cracking. That might not be her. My wife looked down at the crying child, then back at me, utterly lost. The copy of our daughter I had pushed away skipped over to the copy of my wife and took its hand. They stood together, a fake family watching us. The car with the other me inside began to roll forward slowly, heading toward my wife and the girl she held. It was a slow, deliberate approach, a predator circling. I started running across the clearing toward my wife. The copy of my wife and the copy of my daughter didn't try to stop me. They just watched, smiling. I reached my wife just as the car rolled to a stop a few feet away. The driver's side door opened. The other me got out. It looked at me, then at my wife, then at the crying girl. "Give her to me," it said to my wife, its voice a gentle, reasonable copy of my own. "I'll keep her safe." My wife was trembling, looking back and forth between the two of us, the real me and the copy, both begging for the child in her arms. The girl in her arms lifted her head. She looked at me, her face streaked with tears and dirt, and she said my name, the one she only uses when she's really, really scared. The name Willie. She said it just right. The copy of me by the car wouldn't know that. It wouldn't know the tiny, private way she said it. A spark of certainty fired in my brain. This was my girl, the real one. I locked eyes with my wife and gave a tiny, desperate nod. She understood. She shifted her grip on our daughter, holding her more protectively, turning her body away from the copy by the car. The copy's pleasant expression faded. It took a step toward us. I stepped in front of my wife and child, my hands up, empty but ready to fight. "It's over," I said to the thing wearing my face. "You lose." The thing that looked like me stopped. It didn't attack. It just stared at me with flat, empty eyes. Behind it, the copy of my wife and the copy of my daughter began to walk toward the car. They moved in unison, their steps matching perfectly. They got into the back seat. The copy of me looked at us for a moment longer, then got back into the driver's seat. The car door closed. The headlights, which had been blinding us, switched off. Then the car reversed, turned smoothly, and drove slowly down the rough campsite road, disappearing into the trees, its taillights winking out like dying eyes. We were alone. The three of us, standing together in the dull red light of the coals. We didn't speak. We just held each other, a tight, shaking knot of people. We had won. We had our daughter back, for real this time. We had stood our ground, and they had left. The nightmare was over. We stumbled back to the fire, adding the last of the wood, building the flames back up for light and warmth. We wrapped our daughter in a dry sleeping bag and sat huddled together, watching the road, waiting for dawn, flinching at every night sound. No more copies came. No more voices. The woods were just woods again. As the first gray light began to seep into the sky, making the trees into solid shapes instead of looming shadows, I finally felt my body start to unlock. The terror began to recede, replaced by a deep, trembling exhaustion. We had survived. We had outlasted it. We packed our things in that grim, early light with frantic speed, throwing everything into the car, not caring how it landed. We buckled our daughter into her car seat. She was asleep almost instantly, a deep, exhausted sleep. My wife and I got into the front seats. I turned the key. The engine roared to life, a beautiful, normal sound. I put the car in drive and we bounced down the rutted road, away from the clearing, away from the river, away from it all. We didn't look back. We reached the main paved road, and I turned toward home, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my fingers ached. The sun was fully up now, a golden morning. It felt like a different world. We drove for an hour, the hum of the tires on asphalt a soothing song. My wife reached over and put her hand on mine. We didn't need words. We were out. We were safe. In the back seat, our daughter slept on. Then, from the jumble of gear in the way back of the car, buried under a mess of blankets and a cooler, a familiar sound chirped. A brief, soft crackle of static. My wife and I went stiff. Our eyes met in the rearview mirror. We had left the walkie-talkies behind. We had thrown mine in the river. Hers was broken in the tent. We had made sure. I kept driving, my eyes on the road, trying to tell myself it was the radio. It was a trucker's CB. It was anything else. Then it came again. A clear, crisp transmission. Not a voice. Just 3 clicks. The sound of a button being pushed 3 times, testing a mic. The sound was close. It was coming from inside the car with us. I met my wife's gaze again, and I saw my own bottomless dread reflected there. We had gotten our family back, but we had brought something else home with us. The 3 clicks from the back of the car were a tiny sound, almost lost under the road noise, but they hit me and my wife like a physical blow. We didn't look at each other. We didn't speak. We just sat there, frozen in our seats, while the sunny morning highway streamed past, a cheerful lie. Our daughter was still asleep in her car seat, her head lolled to one side, peaceful. The clicks didn't come again. I kept my eyes on the road, my hands at 10 and 2, but my mind was racing through the car, digging through every piece of junk we'd thrown in during our panicked escape. The blankets, the cooler, the backpack full of dirty clothes. Had we missed one? Had it come with us? Or had it been waiting, folded up small, hiding in our things since before we even left the campsite? I drove, my knuckles white, looking for an exit. I couldn't pull over on the shoulder. Not with that thing possibly in the car. I needed a place with people, with bright lights, with normalcy. I saw a sign for a rest area 1 mile ahead. "We're stopping," I said, my voice a dry croak. My wife just nodded, her hand creeping over to grip my forearm, her fingers cold. I took the exit, the tires whining on the ramp. The rest area was a bland, concrete building with a gas station and a fast food place attached. It was busy. Families milled around minivans. Truckers fueled up big rigs. The sheer, boring normalcy of it was a shock to my system. I pulled into a spot away from the main crowd, but still in full view of the big windows. I turned off the engine. The sudden quiet was worse than the noise. "Okay," I whispered. "We get out. We get her out. We leave everything. We just walk away from the car." My wife was already unbuckling, her movements stiff. She opened her door and the rush of outside air, smelling of gasoline and fried food, washed in. She moved to the back, fumbling with our daughter's car seat buckles. I got out too, my legs shaky. I stood by my open door, scanning the back of our car through the rear window. It was a mess of rumpled fabric and shadows. Nothing moved. My wife lifted our sleeping daughter out, cradling her. The girl murmured but didn't wake, burying her face in her mother's shoulder. We walked, fast but not running, toward the building. Every step away from the car felt like a victory. We pushed through the glass doors into the bright, fluorescent-lit food court. The clatter of trays, the buzz of conversation, the smell of coffee. It was a fortress of reality. We found a corner booth, away from others. My wife sat with our daughter on her lap, stroking her hair. I stood facing the doors, watching our car in the lot. It sat there, innocent, a dirty green SUV with Colorado plates. Just a car. "We have to call someone," my wife said, her voice low. "The police." I thought about that. What would I say? Officer, a thing that copied our faces chased us in the woods, and now it might be in our car. They'd take our daughter. They'd think we were crazy or dangerous. We'd lose everything. "We can't," I said. "Not yet. We need to know. We need to be sure." She looked at me, her eyes full of a tired fear I'd never seen before. How? How can we ever be sure? I didn't have an answer. We sat there for an hour, nursing terrible coffees, watching our car. Nothing happened. People came and went. A bird landed on the hood. The sun climbed higher. The normal world asserted itself, pressing in, making the night before feel like a bad dream. Maybe it was. Maybe the clicks were nothing. Maybe we'd left it all behind in the trees. Our daughter woke up, confused and clingy. She was quiet, not her usual chatty self. She just wanted to be held. We bought her some French fries, which she picked at. She felt real. She acted real. But the doubt, once planted, had roots. I kept looking at her, searching for a sign, a flicker of wrongness. There was none. Finally, I made a decision. "I'm going out there," I said. "I'm going to empty the car. Every single thing. In the sunlight. With people around." My wife grabbed my wrist. "Don't." "I have to," I said. "We can't live like this." I walked back out into the heat of the day. The parking lot asphalt shimmered. I approached our car like it was a trapped animal. I hit the key fob to unlock it, the chirp sounding obscenely loud. I took a deep breath and yanked open the tailgate. Daylight flooded the cargo area. I saw our familiar junk, the red cooler, the blue sleeping bags, the duffel bag of muddy clothes, the collapsed tent in its sack. I started pulling it all out, throwing it onto the pavement in a heap. I was brutal, unzipping bags, appending the cooler, shaking out every blanket. I emptied everything. Crumpled wrappers, a lost sippy cup, pine needles, dirt. But no yellow walkie-talkie. No strange device. Nothing that didn't belong. I checked under the seats, in the glove box, in the map pockets. Nothing. I stood there, sweating, surrounded by our scattered life, feeling a fool. It had been nothing. The clicks were the car settling, a radio signal, our shattered nerves playing tricks. The relief was so profound it made me lightheaded. I started laughing, a shaky, breathy sound. I started stuffing everything back in, haphazardly. We were okay. We were clean. We could go home. I slammed the tailgate shut and turned to go back inside. As I walked away, I heard it. Not from the car. From my own pocket. A soft, crinkling rustle like plastic bending. I stopped dead. Slowly, I reached into my jacket pocket. My fingers closed around something small, hard, and rectangular. I pulled it out. It was a walkie-talkie, but not one of ours. Ours were bright yellow, kid-friendly. This one was black, industrial-looking, with a short rubber antenna. A tiny red power light glowed on its side. It was cold, like it had been in a freezer. I must have made a sound, a choked gasp, because my wife was at the food court window, watching me, her hand pressed to the glass. I stared at this foreign object in my hand. I hadn't put it there. It hadn't been in the car. It was just on me. The black walkie crackled to life. A voice came out, not a distorted copy, but a real, human-sounding man's voice. It was calm, almost friendly. "Good morning," it said. "Drive north on Interstate 25 for 50 miles. Take exit 257. There's a diner called the Silver Grill. Park in the back. Go to the payphone outside. It will ring. Answer it." Then the voice was gone. The red light went out. I stood there in the bustling rest area, people laughing and talking around me, holding a piece of impossible malice. This wasn't a game in the woods anymore. It had followed us into the day. It had rules, and it wanted us to keep playing. I looked at my wife's pale face in the window. I looked at the black device. If I threw it away, what would it do? Send something else? Come itself? It knew where we were. It had been in my pocket without me knowing. I walked back inside, my legs numb. I sat down across from my wife and slid the black walkie onto the table between us. She stared at it like it was a live scorpion. "It gave instructions," I said, my voice flat. I told her what the voice had said. She listened, her face hardening. "No," she said. "We're not doing it. We're going to the police right now. We'll show them this." "And say what?" I hissed, leaning forward. "That a walkie-talkie told us to go to a diner? They'll take her." I glanced at our daughter, who was coloring on a napkin with a crayon she'd found. "They'll think we're unfit. They'll ask questions we can't answer. So we do what it says," she whispered, fury in her eyes. "We just obey." The black walkie crackled again. We both flinched. This time, it was our daughter's voice. A perfect, happy recording. "I'm hungry, Mommy. Can we get pancakes?" It said, bright and clear. Then the red light went off. Our real daughter looked up from her coloring, puzzled. "I am kinda hungry," she said, her own real voice a beautiful contrast to the hollow recording. It was a demonstration. It could talk through our child. It could pretend to be her any time it wanted. The threat was unspoken but clear. Play along, or we lose the ability to trust the one person we were fighting for. My wife's defiance crumbled. She looked from the black walkie to our daughter's face, and I saw the moment she gave in. The fight went out of her shoulders. "Okay," she breathed. "Okay." We drove north. The black walkie sat on the center console between us, a dark passenger. It didn't speak again. Our daughter fell back asleep. The 50 miles were the longest of my life. Every car that passed felt like a watcher. Every overpass felt like a gateway. We took exit 257. It led to a scrubby, wind-blown town on the high plains. We found the Silver Grill, a low, chrome-sided building that looked like it hadn't changed since the 1950s. I drove around to the back, as instructed. There was a dusty parking lot, a dumpster, and a lone, old-fashioned payphone booth, the glass yellowed and cracked. I parked. We sat. The diner's back door was propped open, and we could hear the clang of dishes from inside. A real place. Real people. "I'll go," I said. My wife didn't argue. I got out, leaving them locked in the car. I walked to the phone booth. The black plastic receiver hung on its cord. I stood there waiting. A minute passed. 2. A truck rumbled by on the frontage road. Then, with a jarring mechanical ring, the payphone came to life. I jumped. I stared at the ringing phone. It was the most ordinary, terrifying sound I'd ever heard. I lifted the receiver to my ear. I didn't speak. "Hello, Willie," the same calm, male voice from the walkie said. It knew my name. The casual use of it was a violation. "Listen carefully. You did well to come. This isn't about hurting you. This is about understanding. You and your family have shown a remarkable resilience. A useful profile. What do you want?" I growled, my free hand clenched into a fist. "A simple task. A final test. In the dumpster next to you, you will find a briefcase. Take it. Inside are instructions, money, and new keys. You will drive the car currently parked 3 spaces to your left, a blue Ford sedan. You will follow the route provided. Your wife and daughter will follow in your car at a safe distance. You will be watched. If you deviate, if you try to communicate beyond the provided phones, if you fail, the game reverts to its original form. But in a city, with crowds, do you understand?" I looked. 3 spaces down was a dusty blue sedan. I looked at the dumpster. "Why?" was all I could ask. "Because we need to know if you can follow orders when the fear is abstract. When the monster isn't in the trees, but in the system," the voice said, as if explaining the weather. "Get the briefcase. The clock starts now." The line went dead. I stood there, the dial tone buzzing in my ear. I hung up. I walked to the dumpster, my heart a cold stone. I lifted the heavy lid. On top of a bag of restaurant trash sat a sleek, silver aluminum briefcase. I took it. It was light. I walked to the blue Ford. The door was unlocked. The keys were in the ignition. On the passenger seat was a cheap, disposable cell phone, the kind you buy with minutes. My own personal black walkie. I looked back at our car. My wife was watching me, her face a mask of confusion and dread. I held up the briefcase, a helpless gesture. I got into the Ford. It started right up. The disposable phone buzzed once. A text message, a highway number and an address, 200 miles away. Lead. She follows. No contact. We are watching both. I put the Ford in drive and pulled out of the lot. In my rearview mirror, I saw our green SUV slowly pull out after me, keeping a careful distance. We were a convoy of the damned, driving into the flat, empty afternoon. We were no longer running from a thing in the woods. We were employees of it. The terror had shape now, and the shape was a road stretching to the horizon, and a set of instructions, and the awful simple knowledge that it knew my name. We drove until dusk, me in front, my family behind, prisoners of the open road. The briefcase lay on the seat beside me, full of unknown rules, and the only thing louder than the engine was the question screaming in my head. What did it want us to do at the end of this drive? The 2-car convoy became our whole world. The blue Ford steering wheel was slick under my sweaty palms. Every mile marker that clicked past felt like another turn of a key, locking us deeper into this. In the rearview mirror, our green SUV was a constant, comforting, and terrifying sight. I could see the vague shape of my wife's head, the top of our daughter's car seat. They were back there, following me because a voice on a phone told them to. Because the alternative was a monster in a crowd. The disposable cell phone on the passenger seat stayed dark. The briefcase sat unopened. I was too scared to look. What if opening it triggered something? What if the instructions inside said to leave my family behind? The not knowing was a gnawing ache in my gut, but it was better than knowing for sure. We drove through a landscape that turned from scrubby plains to rolling hills. The sun began to sink, painting the sky in colors that felt like a mockery of beauty. We needed gas. The Ford's needle was edging toward empty. I couldn't just stop. Would that be a deviation? I watched for a busy truck stop, a place with lots of people and cameras. I saw one ahead, a big, lit-up plaza. I signaled and pulled off, rolling to a stop at a pump. In the mirror, I saw my wife pull into a pump a few rows over. We were careful not to look at each other. I got out, the cool evening air a shock. My legs were stiff. I started pumping gas, my back to our SUV. I heard my daughter's voice then, clear and bright. "Daddy, I have to go potty." My head whipped around. She was hanging out of the SUV's window, waving at me. My wife was frantically trying to pull her back in. It was a normal kid thing, a completely normal request. But it was contact. It was communication outside the rules. I stared, panic freezing me. The disposable phone in the Ford rang, a shrill, tinny sound. I fumbled it open. "No contact," the calm male voice said. "The child's biological needs introduce variables. She may use the facilities. The mother will take her. You will proceed inside separately and purchase drinks. Observe, but do not interact. This is a test of compliance in a public space." The line went dead. It was listening. It was watching. Of course it was. I finished pumping, my hands trembling. I saw my wife getting our daughter out of the car, holding her hand tightly, walking quickly toward the building. I waited a minute, then followed. Inside the truck stop was a universe of normality. It was brightly lit, stocked with junk food and trucker hats, humming with the conversations of people just passing through. I saw my wife and daughter disappear into the women's restroom. I went to the coolers, grabbed 3 bottles of water, and went to a register. I kept my head down, paid with cash from my wallet. As I turned to leave, I saw them come out of the restroom. My daughter was chattering, pointing at a rack of stuffed animals. My wife's eyes met mine across the store for a fractured second. There was so much fear there, so much love, so many unasked questions. I gave the tiniest shake of my head, "Don't." She looked away, steering our daughter toward the door. We returned to our cars like strangers. As I got back into the Ford, the phone buzzed with a new text. An address, different from the one before. A motel. Proceed. Separate rooms have been arranged. Stay in them. We drove another hour in the dark before the motel sign appeared, a flickering vacancy light in the shape of a cowboy. It was a sad, single-story place off the main highway. I pulled into the lot. Room 12 had a key card sitting on the outside doormat. Room 14 next door had another. Our instructions were clear. I took room 12. I heard the SUV pull in, doors shut, and the sound of my family entering room 14. A wall of cinder block and cheap wood now separated us. Inside, the room smelled of old cigarettes and bleach. I dropped the briefcase and the phone on the scratchy bedspread. I was alone for the first time since the woods. The quiet of the room was worse than any noise. I couldn't hear them. I didn't know if they were safe. I had to know what was in the briefcase. My fingers felt thick and clumsy as I flipped the latches. They clicked open. Inside, there was no bomb, no creepy artifact. There was a stack of $100 bills, thick and new. A set of car keys for the Ford, a road atlas, and a single sheet of plain white paper with typed instructions. It read, "You are being evaluated. Your family's safety is your responsibility, contingent on your adherence. Tomorrow, you will drive to the provided coordinates. You will find a storage unit, number 317. The code is 45-89-23. Inside, you will retrieve a sealed package. You will deliver this package to a man at the Denver bus depot at 3:15 p.m. He will be wearing a red baseball cap and carrying a green duffel bag. You will exchange the package for the duffel bag. You will then return to your family. This is a test of trust, precision, and nerve. Do not open the package. Do not speak to the man beyond the exchange. You are a courier. Your previous experiences have prepared you for the stress of this operation. Succeed, and you will be left alone. You will be paid. Your family will be safe. Fail, and the evaluation terminates. My blood ran cold. It was a crime. They wanted me to be a drug mule or a courier for something worse. My resilience in the woods had marked me as someone who could operate under extreme fear. They were recruiting me. The money on the bed was a signing bonus. The terror of the copies, the chase, the river, it had all been an audition. I sat on the bed, my head in my hands. I could run. Right now. I could smash the phone, take the money, bang on my family's door, and we could flee into the night. But to where? It had found us at a random rest area. It had put a walkie in my pocket without me knowing. It spoke with a calm, human voice. This wasn't a forest spirit anymore. This was an organization. They had resources. They were watching the motel right now. If we ran, they wouldn't send a tree monster. They'd send a man in a suit or a police officer with questions we couldn't answer. Or they'd simply make my wife's face appear on a stranger in a crowd and have her take our daughter's hand. The threat was cleaner now, and so much worse. I had to do it. I had to be their courier. I had to get through this one task to buy our freedom. A soft tapping came at the connecting door between my room and my family's. I stiffened. Then I heard my wife's whisper, faint through the wood. "Are you there?" It was contact. Against the rules. But the phone didn't ring. Maybe the walls were too thick for their microphones. Or maybe this was part of the test, too. I went to the door. "I'm here," I whispered back, my lips close to the crack in the frame. "What's happening?" she asked, her voice thin with exhaustion. "They gave me a job," I said, keeping it vague. "A delivery. Tomorrow. If I do it, they say we're free." "You can't," she breathed. "It's a trick. It's always a trick." "I don't have a choice," I said, the truth of it bitter in my mouth. "We play by their rules one more time. Then we take the money, and we disappear for real." We were quiet for a moment. Then I heard my daughter's voice, sleepy and sweet, right on the other side of the door. "Daddy, I'm scared of this room." That tiny voice shattered me. "I know, baby," I whispered, my throat tight. "But I'm right here, just on the other side of this door. And Mommy's with you. We're all going to be okay. I promise." It was a promise I had no right to make. We didn't speak again. We paid cash for a 10-year-old station wagon from a bored salesman who asked no questions. We left our other car, the one from the woods, parked at a grocery store lot with the keys in the ignition. Let someone else have it. Let it lead nowhere. We went back to our apartment and packed only what we absolutely needed. Clothes, our daughter's favorite stuffed dog, a first aid kit. Everything else, the new things we'd bought to make this place a home, we left behind. It was just stuff. By nightfall, we were on the road again in the anonymous station wagon, the backpack of cursed cash on the floor behind my seat. We didn't know where we were going. We just drove south, aiming for smaller and smaller roads. The goal was to get lost, not to get somewhere. After 2 days of driving, stopping only at crowded roadside diners and sleeping in the car in Walmart parking lots, we found ourselves in a dusty, sun-bleached town in the desert southwest. It was the kind of place people came to disappear. We rented a tiny, furnished cabin on the edge of town from a grizzled old man who only cared about the first month's rent, also in cash. It was a bleak little box, but it had a roof and a lock on the door. We moved in, the three of us and the backpack full of money that was now a problem we couldn't solve. We couldn't spend it without drawing attention. We couldn't bury it without wondering if it was somehow sending a signal. Burning it felt like a televised signal flare. It sat in a kitchen cupboard, behind the pots and pans, a malignant presence. For a week, nothing happened. The desert sky was huge and empty. The heat was a dry blanket. We started to let our guard down, just a fraction. Our daughter made a friend with a jackrabbit that visited the scraggly yard. My wife planted some succulents in old coffee cans. I got a job, a real one, washing dishes at a local truck stop. It paid in cash, barely enough, but it felt clean. It felt like we were building something real, however small, from the ground up. Then on a Tuesday, the man from the bus depot walked into the truck stop. He wasn't wearing the red cap. He was in oil-stained coveralls, like a mechanic. But it was him. The same average face, the same watchful eyes. He didn't look at me. He sat at the counter, ordered a coffee and a slice of pie, and ate it slowly, reading a newspaper. I stood at my sink, up to my elbows in greasy water, and felt the world tilt. They had found us. Not with monsters, not with weird technology, but with simple human tracking. The money had been the obvious trail, but we'd ditched it. They'd found us anyway. He left a tip under his plate, paid, and walked out. He never glanced my way. That was worse. It was a message. We are here. We are always here. You are not hiding. That night, I lay awake again, the desert air cool through the window screen. The man in the diner meant we were still in the test. But what was the test now? Obedience? Resilience? Or was it something else, like seeing how long we could live under the weight of knowing? A few days later, a package arrived at our cabin. Not by mail. It was just leaning against our front door one morning. A plain brown cardboard box, no address, no postage. My wife brought it inside, her hands shaking. We put it on the rickety kitchen table and stared at it. Our daughter wanted to open it, thinking it was a present. We sent her to her room to play. With a knife, I slit the tape. Inside, packed in foam peanuts, were 3 things. The first was a photograph, a recent photograph. It showed our daughter, from across the street, playing with her jackrabbit friend in our own dusty yard. It had been taken yesterday. The second was a key, a modern, electronic key fob for a car. The third was another sheet of white paper. The instructions were different this time. You have demonstrated resourcefulness. The next phase is voluntary. The key is to a vehicle parked at the coordinates provided below. In it, you will find further information. This phase offers compensation an order of magnitude greater than your previous earnings. Participation is a choice. Your current status remains unaffected should you decline. There were a set of map coordinates, about 50 miles out into the desert. My wife looked at the photo of our daughter, then at me. "No," she said, her voice flat and final. Absolutely not. It's a trap. It's always a trap. I agreed with her. It was a trap, but it was a trap that called itself voluntary. It was a test within a test. Were we obedient little mice who would run the maze forever? Or were we broken enough to say no? The word voluntary was the hook. It dangled the illusion of control. If we said no, would they leave us alone in our dusty cabin, washing dishes forever, always waiting for the next sign? Or would they simply apply more pressure? The photograph of our daughter was the pressure. I didn't know what to do. So for the first time, I rebelled in a small, quiet way. I didn't follow the coordinates. I didn't touch the key. I took the box, the photo, the key, the instructions, and I drove out into the desert in the opposite direction. I found a deep, dry wash, a crack in the earth, and I threw it all in. I poured gasoline from a jerry can I kept in the station wagon and lit it on fire. I watched the photo of my daughter's happy face curl and blacken. I watched the plastic key fob melt. I stood there in the heat until it was all ashes. Then I drove home. I told my wife what I had done. She looked at me with a new kind of fear, the fear of provoked uncertainty. What will they do? She whispered. I don't know, I said, and I meant it. We waited. A week passed. 2. The desert was quiet. No more men in diners. No more packages. My dishwashing job continued. My wife got a part-time job at a thrift store. Our daughter started drawing pictures of our cabin with a big yellow sun. The constant screaming alertness in my nerves began to fade, replaced by a weary, watchful calm. Maybe burning the offer had been the right answer. Maybe voluntary meant they only wanted people who were still curious, still greedy, still willing to play. Maybe by refusing, by destroying their property, we had finally flunked out. The thought was a strange, fragile comfort. One evening, I was taking the trash out to the rusty drum behind our cabin. The sun was setting, painting the sky in violent oranges and purples. As I lifted the lid, I saw something glint among our food scraps and coffee grounds. It was metal. I reached in and pulled it out. It was the key fob, the one I had melted and burned in the desert wash. It was clean, undamaged, and cool to the touch. The little red LED light on it blinked once, slowly, like a winking eye. It was impossible. I had held it as it melted. I had seen it bubble and distort. This was the same key, or a perfect copy. It was in my trash can. They had been inside our little yard, our last sanctuary, and placed it here. Not as a threat, as a reminder. A statement. Burning, hiding, running, none of it mattered. They could put anything anywhere they wanted. The game wasn't over because we couldn't end it. Only they could. I pocketed the key, my heart a cold, still thing in my chest. I went inside. My wife was helping our daughter with a bath. The sounds of splashing and giggles drifted down the hall. I walked to the kitchen cupboard, moved the pots, and took out the backpack of money. I carried it outside, to the old, dented barbecue grill that came with the cabin. I opened the lid, stuffed the backpack inside, doused it with the rest of the gasoline, and lit it. This time, I didn't watch it burn for answers. I watched it burn because it was the only thing left to do. The flames ate the cash, turning our blood money to black flakes that floated up into the darkening desert sky. I stood there until the grill was just a pile of warm ash and melted nylon. I went back inside. The bathroom was quiet now. I walked down the hall. My wife was in our daughter's room, tucking her into bed. She was reading her a story. I stood in the doorway watching them. The scene was so normal, so perfect, it made my chest ache. My wife finished the story, kissed our daughter's forehead, and turned out the light. She came out, closing the door partway, and saw my face. "What is it?" she asked. I didn't tell her about the key in my pocket. I just took her hand and led her to the living room. We sat on the old couch. "We can't keep running," I said, my voice low. "We can't keep waiting for the next sign. It's killing us." "What's the alternative?" she asked, exhaustion etched into every word. I thought about the coordinates in the desert, the voluntary phase, the promise of larger compensation. It was all a lure into a deeper maze. But what if the only way out of a maze was to go to its center? The idea formed, cold and clear and terrifying. "We find out what they want," I said. "Not as victims, not as test subjects. We go to them. We ask." She stared at me like I'd gone mad. "That's what they want. They want you to take that key and drive out into the desert." "Maybe," I said, "but on my terms. Not because I'm scared. Because I'm choosing to. Because I'm tired of being chased. I want to see the face of the thing that's been hunting us." It was a reckless, stupid plan. It was probably exactly what they had been steering me toward all along. but it felt like the only move left on the board that wasn't just waiting to be captured. We argued in whispers long into the night. She cried. I held her. In the end, she understood. The fear of the unknown was now worse than the fear of a known enemy. The next morning, I took the key from my pocket. I told my wife that if I wasn't back by nightfall, she was to take our daughter, get in the station wagon, and drive to the nearest FBI office and tell them everything, no matter how crazy it sounded. She made me repeat the plan back to her 3 times, her eyes fierce with tears. I kissed my daughter goodbye, hugging her a little too long, breathing in the smell of her shampoo. Then I got into the station wagon, the key fob cold in my hand. I entered the coordinates from the burned instructions into a cheap GPS unit I'd bought with my dishwashing cash. I drove out of town, onto a dirt road, and then onto no road at all, just following the arrow into the vast, empty desert. The cabin shrank behind me, a tiny speck of a life we'd tried to build. I was driving toward the thing that had taken everything from us. I didn't know if I was going to get answers, or if I was just delivering myself to the next stage of the game. But for the first time since I'd looked up at that impossible shape in the pine tree, I felt a flicker of something other than fear. It was a grim, determined curiosity. I wanted to know the rules. I wanted to meet the players. The desert stretched out, hot and indifferent, and I drove into the heart of it, ready for the game to finally reveal its true name. The desert swallowed the station wagon whole. The GPS arrow pointed into a vast, flat basin of cracked earth and scrub, where the only road was the one my tires made. The heat shimmered off the ground, making distant mountains look like they were melting. I drove for an hour, the coordinates ticking down, my mouth dry as the dust coating the windshield. I wasn't scared in the way I had been in the woods. That was a sharp, animal terror. This was a cold, heavy dread, a certainty that I was driving toward an ending, one way or another. The GPS beeped. Arrival. I stopped the car. There was nothing. Just more desert. No building, no vehicle, no sign. Had it been another trick? A final joke? I got out, the sun hammering on my head. The air was so dry it felt like it was pulling the moisture from my eyes. I turned in a slow circle. Nothing. Then I saw it. Not on the ground. On the horizon. A tiny dark speck, low in the sky. It was moving and growing larger. A helicopter. It came in fast and low, a sleek, black machine with no markings. It didn't land. It hovered about 50 yards away, kicking up a furious storm of sand and grit. I shielded my face. A door slid open on its side. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the dark interior. It wasn't a copy. It was just a man in dark pants and a simple shirt. He held up a hand, not a wave, but a signal to wait. Then he threw something out, a small black object that hit the sand and bounced. The helicopter didn't wait. It pivoted, its nose dipping, and shot away across the desert, the sound of its blades fading until there was just the wind and the ringing in my ears. I walked over to where the object had landed. It was another key fob, identical to the first, attached to a short, stainless steel rod with a pointed tip. Stuck to the fob was a sticky note with numbers on it. GPS coordinates, again. But these were different, and below them, a time. 17:00. It was just afternoon. I had 5 hours. The new coordinates were about 100 miles to the north, near the base of those distant mountains. This was the next step, a time test. I got back in the car, my heart thudding with a weird mix of disappointment and relief. I hadn't met the mastermind. I'd gotten a new set of instructions from a delivery guy in a helicopter. I was still in the maze. I drove, pushing the old station wagon as fast as it would go on the rough ground, aiming for a paved road I could see snaking along the edge of the basin. I reached it and turned north, the mountains growing slowly larger. The landscape changed from flat desert to rocky foothills dotted with juniper trees. The coordinates led me off the highway again, up a winding, poorly maintained gravel road that climbed into the hills. The air grew cooler. I checked the clock. 4:48 p.m. I was cutting it close. The road ended at a chain-link fence. A gate was padlocked shut. Beyond it, I could see the remains of a place. Concrete foundations, a few rusted pipes sticking out of the ground, the broken shell of a single-story building. An old mining site or a failed government project. The coordinates zeroed out right here. This was the place. 1700 hours. I looked at the key fob with the rod. The rod wasn't a key. It was a probe, an antenna. I got out, the fob in my hand. The place had a lonely, forgotten feeling. The wind whistled through the broken windows of the building. I walked to the gate. The padlock was new, shiny against the rusted chain. I looked at the fob. There was a single button on it. I pressed it. Nothing happened. I looked at the pointed rod. An idea formed. I pushed the rod into the sandy soil at the base of the gate post. It slid in easily. I pressed the button again. This time, a green light on the fob flashed once. From inside the fence, near the ruined building, I heard a mechanical clunk, a sound utterly out of place. Not a desert sound, a heavy metallic thud. The gate's padlock didn't open. Instead, a section of the ground about 20 feet inside the fence, a patch of dirt and weeds, began to sink. It dropped down about a foot, then slid sideways, revealing a concrete ramp leading underground. A hidden entrance. My mouth went dry. This was it. The voluntary phase. I was supposed to go down there. I looked at my watch. 4:56. I had 4 minutes until the appointed time. I could still run. I could get back in the car and drive away, back to my family, and we could try to run again forever. But the helicopter had found me in the middle of nowhere. They had put a key in my trash can. They had a man in a diner. Running was just a slower way of losing. I walked to the open ramp. It was steep, lit by dull amber lights set into the concrete walls. The air that wafted up was cool and smelled of ozone and concrete dust. I started down. The ramp turned, going deeper. The sound of the wind vanished, replaced by a low, steady hum of machinery. At the bottom was a heavy metal door, like a bank vault door but smooth and featureless. As I approached, a slot opened in the wall to my right with a soft hiss. Inside the slot was a small touchscreen. A message glowed on it. Place hand. It wasn't a request. It was a command. I hesitated. This felt like a point of no return. But I'd passed that point miles ago. I placed my right palm flat on the screen. It was cool. A light scanned across my hand, blue and precise. The screen flashed green. The massive door emitted a series of clunks and then slid sideways into the wall, disappearing smoothly. The space revealed was not a cave or a bunker. It looked like the lobby of a very clean, very empty office. The floors were polished concrete. The walls were white. Soft, ambient light came from strips in the ceiling. The room was empty, except for a single chair in the center. On the chair sat a headset, the kind with ear cups and a microphone boom. I walked in. The door slid shut behind me with a final, solid sound. I was sealed in. I picked up the headset. It was light, professional. I put it on. The ear cups were noise-canceling. The outside world vanished, replaced by a faint electronic hum. A voice spoke in my ears. It was the same calm, male voice from the payphone in the walkie. "Welcome. Please be seated." I sat in the chair. It was the only thing to sit on. "You have chosen to engage. This demonstrates a desirable operational flexibility. The entity you encountered in the forest was a prototype, a field test of perceptual infiltration and psychological leverage. You were not its target. You were its environment, its proving ground." I listened, my mind reeling. A prototype? A field test? We were just collateral damage? Lab rats in an experiment we didn't know was happening? The money was not payment. It was a metric. We observed your attempts to launder it, to hide it, to destroy it. Your eventual decision to burn the asset was noted. It indicated a prioritization of security over greed, a useful trait. The voice was discussing me like a report card. The voluntary phase is an invitation to transition from subject to asset. The work is complex. The compensation is substantial. The risks are existential. You have proven resilient under simulated exotic stress. Your family unit has proven cohesive under prolonged, abstract threat. These are rare data points. What do you want me to do? I said aloud, my voice sounding strange and small in the sterile room. For now, nothing. This is a briefing, an offer. You will leave this facility. You will return to your life. You will have 72 hours to consider. After that time, you will receive a final communication. You will answer yes or no. A yes means induction, training, and a new life with full knowledge and significant resources. A no means the experiment concludes. You and your family will be left alone. The observation will cease. You will be retired from the study. Your memories will not be altered, but your involvement will be permanently terminated. Left alone. The words were like water in the desert. But could I believe them? How do I know you'll keep your word? I asked. You don't, the voice said, utterly without malice. That is part of the evaluation. The acceptance of uncertainty. The ability to function without definitive closure. Consider the offer. The door will open shortly. Follow the lighted path back to the surface. Do not deviate. The headset went dead. I took it off. A moment later, the vault door slid open again. The ramp outside was now lit with a line of soft blue LED lights along the floor, showing the way out. I stood up, my legs weak. I walked out up the ramp. The door closed behind me. The section of ground slid back into place with a gritty rumble, hiding the entrance perfectly. It was just a patch of dirt again. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows. I was back in the real world, but I felt like I'd left a piece of myself underground. I drove back to the cabin in a daze. The desert night was black and full of stars by the time I got close to home. I saw the warm yellow light of our windows from down the road, a tiny beacon in the immense dark. My wife must have been watching, because she ran out the door as I pulled up. She threw her arms around me, burying her face in my shoulder. "You're alive," she whispered over and over. Inside, our daughter was already asleep. We sat at the kitchen table, and I told her everything. The helicopter, the underground room, the voice, the offer. She listened, her face growing more and more still. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. "So if we say no," she said finally, "they go away. For real. That's what they say. And if you say yes, I become one of them. Someone who does whatever they do. Tests prototypes on innocent people in the woods. Delivers packages. Learns the rules. We get money, security, but I become part of the machine that hunted us." She reached across the table and took my hands. They were cold. "There's no choice," she said, her voice firm. "We say no. We take our chance on being left alone. We can't live with you being a part of that. We'd always know." I nodded. It was what I felt, too. The idea of joining them, of understanding the horror, was somehow more repulsive than fearing it. I wanted it gone, not explained. We had 72 hours. We spent them in a strange limbo. We didn't talk about it much. We played with our daughter. We cooked meals. We tried to act like a normal family, but the clock was ticking in the back of our minds. I found myself looking at my wife and child, memorizing the lines of their faces, the sounds of their laughs, as if I might have to give them up. The morning of the third day, the communication came. Not a walkie, not a phone. A small, white card, like a business card, was sitting on our front porch. It had no words, just a phone number printed in simple black type. This was it, the final answer. I looked at my wife. She nodded, her eyes full of a scared hope. I took the card inside. We stood by the kitchen phone, an old rotary model that came with the cabin. I dialed the number. It rang once. The calm male voice answered. "Your decision?" "No," I said, the word clear and strong. "We decline. We want to be left alone." There was a pause on the line. Not a long one. Just a beat. "Acknowledged," the voice said. "The observation is terminated. You will experience no further contact. Your lives are your own. We appreciate your participation." The line went dead. I held the receiver for a moment, listening to the dial tone. That was it. It was over. Just like that. We stood there, holding each other, waiting to feel something, relief, joy, victory. But all we felt was a vast, hollow uncertainty. Was it true? Could we just go back to living? The days that followed were quiet. No symbols appeared. No men in diners. No helicopters. The desert was just the desert. I kept my dishwashing job. My wife worked at the thrift store. Our daughter played. We started to make friends with a couple down the road. The weight began slowly to lift. We started to believe it. Months passed. We used some saved money to buy a beat-up pickup truck. We painted our daughter's room a cheerful yellow. We planted a real garden. The horror of the woods, the chase, the briefcase, the underground room. It all began to feel like a bad dream, a story from another life. One evening, I was putting new shelves in the kitchen. I needed a specific drill bit. I remembered an old toolbox left behind by the previous tenant, stored in the crawl space under the cabin. I lifted the hatch and climbed down into the dusty, dark space with a flashlight. I found the toolbox, a rusty metal case. As I lifted it, my flashlight beam caught something else, shoved into a far corner behind a support post. It was a duffel bag, a faded green duffel bag. My breath stopped. It was the bag from the bus depot, the one I'd left in the motel parking lot a lifetime ago. It was here, under our home. It had been here the whole time. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. Its presence was the message. They had never terminated the observation. They had just moved it closer. They had been here, in our home, before we even arrived. They had placed the bag here like a seed, knowing I would find it eventually. The offer had been a test, too. Saying no was just another data point. We were not retired. We were a long-term study. I climbed out of the crawl space, my hands empty, leaving the bag where it lay. I didn't tell my wife. I finished putting up the shelves. I made dinner. I laughed at our daughter's jokes. That night, as I lay beside my sleeping wife, staring at the ceiling, I understood the final, terrible rule of the game. It never ends. You just get better at playing it. And the only way to win is to pretend, every single day, that you believe you already have. I closed my eyes, and for the first time, I didn't dream of trees or deserts or voices. I dreamed of a quiet kitchen and a green duffel bag sitting under the floorboards, waiting patiently for me to finally understand. I did not pull the green duffel bag from under the cabin. I left it there in the dark, a sleeping fact under our floorboards. Telling my wife would have been the right thing, the honest thing, but I couldn't do it. I had seen the light come back into her eyes over these quiet months. I had heard real laughter in her throat, not the tight, fearful kind. Telling her would have been like pouring poison into a clear well. So I carried the knowledge alone, a secret weight that made every peaceful moment feel like a beautiful, fragile lie. I became an actor in my own life. I played the part of a man who believed he was free. I was extra cheerful at breakfast. I planned a trip to the county fair. I talked about maybe getting a dog. She would smile a real smile and agree, and the joy on her face was worth the churning in my gut. The duffel bag was a question I refused to ask. What was in it? More money? A weapon? A tracker? Proof of something worse? It didn't matter. Its purpose was not its contents, but its existence. It was a tap on the shoulder from the dark, a reminder that the audience was still out there, watching the play. I thought about digging it up in the dead of night and driving it out to the middle of nowhere and burning it. But that would be a reaction. That would be playing the game. The only move I had left was to ignore it, to pretend I had never seen it, to will myself into the reality we so desperately needed. It worked for a while. Seasons changed. The desert bloomed briefly after a rare rain, painting the brown hills with specks of color. Our daughter started calling the cabin home. My wife got a promotion at the thrift store to assistant manager. The ordinary world was stitching itself back together over the wound. Then, on a Tuesday afternoon so normal it felt scripted, the man from the bus depot, the one in the coveralls, came into the diner where I washed dishes. He didn't sit at the counter this time. He walked right past the servers, pushed through the swinging doors into the steamy, noisy kitchen, and stood there, looking at me. The other guys on the line stopped, their spatulas hovering. The boss, a big guy named Ray, frowned. "Can I help you, pal?" "Employees only." The man ignored him. His eyes were on me. He didn't look angry or threatening. He looked like a technician here to check a meter. He held up a single finger, a simple gesture. 1 minute. Then he turned and walked back out. My boss and the other cooks stared at me. "Friend of yours?" Ray asked, his tone suspicious. "No," I said, my voice rough. "No, he's not." I took off my apron, my heart a cold lump. "I need 5 minutes, Ray." "I'm sorry." I didn't wait for an answer. I followed the man out. He was standing by a plain, gray sedan parked at the edge of the lot. He leaned against it, waiting. I walked up to him, the asphalt hot under my thin kitchen shoes. "You said no contact," I said, my voice low and tight. The observation was terminated. "It was," the man said. His voice was ordinary, a little raspy. Not the calm voice from the headset. This was a working man. This is an observation. This is a courtesy. He reached into the car's open window and pulled out a familiar object. The black, industrial walkie-talkie. He held it out to me. I didn't take it. "What's the courtesy?" I asked. "A heads up. The project you were involved with, the forest prototype, it's been decommissioned. The data's been analyzed. The files are being archived. That means all associated assets are being reviewed, including you, your family." The word assets made my skin crawl. Reviewed for what? For continued value. For risk assessment. The offer you declined placed you in a neutral category. But archive reviews, sometimes they reclassify. Sometimes they decide long-term subjects are a liability. He said it like he was talking about cleaning out a storage locker. What does that mean? It means someone somewhere might decide that a clean break is tidier than an open file. They might decide to close the file. Permanently. He wasn't threatening me. He was explaining the weather. A bureaucratic chill settled in my bones. They weren't monsters in the trees. They were men in offices who saw us as a line item. A file to be closed. "Why tell me?" I asked. He shrugged his shoulder. I don't like archive reviews. They get messy. I was the field operative on your tail for a while. You're a resilient guy. You love your family. You just wanted to be left alone. I get that. Consider this a professional courtesy from one working man to another. You have a window. Maybe a week. Maybe less. He tossed the black walkie onto the passenger seat of his car. If you hear that thing crackle, it's not a test. It's a notification. And then you run. You don't stop. You understand? I nodded numb. He got in his car, started it, and drove away, leaving me standing in the diner parking lot in my grease-splattered clothes. I went back inside, my mind screaming. Ray gave me a look but didn't say anything. I finished my shift in a robotic daze. I drove home, the familiar desert road now feeling like a funnel leading to a cage. My wife knew something was wrong the moment I walked in. I couldn't lie to her, not about this. We put our daughter to bed early, and I told her everything, sitting at our kitchen table, the same place where we decided to say no. I told her about the duffel bag under the house I had kept secret. She didn't get angry. She just looked tired, so tired. Then I told her about the man, the archive review, the closing of files. Her face went from tired to terrified. They're going to kill us, she whispered. To tidy up, I said, the operative's words tasting like ash. We had run from copies. We had run from commands. How do you run from a filing decision? We couldn't. We were out of tricks, out of desert. We had built our little life on a foundation of sand, and the tide was coming in. That night, we made a plan. It wasn't a good plan. It was the only plan. We would not wait for the walkie to crackle. We would run now, but not like before. We would not just disappear. We would make noise. We would become a different kind of problem. We spent the next 2 days in a flurry of quiet activity. We didn't pack much. We took our important papers, a few photos, some clothes. I went to the local library and used a public computer. I created an email account with a random name. I wrote a detailed email, an account of everything that had happened from the moment my daughter picked up the yellow walkie in the clearing. I described the copies, the voice, the payphone, the underground facility, the offer, the duffel bag under the house, the man in the diner. I named no names because I had none. I described faces, voices, coordinates. I attached a photo I took with the library's computer camera of myself holding my driver's license, proof it was me. I set up an automatic delivery for the email. It was scheduled to be sent in 72 hours to a list of addresses. 3 major newspapers, 2 national TV news networks, and a senator's public inquiry line. The subject line was, "If I am dead or missing, read this." The email was the pin in the grenade. If they closed our file, the story would blow up in their faces. It was a desperate, likely useless act, but it was the only weapon we had left. On the 3rd morning, before the sun was up, we were ready. Our daughter, sleepy and confused, was bundled into the station wagon. We didn't take the pickup. It was too recognizable. I took one last look at our little yellow cabin, the garden we'd planted, the home we'd tried to make. Then I went to the crawlspace hatch. I didn't go down. I took a can of gasoline from the shed, opened it, and poured the entire thing through the hatch opening into the dark space below our home. I threw a match in after it. There was a whump as the fumes ignited. Flames licked up from the opening. I wasn't trying to burn the cabin down. I was burning the green duffel bag and everything in it. I was burning their artifact. Let them find ashes. We drove away, the first glow of the fire flickering in our rearview mirror. We didn't call the fire department. Let it burn. Let it be a signal. We drove east, pushing the old car hard. We had no destination, just direction away. We were 100 miles gone by mid-morning, the desert giving way to rolling grasslands. We were running on fumes and fear, and a tiny, desperate hope that our email threat would be enough of a thorn to make closing the file more trouble than it was worth. We stopped for gas at a lonely station in the middle of nowhere. I was pumping, my wife was inside getting snacks, our daughter was singing to herself in the back seat. That's when I saw the gray sedan. It pulled in on the other side of the pumps. The same operative got out. He didn't look at me. He started pumping gas into his own car. My blood turned to ice. He had found us. Already. He finished pumping, replaced the nozzle, and then, instead of getting in his car, he walked over to me. He stopped a few feet away, looking out at the empty highway. "The fire was a nice touch," he said quietly, not looking at me. "Dramatic. It'll confuse the local report." I didn't say anything. My hand was on the gas nozzle, my knuckles white. "The archive review moved up," he said. "Decisions were made last night." He finally looked at me. His eyes were not unkind. They were resigned. The email you set up at the library. The dead man's switch. They found it. They scrubbed it. It never sends. The last bit of hope drained out of me, leaving a hollow, cold space. So that's it, I whispered. He shook his head, a tiny motion. Like I said, I don't like messy. And you're not an asset. You're not a liability. You're a man who loves his family. That's a rare thing in my line of work. It should count for something. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a set of keys. He tossed them to me. I caught them reflexively. They were car keys attached to a fob for a minivan. Blue Honda Odyssey, parked around the back of the service bay, he said, nodding toward the station building. Registration and insurance in the glove box are clean, untraceable back to you. There's a box in the back with cash, passports, and new social security cards. Not perfect, but good enough. The photos are close. I stared at the keys in my hand, not understanding. What is this? This is me closing the file my way, he said. You take that van. You drive. You change your names. You live small. You never, ever look back. You never tell this story again, not even to each other. You forget the woods, the desert, all of it. You become the people in those passports. He met my eyes, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something human. Pity, maybe, or respect. They'll think you burned in the cabin fire. The file will be marked terminated, asset destroyed. It's the cleanest end you're ever going to get. He turned and walked back to his gray sedan. He got in, started it, and drove away, turning west, back the way we had come. I stood there, the strange keys biting into my palm. My wife came out of the station, a bag of chips in her hand. She saw my face. What happened? I showed her the keys. I told her, my words tumbling out in a rush. We walked around back. There was the blue minivan, anonymous and perfect. We transferred our few things from the station wagon. In the back was a plain cardboard box. Inside, everything he'd said was there. Money, passports with our pictures but different names, birth certificates, a deed to a small, paid-off house in a town in Maine we'd never heard of. It was a full, new life in a box. We looked at each other. We had no choice. We had to believe it. We put our daughter in the new van. I got behind the wheel. It smelled like cleaner and new carpet. I started the engine. It purred. We pulled out of the gas station and onto the highway, heading east, toward a new name and a cold climate. We drove for days, barely speaking, taking turns at the wheel, watching the world change outside the windows. We followed the paperwork to the town in Maine. The house was real, a small, weathered cape on a wooded lot. It was quiet. It was ours. We moved in. We became the people in the passports. I got a job as a night watchman at a lumber mill. My wife works at a library. Our daughter goes to a small school. We are quiet. We are polite. We are nobody. We never speak of what happened. Sometimes, in the deep of a Maine night, when the wind sounds like it's moving through pine trees, I'll wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, listening for a crackle that never comes. My wife will reach for my hand in the dark, and we'll lie there, holding on, waiting for the fear to pass. It always does. The morning comes with its ordinary light and ordinary sounds. We make breakfast. We pack lunches. We live our small, careful life. The past is a locked box we threw into a deep, deep lake. We are safe. We are together. We are free. At least, that's the story we tell ourselves. And most days, we almost believe it. Story number 2. My name is Carl, and I should have known a $10 Ouija board from a cruise ship gift shop was a bad idea. But my buddies thought it was hilarious. The perfect joke for my last night of freedom before the wedding. We were crammed into my suite, the place smelling like cheap beer and expensive cologne, laughing too loud because the trip was a gift from my fiancé, who said I needed time with the guys, and everyone was determined to make it count. The board was flimsy cardboard with a glossy finish, the little plastic heart-shaped planchette feeling like a toy under our fingertips. We were all touching it, me and my 4 best friends, grinning like idiots as someone, probably my future brother-in-law, asked in a spooky voice if any spirits wanted to give me marriage advice. We all expected it to sit there, a dumb prop for a dumb joke. Then it moved. It wasn't a shake or a nudge from someone fooling around. It was a slow, deliberate slide, the kind that makes your arm hairs stand up. It went to D, then E, then P, and my friend who was pre-med and never believed in anything he couldn't dissect said, "Okay, who's pushing?" But nobody was. The thing just kept going, THS depths. The laughter died. The only sound was the hum of the ship's engine and the soft shushing sound of the planchette on the board. Then it moved again, quick and sure. S-E-V-E-N-7. Depth 7. For a long minute, nobody breathed. Then my buddy who'd brought the board, the joker of the group, let out a nervous laugh and said, "Probably means we're 7 decks above the waterline, geniuses." He snatched the planchette off the board, folded the thing up, and tossed it into the closet like it was on fire. Enough of that crap. Music time. He cranked the stereo up, and just like that, the mood flipped back. We drank more, the conversation got loud again, and the weird moment got buried under a pile of jokes and another round of drinks. I pushed it out of my mind, or tried to. But later, when everyone had stumbled off to their own cabins and I was alone, I couldn't shake the feeling. The words Depth 7 played in my head on a loop. I finally fell into a restless sleep, the kind where you're not sure if you're dreaming or just thinking too hard. I woke up with a gasp, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. I wasn't in my bed. I was standing on the cold tile of my private balcony, still in my pajamas, 10 floors above the dark, churning ocean. My fingers were locked in a death grip on the railing, my knuckles aching and white. My lips were cracked and sore, and my throat felt raw and scraped, like I'd been talking or maybe even shouting for hours. A cold sweat broke out all over my body, and the salt air that usually smelled clean and fresh suddenly felt like a damp, heavy blanket. I had zero memory of getting out of bed, of opening the heavy balcony door. The last thing I remembered was closing my eyes, telling myself the Ouija thing was nothing. I stumbled back inside, my legs weak, and locked the sliding door, checking the latch 3 times. I spent the rest of the night with every light on, sitting in a chair facing the door, jumping at every creak of the ship. I told myself it was sleepwalking. It had to be. Stress, strange bed, too much to drink. My brain was just acting out. That was the logical, sane explanation, and I clung to it like a life preserver. When morning came and the sun turned the ocean a friendly blue, the terror of the night felt silly, like a bad dream. I met the guys for breakfast at the buffet, piling my plate with bacon just to feel normal. My best man, a solid, sensible guy who'd been my roommate in college, could tell something was off. "You look like you wrestled a ghost and lost," he said, shoveling eggs into his mouth. I forced a laugh and told him about waking up on the balcony. He listened, his chewing slowing down. "Whoa, dude, that's intense. But yeah, sleepwalking. My cousin did that in college. Woke up making a sandwich in the common kitchen in his underwear. Stress. You've got a lot going on." His logic was comforting. He suggested maybe I should see the ship's doctor, just to be safe, get something to help me sleep. I nodded, agreeing, but then he lowered his voice, leaning in. "But the board thing last night was weird, right? I mean, you felt that? It wasn't just me." I admitted I'd felt it, the unnatural movement. He looked out the window at the endless water, his face serious for a second. "Let's just not mention that part to anyone, okay? We sound nuts." We made a pact to forget it, to enjoy the cruise. We had a snorkeling excursion planned for the next day at our first port of call, a beautiful island with crystal clear water. Fun and sun, that was the medicine I needed. But that night, the fear came back as soon as I turned off the lights. I was scared to fall asleep, terrified of where I might wake up. My friend, the best man, had a better idea than pills. "We'll film you," he said, practical as ever. He set up his phone on the desk in my cabin, propping it against a water bottle to point at my bed. "We get proof you're sleepwalking. You take it to the doctor. They give you the good stuff. No big deal." It seemed like a smart plan. I went to bed with the little red recording light glowing in the dark, a weird digital eye watching me. I finally fell asleep, exhausted. The next morning, I woke up in my bed. Relief flooded through me. Normal. I was in my bed. I sat up, feeling better than I had in days. My friend knocked on the door and came in, looking for his phone. "See? Nothing to worry about," I said, smiling for the first time since the trip started. He picked up his phone, stopping the recording. "Want to check it just for laughs? Maybe you sleep talk. I bet you mumble about your fiancée." He was grinning, hitting play. We sat on the edge of the bed, watching the small screen. The first hour was boring, just me tossing and turning. Then at around 3 a.m., I sat up. On the screen, my movements were smooth, too smooth. I didn't look groggy or confused. I got out of bed with a purpose, like I was late for an appointment. I walked past the phone, my eyes open but blank, fixed on nothing. I didn't go to the balcony door. I walked to the corner of the room and just stood there, facing the wall. My lips started moving. My friend turned up the volume. At first, it was just a whisper, too fuzzy to understand. Then the sound cleared, and my own voice, flat and totally unlike my normal tone, came through the phone's speaker. I was saying a name. Michael Riggs. A chill, colder than the air-conditioned room, settled over me. The voice kept going. July 12th. Snorkeling accident. Coral cut. The date hit me like a punch. That was today. Right now, we were docked at the island where that very activity was happening. On the screen, I stood there for another 10 minutes, whispering the same phrase over and over like a broken record, before turning and getting back into bed. The video ended. We sat in the quiet cabin, the only sound the gentle vibration of the ship. My friend's face was pale. "What the hell was that?" he finally whispered. I had no answer. The specificity was the worst part. A full name. A cause of death. Today's date. "It's a coincidence," I said, my own voice shaky. "It has to be. I must have heard the name somewhere, on a passenger list or something, and my brain just cooked it up." But we hadn't seen any passenger list. My friend, ever practical, wasn't having it. "Dude, you said another one after that." "I heard it when I was checking the timestamp last night." "You kept whispering." He scrolled through the video file, finding a later point. He pressed play. My empty face filled the screen again, and the whisper came, slow and clear. "The Alvarez family. July 14th. Rogue wave. Small boat." July 14th was 2 days away, at our next port. A family. A whole family. I felt sick. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was something else, something dark and impossible that had slithered out of that stupid board game and into my head. My friend looked at me, all traces of his earlier humor gone, replaced by a real deep fear. "You need to tell someone. The ship's people. The captain. Something." I argued, saying they'd think I was crazy, but he was right. I couldn't sit on this. Swallowing my pride and my terror, I asked to speak to the ship's captain, telling the front desk it was a security matter. They ushered me and my friend into a clean, professional office overlooking the bow of the ship. The captain was an older man with a calm, weathered face and sharp eyes. I showed him the video on the phone, my hands trembling. He watched it in complete silence, his expression unreadable. When it finished, he leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Mr. Carl," he said, my name sounding formal and heavy. "That is concerning, but a sleepwalking incident, combined with severe pre-wedding stress, can manifest in very strange ways. The mind is powerful. It can pick up fragments of conversation, names from the announcements, and weave them into narratives." He was gentle but firm. He recommended I see the ship's doctor immediately, suggesting a mild sedative and perhaps a counseling session. He assured me the ship's medical staff was excellent. It was a polite, professional dismissal. He didn't believe me. He saw a nervous groom hallucinating, and I saw the doubt in his eyes, the slight tightening of his lips that said hysterical passenger. I left his office feeling smaller than ever, foolish and terrified. The rest of that day, July 12th, was a blur of dread. I went through the motions on the island, the bright sun and colorful fish feeling like a mockery. I watched every snorkeler, every group, my heart skipping a beat every time I heard someone call out a name. Nothing happened. As the afternoon wore on, I started to feel a flicker of hope. Maybe the captain was right. Maybe it was all a horrible, stress-induced coincidence. We boarded the ship to set sail for the evening, and I was almost convinced. Then, just before dinner, a quiet, somber announcement came over the ship's public address system. The captain's voice, carefully neutral, asked for respect and privacy for a guest who had experienced a serious medical emergency during a shore excursion. Details were sparse, but rumors spread through the ship faster than the news. My friend came back to the table, his face ashen. He'd been talking to a crew member at the bar. He sat down heavily and looked at me, his eyes wide. "It was a man," he whispered, leaning close so no one else could hear. "Snorkeling trip. He got a small cut on his leg from some coral. Didn't think anything of it. By the time he got back to the ship, he was feverish. He went septic fast. They couldn't save him. They're saying it was a freak, 1 in a million infection." He swallowed hard. His name was Michael Riggs. The world seemed to tilt. The noise of the dining room faded into a dull roar. He was real. He was dead. Exactly as the flat, whispering voice from my sleep had said. The confirmation wasn't a relief. It was a prison door slamming shut. This was real. I was connected to something I didn't understand, something that knew things before they happened. The weight of it crushed the air from my lungs. My friend just stared at his plate, not eating, not speaking. The easy camaraderie between us was gone, replaced by a gulf of shared, unspoken horror. I went back to my cabin alone, the cheerful good evening, from the room's steward feeling like a slap. I just wanted to hide, to pull the covers over my head, and make it all stop. I opened the door to my dark room and flicked on the light, and there, centered neatly on my pillow, was a single damp piece of dark green seaweed. It wasn't messy or broken. It was twisted deliberately into a crude but unmistakable shape, the number 7. I stood there, frozen, staring at it. The air in the room grew still and cold. No one had been in here. The steward had done the turn-down service hours ago. This was new. This was a message. Depth 7. The ledger was open, and I was its unwilling bookkeeper. The first entry was settled. And as I looked at that twisted, damp number on my pillow, I knew with a certainty that froze my blood that the Alvarez family was next, and I was the only one who knew. The question wasn't what was happening anymore. The question was, what was I supposed to do about it? The sleeping pills were supposed to be a cage for my body. The ship's doctor, a kind-faced woman who had listened to my story about stress and sleepwalking with a sympathetic nod, had given them to me after I carefully left out the part about whispering dead people's names. She said they would knock me out, keep me safe in my bed. Instead, they were just mufflers for my mind. I took one, feeling a desperate hope that this chemical curtain would shut everything out, and I slept a deep, dreamless sleep. But I didn't stay put. I woke up with a jolt, not in my bed, but somewhere completely different. The air smelled of grease and clean laundry, a weird mix. I was on a lower deck, a crew-only area, my cheek pressed against the cold metal mesh of a safety barrier. The ocean roared by below, much closer and louder here. My silk pajamas were damp with a fine, cold mist from the sea. My throat was on fire again, a raw, scraped feeling, and my voice was a ruined croak. I'd been talking, all night. I could feel it. The words were still echoing in my aching head. The Alvarez family. July 14th. Rogue wave. Small boat. Over and over. The date, July 14th, was today. We had docked at a new island that morning, a place famous for its beaches and boat rentals. I had slept right through the arrival. I pushed myself up, my limbs stiff and cold, and looked around. A young crew member in a white uniform rounded the corner, holding a clipboard. He stopped dead when he saw me, his eyes going wide. "Sir, this area is for crew only. Are you okay?" I must have looked like a ghost, pale and shivering in my pajamas on the wrong side of the ship. I mumbled an apology, saying I got lost, and hurried past him, my bare feet slapping on the cool deck. The look on his face, a mix of confusion and pity, made my skin crawl. I was becoming a story among the staff, the crazy sleepwalking groom. I made it back to my cabin, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The first thing I did was check my phone. I had a dozen missed calls and texts from my fiancée. My stomach dropped. I'd been so wrapped up in my own nightmare, I'd barely spoken to her in 2 days. I called her back, forcing my voice to sound normal, cheerful even. She was worried, her voice tight. "Your best man told me you're having bad dreams, that you're not sleeping. He said you were talking in your sleep about accidents." She was trying to be supportive, but I could hear the fear underneath, the confusion. I lied. I told her it was just the pressure, that I was fine, that I loved her and couldn't wait to see her after the trip. I promised I'd get some rest. The conversation felt hollow, like I was reading lines from a play about a happy couple, and I hated myself for it. After I hung up, I just sat on the bed, staring at the wall. The wedding felt like a distant fantasy, a life that belonged to someone else. My friend, the best man, came by later, but it was different now. He didn't meet my eyes for long. He brought me a coffee and sat on the edge of the chair, like he was ready to bolt. "You hear anything more about the family?" he asked quietly. I shook my head. We decided, without really saying it out loud, that we had to know. We couldn't just hide in the cabin. So we went ashore, blending in with the crowds of happy tourists. We didn't go snorkeling or sightseeing. We just walked along the marina, watching the small boats come and go. Every family getting into a rental boat made my breath catch. Was that them? The Alvarez family? I saw a group of 4, a mom, a dad, a teenage boy and girl, laughing as they climbed onto a little blue motorboat. My chest got tight. I wanted to run over, to scream at them not to go, but what would I say? That a voice in my sleep told me they would die. They'd think I was a madman. So I just watched, helpless, as their boat puttered out of the marina and into the open water, growing smaller and smaller until it was just a speck on the glittering sea. We went back to the ship in the late afternoon, the sun starting to dip toward the horizon. I felt sick with guilt. My friend tried to talk about normal things, about the wedding plans, but his words just buzzed around me like flies. We went to the main lounge, where a lot of passengers were gathered, watching a large television tuned to a local news station. The broadcast was in Spanish, but the pictures told the story. A shaky camera showed choppy water, fragments of white fiberglass bobbing in the waves. A red and blue boat hull cracked in half. The banner at the bottom of the screen had an English word I understood, tragedia. Then a photo flashed up, a happy family portrait. It was them, the family from the marina. The newscaster said the name, and even though I didn't know the language, I heard it clearly. Familia Alvarez. My friend gripped my arm, his fingers digging in. A British tourist next to us whispered to his wife, translating. Says a freak wave, completely unexpected, swamped their boat just a few miles out. No mayday call. Coast Guard found the wreckage. No survivors. The air in the lounge changed. The chatter and clinking of glasses died down. People shook their heads, murmured about how awful it was, how the sea could be so cruel. For them, it was a sad news story from a faraway place. For me, it was a verdict. The second prediction was true. The thing in my head, the whatever it was keeping score. 2 for 2. I don't know how long I sat there after the news changed to a weather report. My friend was gone, probably unable to be near me. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was one of the ship's officers, not the captain, but someone with a serious face and stripes on his sleeve. Mr. Carl, the captain would like to see you in his cabin. Now please. His voice was polite, but left no room for argument. I followed him, my legs moving on autopilot. We went up to the bridge deck, into the captain's private office. The captain was there, and he wasn't alone. The ship's doctor was there too, her kind face now drawn and serious. The captain dismissed the officer and closed the door. He didn't offer me a seat. He stood behind his desk, his hands clasped behind his back, looking out the window at the darkening sea. Without turning around, he spoke. The port authorities sent a preliminary report about the Alvarez family. He turned then, and his eyes were different. The polite skepticism was gone. In its place was a grim, focused intensity, the look of a man facing a problem he can't chart on a map. You came to me yesterday with a story, a video. You mentioned that name, that date, that cause. He walked around the desk and leaned against it, closer to me. I have a duty to over 3,000 souls on this vessel. So I will ask you directly, and I expect an honest answer. How did you know? He didn't ask if I knew. He asked how. The shift was small but monumental. He believed me now. I had nothing to lose. I told him everything, from the stupid Ouija board, to waking up on the balcony, to the seaweed number 7 on my pillow. He listened, not interrupting. The doctor took notes, her pen scratching fast. When I finished, the captain was quiet for a long moment. Then he walked to a computer screen on his wall and tapped a few keys. A black and white video feed came up, showing an empty corridor. It was a security camera. He fast-forwarded, then hit play. The time stamp said 3:14 a.m. A figure walked into the frame. It was me, in my pajamas, moving with that same unnatural, smooth walk from my own phone video. I walked right past a crew member who was polishing a brass fitting. The crew member didn't look up, didn't seem to see me at all. I moved through the corridor and out of the frame. The captain froze the image. He zoomed in on my face. In the grainy night vision footage, my eyes were open, but they didn't look right. The camera's infrared light reflected in them, but the reflection was wrong. 2 flat, pale discs, like the eyes of a fish or something that lives where the light never reaches. That, the captain said, his voice low, is not a medical condition. He looked from me to the doctor. Is it? The doctor slowly put down her notepad. Classical somnambulism doesn't explain the predictive elements, or the physiological changes. She sounded like she was trying to convince herself, but possession or supernatural influence, that is not within my field of expertise. The captain nodded, as if that was the answer he expected. He turned back to me. You are a risk, a severe and unknown risk, but you are also potentially an early warning system. If this connection of yours is real, then perhaps we can use it. If you know something is going to happen, perhaps we can stop it. He was talking about the next one, the third entry in the ledger. He was asking me to be a canary in a coal mine, a psychic alarm for disasters at sea. The responsibility felt like a physical weight, crushing me into the floor. I couldn't even keep myself in my own bed. How could I stop a tragedy? But I had no choice. I agreed. Leaving that meeting was like stepping into a different world. My friend was waiting for me outside my cabin, but he wasn't alone. Two of the other guys from the wedding party were with him. They looked uncomfortable. My friend spoke, not meeting my eyes. "Hey man, look, we talked. We think, with everything going on, you need your space. We're gonna move our dinner reservation, so you can rest." It was a polite brush-off. They were scared of me. The easy friendship of a few days ago was shattered. I just nodded and went into my cabin alone. The worst part was later, with my fiancée on the phone. I tried to sound normal, but my voice was flat. She knew. "Something's really wrong," she said, and I could hear she'd been crying. "Tell me, please." But how could I? I told her I was just seasick, that I missed her, that I loved her. The words felt like ashes in my mouth. That night, terrified of where I might go, I took one of my leather belts and looped it around my ankle and then around the solid leg of my bed, pulling it tight. It was uncomfortable and humiliating, but it was the only way I could think to chain myself down. I lay in the dark, listening to the ship's noises, feeling the gentle rock that used to be soothing and now felt like the sway of a cage. The next morning, the captain summoned me again. The doctor was there too. They wanted to try something, to test the connection while I was awake. They asked me to relax, to clear my mind. The doctor asked general questions about how I felt before the sleepwalking episodes. As she talked, my focus started to drift. Her voice became a distant hum. I felt a sudden, intense pull, like a strong current was dragging my thoughts away. My vision swam. Without thinking, I reached out and picked up the doctor's pen from her notepad. I could see my own hand moving, but I wasn't telling it to. I started writing on the clean paper, not words at first, but jagged lines. Then it formed letters over and over, the same phrase in my own handwriting, but with a frantic, pressured slant. Not prediction. Quota. Not prediction. Quota. The doctor gasped and pulled the notepad away. I blinked, the strange fog lifting. My hand was cramped. The captain looked at the words, his face hardening. "Quota," he repeated. "Like a tally. A number that needs to be met." The seaweed number 7 burned in my memory. He was about to say more when there was a sharp knock on the door. A young deck officer, his face pale and waxy, burst in without waiting for an answer. He was breathing hard. "Captain, you need to come. It's the primary water intake valves. For the cooling systems. They're clogged." The captain stood up, annoyed. "Clogged with what? Seaweed? That's a maintenance issue." The young officer shook his head, his eyes wide with a fear that had nothing to do with routine problems. "Not just seaweed, sir. There's other things down there. Things that shouldn't be. Things that can't be. You have to see it." He looked at me for a split second, a glance filled with pure terror, before turning back to the captain. The message was clear. This wasn't normal. This was part of it. The thing was no longer just talking through me. It was starting to affect the ship itself. The captain gave me one last, long look, a look that said the game had just changed, and then hurried out after the officer, leaving me alone with the doctor and the words I'd scrawled on her pad. Quota. The deep was sending its bill, and it was starting to itemize the charges. Sleepwalking to the railing was one thing, but when I woke up surrounded by pictures of sinking ships, my fingers stained with old ink and my own tears, I knew the message was changing. It was no longer just telling me. It was showing me. I came to on the floor of the ship's library, a quiet, wood-paneled room that was usually empty. It was the middle of the night again. I was sitting in a nest of torn pages, big glossy pictures of old ocean liners and diagrams of rusted hulls lying on the seabed. I'd pulled a dozen heavy books from the shelves. My hands ached. I looked down and saw I had arranged the torn pages around me in a rough, sprawling outline. It took me a dizzy moment to understand what I was looking at. It was a map, a scaled-down, messy map of the deck plans of our own ship. I'd used pictures of other, doomed ships to trace the shape of ours. A cold understanding washed over me, colder than the air-conditioned room. The thing wasn't just interested in people anymore. It was interested in the vessel. A young officer, the one on the night watch, found me. He told me later, his voice shaking, that I'd been crying. Not sobbing, just tears streaming down my blank face in a steady flow. He said he asked me why I was crying, what was wrong. And he said my head turned toward him, slow and mechanical. My mouth opened, and a sound came out that wasn't my voice. He described it as low, gritty, like stones grinding together deep underwater. The voice said, "The balance must be paid. 7 for 7. The deep is patient." Then he said, I just closed my eyes and slumped over, like a puppet with its strings cut. He radioed for help, and they brought me back to my cabin. The captain was notified. The mood on the ship shifted after that, and not in a good way. News, especially scary, weird news, travels fast among a crew that lives in close quarters. The story of the crying man in the library with the grinding voice spread. I stopped being just the odd sleepwalking passenger. I became something else. A bad omen. I could feel it when I walked through the ship. Crew members would avoid looking at me, or they'd make quick, strange hand gestures when they thought I wasn't looking, little motions against evil. One afternoon, I went to a bar by the pool, trying to feel normal for just 5 minutes. The bartender, a guy who'd been friendly before, went stiff when he saw me. He made my drink, and I saw him do something quick behind the counter. He brought it over, wouldn't meet my eyes. I took a sip. The drink tasted wrong, salty and sour. I looked at the glass and saw a tiny, cloudy swirl in the liquid that hadn't been mixed in. I realized, with a sick lurch, what the gesture had been. An old sailor's superstition. He'd spit in my drink, to ward off a curse, to placate whatever was following me. I put the glass down and walked away, the taste of his fear bitter on my tongue. My fiancée called again that night. The distance between us was a physical ache. She was crying, really crying now. "You're lying to me," she said, her voice breaking. "Your best man won't even talk to me straight. He just says you're sick. What is happening? Are you in trouble? Did you do something?" I wanted to tell her everything, to scream it into the phone, but all I could see was the terrified face of the bartender. If the crew was this scared, what would she feel? How could I tell the woman I love that I might be a conduit for something that wanted people dead? So I held it in. I told her I was just having a mental break, that the doctor was helping, that I'd be okay for the wedding. I promised. The promises felt like the worst lies of all. After I hung up, I sat in the dark for a long time. A soft knock came at my connecting door. It was my friend, the best man. He looked exhausted, older than he had a week ago. He didn't come in. He just stood in the doorway. "We need to figure this out," he said, not unkindly. "There has to be a logic to it, a pattern. Let's look at the crew. The 7. The ones the thing seems to want." He'd been thinking about it, trying to apply his sensible, logical mind to the insanity. He'd gotten a copy of the ship's daily crew manifest, the work assignment sheet posted for staff. It listed everyone's job and station. We pored over it, looking at the 7 new crew members who'd joined at our home port. The kitchen worker with the scalded arm, the junior steward, the others. My friend pointed a finger at the paper. "Look, here, and here." His voice was a mix of triumph and horror. They all signed their contracts on the same day. They all came from the same hiring agency in the same city. They were all hired as a batch, to replace people who left last minute. It was a link, a tangible, human resources link between the targets. They weren't random strangers. They were a set, brought on board together. It made the quota feel even more deliberate, like someone had ordered a specific package of lives. The captain called a private meeting in a small conference room near the bridge. Me. He didn't have the doctor this time. He looked tired, the weight of command pressing down on him in a new way. "The crew is nervous," he said, getting straight to the point. "Some of them are talking about appeasement, old rituals, throwing offerings overboard. It's a dangerous mindset. It leads to panic, to mistakes." He leaned forward, his elbows on the table. "I cannot have a mutiny of fear on my ship. I also cannot ignore what is happening. You are the common factor. This connection is real, so we must use it, pragmatically." He laid out his new plan. It was cold and simple. Instead of waiting for me to sleepwalk and whisper names, they would lock me in a secure, padded storage room at night. A room with no balcony, no sharp edges, only a mattress on the floor and a camera. They would give me a notebook and a pen. The idea was to see if the connection would work while I was conscious, or if it would force me to write instead of speak. He wanted me to become a deliberate tool, to get information we could actually use to protect people. "If you can give me a name, a location, a time, maybe we can be there. Maybe we can stop it," he said. His eyes were hard. "It's the only play we have left." I agreed. What else could I do? That night, 2 senior officers escorted me to a small room deep in the crew areas. It was used for storing spare linens, but they'd cleared a space. The walls were soft padded vinyl. There was a plastic camera bolted high in the corner, its red light glowing. They gave me a bottle of water and a spiral notebook with a ballpoint pen. Then they locked the door from the outside. I heard the bolt slide home with a final metallic sound. I was alone. I sat on the mattress, waiting. For hours, nothing happened. I tried to stay awake, but the exhaustion was a tidal pull. I must have dozed off. I didn't dream. I just switched off. Then I switched on. I was sitting cross-legged on the floor, the notebook open in my lap. My right hand was cramping. The pen was in my hand, the tip broken from pressure. The page was filled not with names, not with words, but with drawings. 7 symbols, drawn over and over with a frantic, precise energy. They weren't letters. They looked like anchors, but twisted wrong, as if they'd been mangled in deep water or drawn by someone who'd only heard an anchor described. Each one was slightly different. Under the first symbol, my hand had written a single word, the spark. Under the second, the corrosion. The third, the silent one. The fourth, the offering. The list went on, but those first 4 were the clearest. I stared at them, a new kind of dread seeping into my bones. It wasn't giving us people anymore. It was giving us roles. Jobs to be filled in its terrible play. The door unlocked. The captain stood there, 2 officers behind him. He looked from my face to the notebook in my lap. "Well," he asked. I held up the notebook, my hand trembling. He took it and studied the page, his brow furrowed. "What is this?" "Code." I found my voice, which sounded hollow and used up. "It's not giving us names anymore. It's giving us roles. Parts in a story." I pointed to the first symbol. "The spark. And it happens tonight. In the engine room." The captain's face went still. He looked at the symbol, then at me, then back at the symbol. He didn't ask if I was sure. He simply turned to the officers and started barking orders in a low, urgent voice. "Double the watch in the engine room. Check every circuit, every junction box. No one works alone. I want the new mechanic, the one from that hiring batch, pulled off duty and put in the mess under observation. Now." They hurried off. The captain looked back at me. "Come with me. You're not sleeping down here tonight. You're staying in an officer's cabin next to the bridge. We're going to watch this together." He led me out of the storage room. As we walked through the brightly lit, empty crew corridor, I saw a door up ahead was open. It was a small maintenance closet. A young crewman, the same pale-faced deck officer who had reported the clogged intakes, was sitting on the floor just inside, his back against the wall. He wasn't moving. His eyes were open, staring straight ahead at a pipe on the wall. A clear, flexible pipe that was meant to carry fresh water. But from its open coupling, a steady trickle of dark, grayish water was flowing out, pooling on the floor around him. It smelled of salt and deep mud. The captain stopped, his jaw tight. "Son?" "Report." The young officer didn't blink. He just kept staring, his lips moving slightly, whispering something too faint to hear. He was awake, but he wasn't there. The captain called for medical on his radio, his voice tight with a controlled fury. As we stood there, waiting, I looked at the dark water seeping across the floor. It wasn't coming from the sea outside. The ship's freshwater tanks were contaminated. The thing wasn't just talking or drawing pictures. It was getting inside the ship's veins. And the young officer, who had seen the clogged valves, was its latest victim. The captain pulled me away, his grip firm on my arm. "Forget that. Focus. Tonight, we stopped the first one. We stopped the spark." But as we walked away, leaving the medical team to tend to the catatonic officer, I couldn't shake the image of those twisted anchor symbols in my notebook. We thought we were looking for a person. But what if the spark wasn't a person at all? What if it was just an event? And how do you stop an event that's already written in a ledger you can't even read? We thought we were smart. We thought if we knew the when and the how, we could stand in the way. We didn't understand that the thing we were dealing with didn't think in straight lines. It thought in currents, and currents always find a way around. I spent that evening in a small, spare officer's cabin next to the bridge, under the watchful eye of the ship's doctor. She was monitoring my vitals, looking for any sign of a trance, while the captain executed his plan on the decks below. He had posted extra security around the engine room. The new mechanic, a quiet man in his 40s, had been politely but firmly relieved of duty, and was sitting in the crew mess playing cards with 2 officers, confused but compliant. Every electrical panel, every junction box in the engineering spaces was being inspected and re-inspected. The captain's strategy was a wall of human attention, a barricade against the prediction. I sat on the edge of the narrow bed, feeling useless. The doctor tried to make small talk, asking about my fiancée, about my job back home, but her questions just highlighted how far away that normal life was. I watched the clock on the wall. As midnight approached, a weird calm settled over me. I didn't feel the pull to sleepwalk. I didn't hear any voices. I just felt empty, like a receiver tuned to a dead channel. The doctor checked my pulse again, noting it was steady, slower than she expected. "Maybe it's working," she said, a flicker of hope in her voice. "Maybe the heightened security, the awareness, is disrupting the phenomenon." Right then, at exactly midnight, every single light on the ship flickered. Not a blink, but a deep, dimming pulse that lasted 3 long seconds. The monitors in the room beeped an alarm as their screens went dark and then glowed back to life. The doctor and I froze. From the bridge next door, I heard a muffled curse. The ship's intercom crackled. "All stations report. Bridge report." The captain's voice was calm but urgent. Reports came in fast. No fires. No impacts. Engineering reported a minor, unexplained electrical surge in a sealed control unit for the stabilizers. A small, contained spark that had tripped a breaker and done no damage. No one was hurt. The mechanic in the mess was fine. The security teams reported nothing out of the ordinary. The lights came back up to full brightness. The doctor let out a long breath she'd been holding. A surge. That's it. The spark. She almost laughed, a nervous, relieved sound. That's all it was? We did it. We stopped it. A tense joy spread through the bridge. I could hear it in the voices crackling over the radio. They had faced down the prediction and won. The captain came into the cabin, a rare, tight smile on his face. "It seems your warning allowed us to mitigate the event. A surge contained. No injuries. A win, Mr. Carl." He clapped me on the shoulder, a gesture that felt alien. I should have felt relieved. I should have felt triumphant. But the emptiness inside me didn't fill up with joy. It just stayed empty, a cold, waiting void. Something was wrong. The ledger demanded a payment. A spark for the spark. It didn't feel settled. We were wrong. An hour later, a frantic call shattered the brief celebration. It came from the crew's mess, one deck below the officer areas. A medical emergency, code red. The captain's smile vanished. We rushed down. The scene in the mess was chaotic. A young man, one of the new junior stewards from that same hiring batch, was on the floor, writhing. His uniform shirt was off, and his chest and arms were an angry, blistering red. The air smelled of burnt plastic and scorched skin. 2 crew members were holding him down as a medical team tried to apply gel to the burns. He was screaming, a raw, animal sound of pure agony. On a counter nearby sat an old, boxy electric kettle, its cord frayed, its plastic body cracked open like an egg. It was a relic, something left in a back cupboard for years, not the modern, safe kettles the crew used. Someone, in a hurry to make tea after the excitement of the surge, had dug it out and plugged it in. The steward had been the one to pick it up when it didn't boil. It had exploded in his hands, spraying him with boiling water and steam. The captain stood in the doorway, his face like stone. He listened to the rushed report from a weeping cook. The injured steward wasn't the mechanic we'd been guarding. He was another one of the 7. He had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, using a piece of equipment that should never have been used. A freak accident, a 1 in a million chance. But we all knew it wasn't chance. The quota had been met, not through an electrical fire in the engine room, but through a different kind of spark, a faulty heating element, and its consequence, boiling water. The Deep's logic was alien and cruel. It didn't care about the specifics, only about the balance. A spark led to fire, which led to heat, which led to boiling water. It was a twisted, symbolic fulfillment. The steward was rushed to the ship's infirmary, his screams echoing in the corridor long after he was gone. He was alive, but just barely. The captain announced that at the next port, first thing in the morning, the man would be airlifted to a proper hospital. His cruise, and likely his career, were over. Later, as the ship steamed through the dark toward a medical evacuation point, the captain sat with me in his office again. The earlier triumph was gone, replaced by a deep, frustrated exhaustion. "We protected the wrong man," he said, not looking at me. "We protected against the wrong event. How do you fight that?" I didn't have an answer, but I remembered something. During those 3 seconds of darkness at midnight, when the lights dimmed, I hadn't just seen blackness. I'd had a flash, a split-second vision. I'd seen the mechanic, the one we'd guarded, not in the mess hall, but standing alone in a small engine room pump space. And in the vision, the room wasn't filling with fire. It was filling with water, rising up from a grate in the floor, cold and dark. I told the captain. He rubbed his temples. "So it showed you the intended mechanism. Plan A. And when we blocked that, it used Plan B. It's adaptive. This realization was worse than thinking it was just fate. It meant the thing was intelligent, flexible. It could reroute around obstacles. You can't guard against a concept, against an intelligence that uses coincidence like a tool. The mood among the crew turned darker than the ocean at night. The story of the steward's horrific injury spread, mixed with whispers about the midnight surge and the predictions. The crew's fear curdled into something more dangerous, a desperate, superstitious anger. They didn't see me as a victim anymore. To some of them, I was the focal point, the reason the deep was angry. If they could appease me, they could appease it. I saw it in their eyes when I was escorted through the ship. Not just avoidance now, but a strange, calculating look. The next evening, as I returned to my new cabin from a tense meeting with the doctor, I found something waiting for me. It was on the floor just outside my door. A dead fish, a small silvery one from the kitchens, its eyes poked out and replaced with two shiny white beads that stared up blindly. It was wrapped in a greasy blue cleaning rag, tied with a piece of twine. It wasn't left as a joke or a threat. It was left as an offering, a primitive plea. They were trying to feed the hunger they thought I controlled. I stared at it, my stomach turning. This was what it was coming to. I was becoming a monster in their eyes, a thing to be bribed with dead fish and beads. I didn't touch it. I stepped over it and went inside, locking the door. But all night I thought about it. The fear in the ship was a toxin, and it was spreading. The captain's authority was a thin layer of paint over a rusting home. We were running out of time, out of ideas, and out of sanity. The next morning, we reached a small, out-of-the-way port. The air ambulance was a noisy, terrifying dragonfly that landed on the helipad at the stern. We all watched from a distance as the burned steward, swathed in bandages, was loaded onto the stretcher. His hand, wrapped in white gauze, slipped off the side as they lifted him. His fingers, peeking out from the bandages, didn't lie limp. They curled slowly, deliberately into a claw-like shape. From where I stood, frozen on an upper deck, the shape was unmistakable. It was the first symbol from my notebook, the twisted anchor. The symbol for the spark, a final, grotesque signature on the receipt. The helicopter lifted off, the noise drowning out everything, and then it was gone, taking its broken cargo away. The ship felt different after it left. Lighter in a way, but also more fragile, like the first payment had been made and now the creditor was waiting for the next. I went back to my cabin. My friend, the best man, was waiting for me inside. He looked worse than I did, haunted. He'd heard about the offering left at my door. "They think you're some kind of priest," he said, his voice hollow. "This is getting out of control. The captain can't hold it together much longer." He was right, but all I could think about was the steward's hand forming that symbol. The connection was deeper, more physical than we'd imagined. It wasn't just in my head. It was marking its victims. That night, locked in my cabin with my friends sleeping fitfully on the couch, I finally managed to sleep. I dreamed of the remaining 6 crew members from the hiring batch. I saw them standing in different places on the ship, the galley, a laundry room, a lower deck corridor. Above each of their heads, one of the twisted anchor symbols from my notebook floated, glowing with a faint, greenish light. It was a roster, a checklist. I woke up with a gasp, sweating. The room was dark, and in the dark, from the direction of the couch, I heard my friend's voice. It was thick with sleep, but also with something else, a weird, flat tone that wasn't quite his. He whispered into the darkness a simple, terrifying question. "Which one am I?" My blood turned to ice. He shouldn't have known about the symbols. I hadn't shown him the notebook. I hadn't told him about the roles. The only way he could ask that question was if the deep wasn't just talking to me anymore. It was starting to talk through him, too. The quarantine had failed. The phenomenon was spreading, and it had just jumped to the person closest to me. The worst part wasn't the fear in my friend's eyes when he looked at me in the morning. It was the recognition. He was starting to see the same ocean I saw in my dreams, and it meant I wasn't crazy. It meant we were both drowning. He woke up looking pale and sweaty, clutching his head. He didn't remember whispering the question in the dark, but he remembered the dream, he said. A dream of being deep underwater, of a pressure so immense it felt like his bones would crack, and a taste in his mouth like he'd swallowed a gallon of salt water. He was terrified. "It's in my head now, isn't it?" he asked, his voice shaky. I didn't have to answer. We both knew. He'd peeked at my notebook after the captain showed it to me, he confessed. He'd seen the twisted anchor symbols. And the moment he saw them, they got stuck, he said, like a song you can't stop hearing, but worse. They were etched on the inside of his skull. I told the captain and the doctor. Their reaction was a new level of grim. This changed everything. It wasn't a haunting, it was a contagion. The doctor theorized about shared psychotic disorder or mass hysteria, but her words sounded hollow even to her. The captain just ordered my friend to be placed under observation in the cabin next to mine. We weren't partners in this anymore. We were fellow inmates, Patient Zero and Patient One. The ship sailed on, a floating prison of bright colors and forced cheerfulness. The passengers, oblivious for the most part, enjoyed their pools and their buffets. But underneath, the crew was a tinderbox. The offering of the dead fish hadn't been an isolated incident. A group of them, led by an older deckhand with a face like worn leather and eyes full of old superstitions, had started talking. They believed the old stories, the ones about paying a tithe to the sea to calm a storm. They thought the quota was a real thing, a debt that needed settling, and they were getting desperate to settle it on their own terms. I saw them watching me, huddled in corners, their conversations stopping when I passed. The captain saw it too. His control was slipping, and he knew it. Meanwhile, the thing inside me, the connection, was moving to the next item on its list. The second symbol in my notebook, the corrosion. My sleepwalking took me to a new place that night, the ship's luxurious spa. I woke up standing in the dim, perfumed quiet of the treatment rooms, my hands flat against the pipes behind the saltwater therapy pool. The metal was cold and damp under my palms. I wasn't crying this time. I was just standing there, feeling the faint vibration of water moving through the pipes, a blank receiver waiting for a signal. The spa manager found me at dawn and called security. Nothing was broken, nothing was out of place. But the meaning was clear. The corrosion was linked to water, to pipes, to something that should be clean turning bad. The next day, the news hit the crew mess. One of the new kitchen staff, a woman who worked in the scullery washing pots, had developed a sudden, horrific rash. It started on her hands and arms and spread up her neck within hours. The ship's nurse described it as looking like chemical burns, angry red welts that blistered and wept. They isolated her, treated her with every cream they had, but it was spreading fast. The doctor was baffled. He reviewed the logs of cleaning chemicals, checked the water quality. Everything was normal. The industrial strength cleaner that could cause such a reaction hadn't been signed out. Wasn't even in the storage locker she used. It was a medical mystery. But I knew. We all knew. The corrosion wasn't about rust on metal. It was about decay on skin. A freak, impossible reaction, a bodily corrosion. Another box checked, another payment made in a currency of suffering. That evening, walking back from another futile meeting with the doctor, I found a second offering outside my door. This one was a small, rough clay bowl, the kind you might make as a kid. It was filled with clear water, but the water had a slick, iridescent sheen on top, like oil. Floating in it were 3 rusty nails. It was more sophisticated than the dead fish, more deliberate. It was a plea for protection, for the corrosion to pass them by. I stared at it, a cold anger mixing with my fear. These people were scared out of their minds, and they thought I was the cause. I was done being their monster. In a moment of reckless, desperate defiance, I didn't step over it. I bent down, picked up the clay bowl. It was cool and rough in my hands. I walked, not to my cabin, but down the corridor, past startled stewards, out onto the main promenade deck where passengers were strolling and watching the sunset. I didn't care about the stairs. I walked straight to the railing. I held the bowl out over the darkening water. I didn't know any ritual words, but words came anyway, spilling from my lips in a low whisper that wasn't quite my own. Words I didn't understand, but that felt sharp and ancient on my tongue. I tipped the bowl. The oily water and the rusty nails fell, vanishing into the ship's wake. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a strange thing occurred. The gentle, ever-present breeze seemed to pause. The chatter of the passengers nearby softened. A sense of calm, deep and unnatural, settled over that section of the deck for just a few seconds. It wasn't peace. It was the calm of something being satisfied. I turned around, the empty clay bowl in my hand, and I saw him. The old deckhand, the leader of the superstitious crewmen, was standing in a shadowed doorway that led to the crew areas. He wasn't smiling. He didn't look grateful. He simply looked at me, met my eyes for the first time, and gave a single, slow nod, as if a business deal had been completed. Then he melted back into the shadows. In that moment, I understood with a sickening clarity that I had just participated. I had performed an act of appeasement. I had become what they believed me to be. The line between victim and priest had blurred, and I was now standing on both sides of it. My friend's condition was getting worse. He wasn't sleeping well. He said the pressure in his head was constant now, a dull roar like being inside a seashell. He'd started doodling, absent-mindedly, on any piece of paper he could find. Not the anchor symbols, but other things. Lines, angles, cross-sections. I gathered a few scraps and showed them to the captain. His face went pale. They were crude but accurate diagrams of the ship's plumbing and ventilation systems. The deep wasn't just using him to ask questions. It was using his mind, his subconscious knowledge of the world, to understand the ship's anatomy. It was learning how to make its next moves more efficient. The captain, seeing his authority unravel and the threat growing, made a decision. He called me and my friend into a secure storage room near the bridge, a place with no windows. He laid out charts, not of the ocean, but of the crew manifests and employment records. "We need to understand the source," he said, his voice rough. "This started with those 7 crew members. There has to be a link beyond the hiring agency, something that binds them to this." He gave us a task. While he tried to keep the ship from descending into open panic, we were to dig. We had limited access to the ship's administrative computer. Our job was to look for any other commonality, any detail in their records that stood out. It felt like busy work, a desperate attempt to do something, anything. But we did it. That night, after another tense dinner where my friend picked at his food and stared at the walls, we sat in the small data room. We pulled up the files of the remaining 5 new crew members, the ones who hadn't yet been touched. We looked at their birth dates, their hometowns, their previous jobs. Nothing matched. Then, almost as an afterthought, my friend clicked on a field we'd ignored before. Emergency contact. It was usually a spouse, a parent, a sibling. He opened the first file. The contact was listed as Oceanic Reliance Management. That was odd. A company name, not a person. He opened the second file. Same thing. Oceanic Reliance Management. A cold trickle started down my spine. He opened the third, the fourth, the fifth. Every single one of the remaining 5, and we checked the files of the injured steward and the scalded kitchen worker too. All listed the same emergency contact. Oceanic Reliance Management. My friend started typing the name into a search engine on the ship's limited internet. The page loaded slowly. What came up wasn't a modern company website. It was scanned archives, old newspaper digitizations. Oceanic Reliance Management wasn't a person. It was a shell company, a subsidiary of something older. The headline of a yellowed article from 1921 was clear. Oceanic Reliance assets seized after 7th loss. We read, our hearts pounding. Oceanic Reliance was the holding company for a fleet of cargo steamers in the early 1900s. A fleet owned by a reclusive, notoriously cheap industrialist. And his fleet had a reputation. Over 7 years, 7 of his ships had been lost at sea under strange circumstances. Fires, sudden founderings, unexplained vanishances. Rumors said the owner cut every corner, used substandard materials, ignored safety reports. The sea, the article said poetically, had finally called in his debt. The company's motto, which we found in a scanned ledger book, was printed in stark, old-fashioned type. The deep pays its debts. It was their arrogant slogan, a boast about profit from risky routes. Sitting in that dimly lit data room, the hum of the ship's servers the only sound, my friend and I looked at each other. We weren't haunted by a ghost. We were haunted by a bankruptcy, a spiritual debt from a century ago. The 7 new crew members, hired as a batch, weren't random victims. They were symbolic replacements, stand-ins for the 7 lost ships. Their modern luxury liner was the 8th vessel, chosen to finally settle the old, rotting account. Our stupid Ouija board game on the first night had been like signing our names on a dotted line for a loan we never meant to take out. A loan with a monstrous, 100-year-old interest rate that was now coming due. The ledger wasn't just open. We finally knew who the original creditor was. The history was a cold hand closing around my heart. It wasn't random evil. It was a ledger with a name on it, a creditor from the age of steam and iron. The old industrialist who'd lost his 7 ships hadn't just been unlucky. He'd been greedy, and the ocean had taken its payment in full. Now, a century later, his debt was being called in, and we were the ones holding the bill. That knowledge didn't free us. It trapped us more completely. The captain listened to our discovery with a grim face, then ordered everything about Oceanic Reliance sealed, hidden from the crew. "Panic is a spark," he said. "This is a powder keg. We contain this." But containing it was like trying to hold water in a sieve. My friend was the proof. The symbols in his head were getting louder, he said. He wasn't just dreaming of pressure anymore. He was dreaming of schematics, of blueprints of old ships layered over the plans of our own. The deep was using his mind as a bridge between the past and the present, teaching itself the best ways to collect. The third symbol on the list was the silent one. My sleepwalking led me to the ship's cinema. I woke up in the back row, the only person in the room. On the giant screen, a black and white documentary about historic shipwrecks was playing on a loop, silent films of towering waves and sinking hulls. My lips were moving, mouthing the words to the narrator's script that I couldn't possibly hear, syncing perfectly with the crashing waves on the screen. A cleaner found me. She said I didn't respond when she called my name, just kept mouthing those silent words, my eyes reflecting the gray light of the sinking ships. The next morning, the news moved through the crew with a new, chilling efficiency. One of the remaining new kitchen staff, a young man who worked in the bakery, was found in his bunk. He wasn't dead. He was sitting up, staring at the wall. They couldn't get him to speak. The ship's doctor examined him and found no physical damage to his throat or vocal cords. Nothing was paralyzed, but he could not, or would not, make a sound. He was utterly, completely mute. He communicated by writing on a notepad, and he wrote only one word over and over in a frantic, shaky script. Drowned. He wasn't drowned. He was dry and in his bed, but something in him had been drowned out. His voice was gone, claimed by the deep as its toll for the silent one. The symbolism was vicious. It wasn't enough to take a life. It could take a part of a life, a faculty, and leave the rest as a living testament. The atmosphere on the ship curdled from fear into something darker, a kind of bleak acceptance among the crew. The old deckhand and his followers grew bolder. They no longer just left offerings. They started to talk, in low voices where passengers couldn't hear, about the need for a proper tithe. They muttered about the old ways, about how a storm could be turned aside if you gave the sea something it wanted. They were circling the idea of a sacrifice. Not a symbolic one, but a real one. A life given willingly, or not so willingly, to settle the score faster. The captain tried to crack down, reassigning the ringleaders, but the fear had spread too wide. His orders were followed with slow reluctance, with sideways glances. The ship was dividing into two worlds, the bright, ignorant world of the passengers, and the shadow world of the crew, where an ancient debt was coming due, and everyone was trying to guess the price. My friend, caught in the middle of it, was deteriorating. The pressure in his head was a constant now, a roar that never stopped. He stopped doodling diagrams and started sleepwalking himself. I found him one night not by the railing, but in our cabin bathroom, his forehead pressed against the mirror, his fingers tracing the path of invisible pipes behind the wall. He was mumbling numbers, tonnage and draft measurements from the old oceanic reliance ships. He was a living conduit, and the information flowing through him was becoming more technical, more specific. The deep was planning something bigger, and it was using him to understand the mechanics. Then, for the first time, the entity's touch brushed against a passenger. A woman who had been at a neighboring table during several of my tense meals with the doctor had apparently heard whispers. She'd pointed at me, laughed a little too loudly with her friends, and called me Jonah, saying I was bad luck for the ship. The next day, on a perfectly dry, calm section of the deck, she slipped. Not a stumble, but a feet flying out from under her fall. She broke her ankle, the bone snapping with a sound everyone nearby heard. In the infirmary, doped on painkillers, she babbled to the nurse. She didn't say she slipped. She said a cold, wet hand had wrapped around her ankle and yanked. The nurse dismissed it as hallucination, but the story found its way to the crew. To them, it was a warning. The deep was getting impatient. Its reach was extending beyond the designated 7. It was testing its power on the wider ship, reminding everyone that no one was safe if the ledger remained unpaid. It was after this that the old deckhand approached me directly. He cornered me in a quiet service corridor, his eyes sharp and fearless. He didn't talk about ghosts or demons. He talked like a businessman. "The quota's 7, he said, his voice low and gravelly. "We all feel it. It's in the water, in the pipes. It wants 7, but who says it has to be their 7? He gestured vaguely, meaning the remaining crew members from the hiring batch. The deep just wants a balance. It don't care about the names. A life is a life to the sea. He was suggesting substitution. A trade. Offer it someone else, someone unlucky, or expendable in their eyes, and maybe the original targets would be spared. He was talking about murder, but he dressed it up as maritime tradition, a necessary transaction. I told him no, that it was insane, that we couldn't. He just looked at me, disappointed, like I was a slow student. You open the door, son. You can't just complain about who walks in. You gotta manage the house. He walked away, leaving me shaking with a mixture of terror and a horrible, creeping understanding. He had a point. The thing worked on symbolic balance. What if you could balance the books another way? The mute crewman, the one who only wrote drowned, was being kept in the infirmary for observation. I went to see him, against the doctor's advice. I needed to understand. He was sitting in a chair by the window, staring at the ocean. He saw me and immediately grabbed his notepad. He scribbled something and held it up. It read, "Not crew, not passengers." I frowned, not understanding. He scribbled again, harder, tearing the paper. "Parts." Then a final, furious scrawl. "We are replacement parts for the sunken ones." The message hit me with the force of a physical blow. They weren't people to the entity. They were components. Spare parts to fix a century-old imbalance. A sunk ship needed a sunk life. But a part for a ship could be a hull plate, a boiler, a voice from its crew. The deep was collecting symbolic replacements. The mute baker was the voice of a lost ship silenced. The scalded woman was the heat from a ship's fire, turned back on a living body. It was all a monstrous, symbolic equation. The crewman started writing drowned again, faster and faster, his hand a blur, until the doctor gently took the pad away and guided him back to his bed, his body trembling with a terror he could no longer scream. That night, a storm gathered on the horizon. Not a sudden squall, but a massive, dark bank of clouds that grew as we watched. The captain ordered the ship to adjust course, to try to skirt the worst of it. Passengers were advised to secure belongings in their cabins. The mood was tense but normal. Ships and storms were old acquaintances. But as the first winds began to whip the waves into whitecaps, a passenger on a high, forward deck, an amateur photographer trying to capture the dramatic sky, swore he saw something. He said as a huge wave rolled past, illuminated by a crack of distant lightning, he saw the outline of another ship inside the wave itself, a ghostly silhouette of an old-fashioned steamer with twin funnels, keeping perfect pace with us for just a second before the wave crashed, and it was gone. He was laughed at by his friends, told it was the storm and an overactive imagination. But later, when he looked at the photo he'd taken, he showed it around, his face pale. In the blur of rain and spray, in the gray mess of the wave, there was a shape. It was fuzzy, indistinct, but undeniably a shape that wasn't just water. It looked like a ship's prow. Someone looked it up. The flagship of the Oceanic Reliance fleet, the one that vanished in a storm in 1919, was called the Neptune's Resolve. And it had twin funnels. The photo couldn't prove anything, but on a ship already vibrating with fear, it was a match thrown into oil. The ghost of the creditor was not just a metaphor. It was out there, riding the storm, waiting for its due. The old debt wasn't in the past. It was right beside us, in the water, in the storm, and it was getting ready to collect the final outstanding payments. There are moments where your soul splits. One part stays human, screaming at the atrocity. The other part becomes a calculator, coldly assessing the math of survival. On that dark deck, I felt the calculator win. The old deckhand and his group made their move after the ghost ship sighting. The storm had passed, leaving a weird, flat calm, but the fear hadn't receded. It had crystallized into a plan. They cornered me not with threats, but with a grim, practical proposal. They laid it out in a storage locker near the engine room, the air smelling of grease and wet rope. They believed, truly believed, that if they voluntarily offered 7 lives through a proper ritual, a symbolic drowning at midnight, the debt would be considered paid and the ship would be spared. They had a list. It included the 4 remaining new crew members, the mute baker, and 2 others. A chronically ill elderly passenger who was already expected to die soon, and a crewman from a different department who was universally disliked, a bitter, angry man. They had rationalized it, made it a transaction. 7 lives given purposefully to save 3,000. They asked me not as a victim, but as the conduit to bless this, to guide it. They needed the priest of the deep to make it official. I was too tired, too worn down by the constant terror and the crushing weight of the ledger to scream at them. A part of me, a horrifying, numb part, listened, and it made a terrible kind of sense. The calculator in my head ran the numbers. It was cleaner than the random, symbolic horrors. It was a one-time price. I didn't agree, but I didn't say no. I just stood there, my silence feeling like consent. That night, the 4th symbol, the offering, manifested. But this time, it wasn't a passive sleepwalk. I was in my cabin, awake, when a sudden, overwhelming compulsion came over me. It wasn't a voice. It was an instinct, a pull as strong as gravity. I picked up my notebook, the one with the twisted anchor symbols. I walked out of my cabin, past the crewman the captain had posted to watch me, who for some reason didn't seem to see me at all. I walked with that same smooth, purposeful stride from the security videos, down to the crew quarters, to the old deckhand's tiny cabin. The door was unlocked. I went in. I placed my notebook open on his small desk, to the page with the symbols. Then I took his own personal knife, a sharp, worn thing he used for splicing rope, from where it lay next to his bunk. I didn't think about it. My hand moved. I drew a circle on the page, a dark, deep groove in the paper, around the fourth symbol, the offering. Then I put the knife down, turned, and walked back to my cabin. The crewman on watch jumped when he saw me coming from the wrong direction. I had no memory of the walk back. I had just delivered an instruction manual. Midnight on a secluded service deck at the stern. The air was cool, the sea a flat black mirror reflecting a sliver of moon. I went, pulled by that same compulsion, a spectator in my own body. They were there, the old deckhand and 5 others, and they had one of the new crewmen, a young laundry worker, with them. He was terrified, his eyes wide above a gag, his hands bound behind his back. He struggled, making muffled sounds against the cloth. The old deckhand had a book, some old, handwritten journal of sailors' lore. He was reading from it in a low, chanting voice, words that sounded half English, half something else. They were preparing to throw the young man over as the first tithe, the initial payment to open the negotiation with the deep. I stood at the edge of their circle, watching. The human part of me was shrieking, begging me to move, to shout, to do something. But the calculator was quiet, watching the math unfold. 1 life now, to stop the rest. The deckhand finished his chant. He nodded to 2 men, who picked up the struggling laundry worker. They carried him toward the railing. The young man's eyes found mine, pleading, screaming soundless questions. And in that second, I did nothing. I was complicit. I had drawn the circle. I was the bookkeeper, and this was a transaction being entered into the ledger. A shout ripped through the night. Stop! Put him down! It was my friend, and he wasn't alone. The captain and 3 loyal officers rushed onto the deck, my friend pointing, his face a mask of fury and fear. He had sensed it, through his own connection, a wrongness moving toward a terrible climax. A violent struggle erupted. The superstitious crewmen fought, not to kill, but to complete their ritual. The loyal officers fought to stop them. The bound laundry worker was dropped to the deck, rolling away, sobbing with relief. In the chaos, the old deckhand, trying to avoid an officer's tackle, stumbled backward. He hit the low railing of the service deck. For a second, he wobbled, his arms pinwheeling, his eyes locked with mine across the tumult. There was no fear in them. There was a fierce, triumphant certainty. Then he went over. He didn't scream. As he fell toward the black water, he shouted a single guttural word. It wasn't English. It sounded old, cracked, like the name of a forgotten god or a sunken ship. The moment the word left his lips and touched the air, every electronic device on the bridge and in the officers' pockets, radios, tablets, emitted a burst of static. The navigation screens, visible through a nearby window, flickered wildly, their crisp charts dissolving into rolling lines of nonsense before settling on a single, impossible reading, a depth measurement that was far, far greater than any ocean trench on Earth. Then it was gone, and the screens returned to normal. They launched life rings, sounded the alarms, searched the water with spotlights. But he was gone. The sea had taken its offering. We stood there on the deck, panting, the rescued laundry worker weeping, the other superstitious crewmen subdued and in shock. The captain was yelling orders, calling off the search, trying to regain control of a situation that had spiraled into something primal and bloody. I walked away, back to my cabin, numb. I didn't feel guilt. I didn't feel relief. I lay on my bed and closed my eyes, and I checked the mental ledger, the feeling of dread that had been my constant companion. It was still there, the oppressive pressure of the unpaid debt. But it was less. Not a lot, just a fraction, like a single brick removed from a crushing wall. The 4th symbol, the offering, was satisfied. The deep had accepted its tithe. It hadn't been the young laundry worker. It had been the old deckhand himself. He had been on the list all along, not as a victim, but as the one who would make the offering, becoming the offering in the process. His fanatical belief had written him into the story as a necessary character. The next morning, the ship was under a new kind of order. The captain, his face harder than I'd ever seen it, declared a state of heightened security. The remaining superstitious crewmen were confined to quarters. Passengers were told the man overboard was a tragic accident, a crew member who slipped during emergency drill preparations. The official story was thin, but it held. The captain then did what he felt he had to. He summoned me and my friend. In his office, he laid it out. The crew is fracturing. The entity is adapting. We tried to protect, we tried to reason, we've seen it bypass both. The incident last night proves it can be bargained with, but the currency is unacceptable. He looked at both of us, his gaze lingering on my friend, whose hands wouldn't stop trembling. You are both confined to your cabins, under guard, until we reach the final port. No more experiments. No more consultations. You are a risk I can no longer manage. He wasn't angry. He was defeated. He was putting the problem in a box until he could hand it off to someone else, to authorities on land who would never believe any of it. My friend just nodded, looking relieved to be taken out of the game. But as they let us out, the captain put a hand on my arm, stopping me for a second. He spoke very low, for me alone. The balance shifted last night. I felt it in the ship. It got what it wanted from that man. But the ledger isn't clear. How many does it have left? I knew. 3 symbols remained in my notebook, unfulfilled. 3 more payments. I didn't answer him. They escorted us to my cabin, now to be our shared cell. A crewman locked the door from the outside. We were alone. My friend sat on the edge of his bed, his head in his hands, shaking. Then he looked up. His eyes were clouded, distant, the way they got before he spoke with the other voice. But this time, he didn't speak with the grinding tone of the deep. He spoke with his own voice, thick with a terror so profound it was almost calm. "It's not done with us," he whispered. "It's changing the deal." He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes, exhausted. I sat in the chair, staring at the locked door, listening to the normal sounds of the ship, the faint hum of the engines, the distant laughter of passengers. The calculator in my mind was still running, but the numbers had changed. The old deckhand sacrifice had bought us time, but it had also shown the deep that we were willing to play its game. And now, locked away, I had a horrible feeling the game was about to change its rules entirely, and we would have no choice but to play along. They locked us away to keep the monster out. They didn't understand the monster was already in, wearing the face of the man I loved, and it was steering us all into a grave it dug a century ago. The first sign wasn't a sound or a sight, it was a feeling. A slow wrong turn. A massive cruise ship doesn't pivot like a car. It leans, it groans, it resists. Lying on my bunk in the locked cabin, I felt that lean, a long, sustained pull to the left that went beyond a course correction. The normal vibrations of the ship changed, a deeper, more labored thrum coming up through the floor. My friend sat bolt upright on his bed, his eyes wide. "We're turning," he whispered. "We're not going to port." He wasn't guessing. He knew. I hammered on the door, yelling for the guard. The crewman outside, a young guy I'd seen around, opened the viewing slot, his face nervous. "What's happening? Why are we turning?" I demanded. He shook his head, confused. "Bridge orders. Navigation thing, I think. Captain's got it." But his eyes were scared. He'd felt it too, the wrongness of the turn. Then the noises started. Not from outside, but from inside the cabin itself. A low, wet gurgle, like a sink draining, but it was coming from the walls. A dark, damp patch bloomed on the ceiling, not with fresh water, but with a trickle of brine that dripped with a slow, salty tap onto the floor. The air grew humid, thick with the smell of the sea, not the clean open ocean, but the closed, mineral smell of deep water. The guards outside started talking in urgent, raised voices. One of them pounded on our door, not to keep us in, but in panic. "It's in the walls. The pipes are bleeding," he shouted, his voice cracking. I looked at the metal door. A sheen of cold condensation was forming on its inside surface, droplets gathering and sliding down like sweat. The ship was sweating salt water. The ocean wasn't just outside anymore. It was asserting itself, seeping in through the very bones of the vessel. The captain's voice came over the ship-wide intercom, but it wasn't the calm, controlled announcement from before. It was clipped, urgent, a man fighting to keep command of his voice. "All passengers, proceed to your muster stations. This is not a drill. Crew to emergency positions. This is not a drill." The formal words were a mask for the terror underneath. Then a minute later, a different broadcast, a crackling, open-channel radio transmission that bled through onto the cabin speakers, meant for the Coast Guard, for anyone listening. The captain's voice, stripped of all pretense, said, "Mayday, mayday, mayday. We are under non-terrestrial duress. The vessel is being claimed. We require immediate assistance. Coordinates are, and he gave numbers that meant nothing to me. The transmission cut off with a burst of static. Non-terrestrial duress. Claimed. He had run out of words for haunting, for curse. He was describing an attack. My friend was standing now, his back against the wall, his palms flat on the sweating metal. His eyes were closed, but they were moving rapidly underneath the lids. "It's using the charts in my head," he mumbled, his voice slurred. "The old routes, the deep trenches. It's taking us to a deep place, a fitting place." He was a living GPS for the entity, his mind a library of oceanic graves now being used to find our own. The fifth symbol, I realized, the convergence. It wasn't about people gathering, it was about everything converging on an end. Suddenly, the door unlocked from the outside. It wasn't the guard. It was the ship's doctor, her face pale, a flashlight in her hand. The power flickered, the lights dimming to a dull orange glow before surging back. "Come with me. Now. The captain wants you on the bridge." We followed her into a corridor that was a scene from a nightmare. Water, real salt water, was seeping from the joints in the wall panels, pooling on the carpet. Alarms were blaring, a shrill, relentless sound. Crew members ran past, their faces blank with a terror beyond training. As we passed the central atrium, a grand open space that rose through several decks, we saw them. The remaining 3 new crew members, and the mute baker from the infirmary. They were standing in a perfect circle in the middle of the empty atrium, facing inward, their heads tilted up. They weren't moving. They looked like statues, oblivious to the chaos, their clothes damp, water dripping from their hair as if they'd just surfaced. Passengers screamed and ran around them, but the 4 men didn't flinch. They were converging, a final, silent tribute before the end. The doctor pulled us away, her grip like iron. The bridge was chaos wrapped in a desperate attempt at order. Screens flickered, showing conflicting data. The captain was shouting at the helmsman. I said hard to starboard. It's not responding. The helmsman spun the wheel, but the ship continued its slow, inexorable turn into the empty blackness of the sea. It's the automated system, sir. It's been overridden. I can't disengage. A navigation officer pointed a shaking finger at a secondary screen. The override code, it's a string of numbers. It matches the tonnage figures from those old ships. The Oceanic Reliance fleet. My friend let out a small, choked sound. He was staring at a blank notepad on a console. Doodles. His doodles of numbers and schematics. The deep had used his obsession, his compulsion to draw, to learn the codes, to write the command that was now sailing us to our doom. The captain saw us and strode over, his composure gone, replaced by a furious, focused despair. It wants the whole ship, he spat. We thwarted its 7 symbolic deaths, so it will take the balance from the whole. This ship, and everyone on it, will be the 7th sinking. The final payment on the old man's debt. He understood now. The 7 crew were just the down payment, the interest. The principal was the vessel itself. The entity didn't just want 7 lives. It wanted a 7th ship to complete the set. A deep, groaning shudder ran through the entire superstructure, a sound of metal stressed beyond its limits. The floor tilted more steeply. We were taking on water, not from a breach, but from everywhere, from the inside out. The calculator in my mind, the cold part that had weighed lives, finally spat out an answer. The entity worked on symbolic balance. To cancel a debt of a sinking, you needed a sacrifice of equal value. You couldn't offer it another sinking. That was what it wanted. You had to offer it the opposite, a counterbalance, fire and water. To sink a ship, you offer it a fire. My eyes scanned the frantic bridge, landing on a schematic of the ship's fuel lines pinned to a board. The stabilizer fuel, highly volatile, stored in tanks deep in the ship's belly, routed through pipes that ran near the engineering spaces. A spark there, a real spark, not a symbolic one, would create a conflagration that would burn, not sink. Would be a refusal of the deep's chosen end. A new entry in the ledger, written in a language it might understand. Destruction by its opposite element. I didn't speak. I moved. I grabbed the knife from a magnetic strip on the wall, a tool for cutting line. The captain shouted, "What are you doing?" But I was already running out of the bridge, back into the flooding corridor. My friend, suddenly lucid, his eyes clear with a final, desperate understanding, was right behind me. "I know the way," he yelled over the blaring alarms. He did. The schematics were in his head. We ran down crew stairwells, water now ankle deep and rising, the lights flickering. We passed the atrium. The 4 men were still standing there, water up to their knees, their circle unbroken. We ran deeper, into the mechanical heart of the ship, the air growing hot and thick with the smell of oil and salt. We found the access panel for the stabilizer fuel line junction, a narrow service alley behind the roaring engine room. The pipe was labeled "Cold under my touch." My friend held the flashlight, his hand steady for the first time in days. "Here," he said, his voice calm. "A cut here, and the fuel will spray. The heat from the engines, it'll be enough." I looked at him, at my best friend, the guy who was supposed to stand beside me at my wedding. This was the real convergence. Not of victims, but of choice. We were choosing our own end, on our own terms, a fiery refusal of a watery grave. It was the final, desperate, balancing entry. I raised the knife. I didn't think about the 3,000 souls above. I thought about the ledger, and the pen in my hand. I plunged the knife into the pipe, not with anger, but with a strange, cold certainty, twisting it, wrenching it sideways. A hiss, sharp and piercing, cut through the engine's roar. A fine, acrid mist filled the air, the smell of raw fuel overwhelming everything. My friend met my eyes and gave a small, sad smile. He dropped the flashlight. It went out. In the sudden dark, filled with the hiss of escaping fuel and the deep, hungry groan of the ship, we waited for the spark. We had written our answer. Now we would see if the deep accepted the payment. Story number 3. My name is Steven, and this all started because we just wanted a normal weekend away from the city, me, my wife, and our little boy. We were packed into the car for hours, playing those car games that get old after the first 30 minutes. And by the time we turned off the main highway onto the Forest Service Road, we were all just done. The gravel road seemed to go on forever, winding deeper into woods that got thicker and darker with every mile, the trees closing in like tall, silent watchers. My son was complaining from the back seat about being bored, and my wife was trying to read a map on her phone that kept losing signal, telling me she was sure the next turn was coming up. When we finally saw the small, brown sign for campsite number 7, it felt like winning a tiny lottery. We pulled into the clearing, and at first, it was perfect. I mean, picture postcard perfect. A circle of smooth, packed dirt for the tent, a stone fire pit right in the center, and beyond it, a view of a lake so still and blue it looked like a piece of the sky had fallen down. The pine trees made the air smell clean and sharp, and for a minute, we all just stood there, stretching and breathing it in. That good feeling lasted about 10 seconds. That's how long it took for us to really see the other thing in the clearing. It wasn't a picnic table. It was this huge post, just standing there maybe 20 feet from the fire pit. It wasn't part of any fence. It was just alone. It was taller than me, maybe 7 feet, made of this timber that was old. So old it was almost black, like it had been burned but not by any recent fire. And it was covered in these marks, these carvings that swirled all around it from top to bottom. They weren't words, at least none I could read. They were symbols, weird angles and loops that looked like they'd been cut into the wood with something a lot sharper and more purposeful than a pocket knife. They gave me a bad feeling right away, a prickling on the back of my neck. It wasn't just old graffiti. It felt like a sign, but one written in a language we were never meant to understand. My boy, of course, was fascinated. Kids are like that. The creepy thing is always the most interesting. He ran right over to it before I could stop him. "Don't touch that," I said, maybe sharper than I meant to. He pulled his hand back and looked at me, confused. My wife gave me a look too, like I was overreacting. "It's probably just some old trail marker, honey," she said, walking over to the lake view. "This spot is amazing." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But my eyes kept getting pulled back to that post. It didn't feel like it marked a trail. It felt like it marked a spot, period. Like this whole clearing was a circle drawn on a map, and the post was the period in the center of the circle. We were unpacking the car, trying to shake off the weird vibe, when a park ranger's truck bumped into the clearing. A guy got out, older, with a face that looked like it had seen every kind of weather there was. He didn't smile. He didn't say welcome. He just nodded at us, and his eyes went straight to that post, then to us, then back to the post. He walked over, not to us, but to stand next to it. "You folks settling in?" he asked, his voice gravelly. We said we were. He was quiet for a long moment, just looking at the trees across the clearing. "This is a good site," he finally said. "Quiet, but there's rules for this one. Specific rules." He turned and looked right at me, then at my son. "This here," he said, tapping the post with his knuckle. It made a solid, dull sound. "This is the most important part of the site. You don't touch it. You don't hang anything from it. You don't carve your name on it. He almost smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. More importantly, you stay on this side of it after the sun goes down. You keep your tent, your fire, yourselves on this side. Consider it a property line. My wife laughed, a little nervous sound. A property line? For what? The ranger didn't laugh back. He looked at her, and his expression was dead serious. For keeping things orderly. This is deep country. It's best to have clear lines. He paused, and his gaze landed on my son again. You understand, son? This isn't a toy. You leave it be. My boy nodded, wide-eyed. The ranger tipped his hat, turned to go, then stopped. He didn't turn back around, just spoke to the air. For God's sake, he said, so low we almost didn't hear it. Then he got in his truck and drove off, leaving us in that perfect, quiet clearing with that awful post. The rest of the afternoon we tried to act normal. We set up the tent, a big sturdy one, and we made sure it was on our side of the post, between it and the lake. My wife started organizing the food cooler, and I went to gather some firewood from the pile of dry branches at the edge of the trees. My son was supposed to be helping her, but kids have short attention spans. I was bent over, picking up a good piece of oak, when I heard it. A soft, steady scraping sound. Not the sound of a zipper or a cooler lid. It was the sound of a sharp edge on wood. My blood went cold. I stood up fast and looked back toward the camp. My wife was at the picnic table, her back turned, chopping vegetables. And there was my boy, kneeling at the base of the warding post. He had his little red pocket knife out, the one I'd given him for his birthday after weeks of him promising to be careful. He wasn't being careful now. His tongue was poked out in concentration, and he was carefully, deliberately, dragging the blade through the wood. He was carving a letter, his first initial, a nice, neat J right into the soft, old wood at the very bottom of the post. I dropped the firewood. "Hey!" I shouted, and I ran over. He jumped, startled, and the knife slipped from his fingers. He looked up at me, and at first he looked proud. "Look, Dad, I made my mark," he said, beaming. Then he saw my face. The pride crumpled into confusion, then fear. My wife turned around. "What? What is it?" I didn't answer her. I was staring at the carving. It was done. The cut was maybe an inch deep, fresh and pale yellow against the blackened wood. It looked like a wound. A sudden, hot anger flooded me. It wasn't just anger at him for disobeying, or at myself for not watching him. It was a deeper, colder anger, the kind that comes from knowing, in your gut, that something very important has just been broken. "What did you do?" I whispered, my voice tight. I grabbed his shoulders. "What did the ranger say?" "What did I say?" He started to cry. My wife rushed over. "It's just a post. It's wood. Stephen, you're scaring him." I made him pick up his knife and put it away. Then, feeling stupid and desperate, I made him apologize. Not to me, to the post. "Say you're sorry," I told him, pointing at the stupid carved letter. He was sobbing now, but he mumbled, "I'm sorry, post." It felt hollow and ridiculous, but I had to do something. The rest of the evening was ruined. We ate our hot dogs and beans in a tense quiet, the cheerful crackle of our new fire doing nothing to warm the chill that had settled over us. My wife tried to smooth things over. "It's just vandalism, okay? We'll pay a fine if we have to. It's not the end of the world. That ranger was just being dramatic." I nodded, but I didn't believe it. The post loomed over our campsite, and that fresh, pale J seemed to glow in the firelight. When it was time for bed, I doused the fire with a whole bucket of water from the lake. The steam hissed up, smelling of wet ash. As the last flames died, I glanced at the post one more time. Something looked different about the carving. I walked closer, squinting in the dim light from our lantern. The J, it looked darker, like the wood inside the cut was wet. Had sap already started to come out? That seemed fast. I reached out, against my own better judgment, and touched the inside of the carving with my fingertip. It felt dry, completely dry, but it looked soaked with something dark. I pulled my hand back, wiped my finger on my jeans, and told myself it was just a trick of the shadows, just the evening dew gathering. I hustled everyone into the tent. We zipped it up tight, a little nylon fortress against the big, dark woods. We got into our sleeping bags, my boy between me and my wife. He was sniffling softly, upset from the scolding. We all lay there in the dark, listening to the normal night sounds, the gentle lap of the lake water, the distant call of an owl. I was just starting to relax, just starting to think maybe my wife was right. Maybe I had let some old superstitious fear get the better of me, when my boy stirred. He whispered, so small in the dark. "Dad?" "Yeah, buddy. Does wood have a heartbeat?" The question was so strange it froze me for a second. "No, son," I said softly. "Wood doesn't have a heartbeat. Go to sleep." He was quiet, and then we all heard it. From the black woods, from the other side of that leaning post, came a sound. It wasn't the owl. It wasn't the wind. It was a deep, heavy rhythmic thump, thump, thump. It was slow and steady, like the footsteps of something very, very large, walking a slow patrol just beyond the ring of trees. It wasn't getting closer, but it wasn't going away. It was just there, pacing. We all held our breath. The sound went on, a slow, measured beat in the darkness. Then, after what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute, it stopped. The normal night sounds did not return. The woods were now utterly still. We lay there in the perfect quiet, none of us moving, none of us speaking, just waiting. The feeling of a good, simple camping trip was gone, shattered as completely as if that old post had fallen over. We were just 3 people in a thin tent, and somewhere out there, on the other side of a line we couldn't see, something was now aware of us. The night was only half over, and the question hanging in the air was almost as loud as the thumping had been. What had we invited? We just laid there in the dark, all 3 of us, not moving a muscle. That sound, that deep thumping from the woods, was gone, but the air felt wrong now, like the whole forest was holding its breath. My wife had her arm wrapped tight around our son, her hand over his mouth, not to quiet him because he wasn't making a peep, but like she was trying to protect him from the air itself. I was frozen too, one hand on the zipper of the tent, wondering if I should look out, terrified of what I might see. My mind was scrambling, trying to find a normal box to put this in. A bear, I thought. A big bear walking around out there. Maybe a moose. They make big footsteps, right? But bears and moose, they wander. They don't walk a steady, patient line just beyond your campfire light. And the timing, right after my boy cut into that post, that wasn't an animal. That was a response. We listened for what felt like forever. The normal sounds of the night, the crickets, the little rustles in the leaves, they were all gone. It was just us and the soft sound of our own breathing. Then a new noise started. It was a low, wet sound. A sniffing. Not a little animal sniff, but a deep, guttural, pulling in of air sound, like a dog trying to catch a scent but bigger, throatier. It moved from our left to our right, a steady shuffling drag followed by that horrible wet sniff. It was walking the edge of the clearing, right where the trees started, right along that invisible line the ranger had talked about. My wife's grip on our son tightened. The sniffing got closer to the side where the post stood. When it reached the spot directly opposite that black timber, it stopped. The woods went still again for one beat, too. Then the sniffing started up, intense now, focused, right on that spot. It was like whatever it was had found the motherlode of scents. And then the post reacted. I saw it through the mesh window of our tent, silhouetted against the slightly less black sky. The whole thing shuddered. It was a quick, sharp tremor, like someone had hit it with a sledgehammer. A small cloud of old bark dust puffed out around it, and then something began to ooze from the carving, from the J my son had made. It was black, blacker than the wood itself, and thick like syrup. It didn't drip. It flowed, slow and purposeful, tracing the shape of the letter perfectly, filling the groove until it looked like a fancy initial painted in tar. The sniffing stopped dead. The woods were so utterly without sound it made my ears ring. We waited, hearts hammering against our ribs. And then a voice came out of the dark. It wasn't a roar or a growl. It was a whisper, but it carried across the clearing like it was spoken right next to our tent. It was clotted muddy, like it was made of wet soil and rotten leaves being pushed together to form words. It didn't speak to me or my wife. It spoke to our son, using the name that started with that carved letter. "Thank you for the invitation." That's what it said, clear as day. My boy let out a tiny, choked whimper against my wife's hand. Every hair on my body stood straight up. This was it. Every kid's nightmare, every parent's deepest fear, was standing right outside in the dark, and it knew my child's name. I fumbled for the flashlight I kept by my sleeping bag. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip it. Part of me wanted to turn it on, to blast that thing with light, to see what it was. A bigger, smarter part of me was screaming that if I saw it, if I really saw it, I would lose my mind right then and there. So I just clutched it, a useless plastic club, and listened. Nothing else happened. No more thumping, no more sniffing, no more voice. The post just stood there, that black J gleaming with a faint, oily look in the starlight. We stayed like that, statue still, for the rest of the night. None of us slept. We just watched the sky slowly turn from black to deep gray to a washed-out purple. The moment there was enough light to see the shapes of the trees, I moved. "Get your shoes on," I whispered, my voice rough and cracked. "We're getting in the car." "Now." We didn't speak. We didn't unzip the tent carefully. We practically ripped it open and stumbled out into the cold morning air. We left everything, the sleeping bags, the cooler, the tent itself, just standing there. All we grabbed were the car keys from the picnic table. We ran to the car, a desperate, clumsy scramble, and I hit the button to unlock it. The chirp of the horn was the loudest, most out-of-place sound I'd ever heard. We piled in, me in the driver's seat, my wife and son in the back together, and I hit the locks. The solid thunk of the doors locking was a small, fleeting comfort. I started the engine, and the rumble felt like safety, like civilization. I threw the car into reverse and started backing down the narrow road, my eyes glued to the clearing in my rearview mirror. The tent looked sad and abandoned. The post stood there, straight and dark, and then I had to hit the brakes. I couldn't leave. Not yet. I had to see it. I had to know. "Stay here," I said. "Lock the doors after me." My wife started to protest, a scared, wordless sound, but I was already opening my door. The morning air was crisp and clean, smelling of pine and lake water, a cruel imitation of the peace we'd felt the day before. I walked back toward the campsite, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I stopped a good 10 feet from the post. Up close in the daylight, it just looked like an old, carved-up timber. But the J was different. The black stuff that had oozed out last night had hardened. It wasn't shiny anymore. It was a dull, crusty black, sealed into the carving like a scar made of tar. I reached out, hesitated, then touched it. It was rock hard and cold. I looked at the ground around the base of the post. The dirt was packed firm, but then I saw it. Starting right at the bottom of the post, right where that black J was, a thin line in the soil was etched into the earth. It was as thin as a piece of string, and so shallow you'd miss it if you weren't looking for it. It ran in a perfectly straight line away from the post, directly toward our tent. It went right under the corner of the tent floor, and continued out the other side toward the lake. It was like a crack, but not a random one. It was a line, a new property line, drawn in the dirt. My stomach turned over. I turned and hurried back to the car, got in, and locked the door again. I didn't say anything about the line. I just backed the rest of the way down the road until I found a spot wide enough to turn around, and then I pointed the car toward the highway and stepped on the gas. The drive home was the opposite of the drive up. No games, no chatter. My son stared out the window, pale and quiet. My wife stared straight ahead, her jaw tight. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shadow moving between the trees alongside the road, keeping pace with us. We got home, to our normal house on our normal street, and the normalcy felt like a lie. We unpacked the car in a hurry, throwing the dirty clothes into the wash, putting the unused food away. We acted like if we cleaned up fast enough, we could clean up the memory too. But it was in our house now. That first night home, my son cried out in his sleep. Not a normal nightmare yell, but a sharp, scared sound. I went to his room. He was sitting up in bed, eyes wide open but not seeing me. He was staring at the wall, the one that faced the backyard and the little patch of woods behind our property. "He's lonely," my son mumbled, his voice slurry with sleep. "He just wants to play." I said I would. Then he blinked, saw me, and started crying for real. I held him until he fell asleep again, but my mind was racing. It wasn't over. We had left the woods, but we hadn't left it behind. The invitation had been sent, and it had been accepted. And whatever was on the other end of that invitation, it wasn't done with us yet. The question wasn't about what was in those woods anymore. The question, the one that kept my eyes open staring at the ceiling while my family slept, was much simpler and much worse. How do you take back an invitation once the guest is already on its way? The next few days at home were a kind of quiet torture. The woods were 50 miles away, but the feeling from that clearing was in our house, a cold spot in every room. My boy wasn't himself. He used to be a ball of energy, always building Lego castles, or begging to kick a soccer ball in the backyard. Now he just moved from one spot to another, slow and listless, like his batteries were permanently low. His face was pale, and he had these dark smudges under his eyes like he wasn't sleeping, even though he spent hours just lying on the couch staring at the ceiling. The worst was when he'd sit in the bay window in our living room. He'd pull his knees up to his chin and just watch the little strip of trees at the back of our property. He'd watch for so long without blinking it scared me. I'd ask him what he was looking at, and he'd just shrug and say, "Nothing." But his eyes never left the trees. My wife tried to push us back to normal. She made his favorite pancakes, she put on loud, cheerful cartoons, she talked about planning a trip to the zoo. It was like watching someone try to shine a flashlight into a well that had no bottom. The light just got swallowed up. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit and watch my son fade away. So while he stared out the window and my wife scrubbed already clean counters, I hunched over my laptop at the kitchen table. I started searching for anything at all, that could explain what we saw. I typed in weird phrases from that night. Warding post. Forest spirit invitation. Black sap from carving. Most of it was garbage, silly ghost story forums and bad horror movie plots. But then deep in the results, I found a different kind of site. It looked old, the text plain and bunched together, like it was typed on an actual typewriter and scanned in. It talked about folklore, real pioneer and settler stories from this specific region. My heart started beating faster as I read. They mentioned ward posts or watch beams. They were put up, the site said, not to keep people out, but to mark a boundary for something else. To define a claim. The rules were always the same, repeated in story after story. You never damage the post. A mark on it isn't vandalism. It's a signature. It's an acceptance of terms. I read that and felt the blood drain from my face. A signature. My son's initial. He hadn't just misbehaved. He'd signed a contract written in a language we didn't know, with a party we couldn't see. I was falling down this rabbit hole, my coffee gone cold next to me, when my wife came up behind me. She saw the screen, saw the words territorial forest spirit and binding claim. She snapped. "What are you doing?" she said, her voice sharp. "Stephen, this is nonsense. You're going to make yourself crazy. It's not nonsense." I shot back, louder than I meant to. "Look at him. Look at our son. This is what fits. What fits is that he had a terrifying experience," she fired back, her eyes glistening. "He's traumatized. He needs stability and calm, not you reading him fairy tales about monsters." She reached over and slammed my laptop shut. "We are taking him to a doctor. A real one." So we did. We went to our pediatrician, a nice man who'd seen our son since he was a baby. He checked his ears, his throat, listened to his heart. He asked him gentle questions about the camping trip. My son just looked at his shoes and gave one-word answers. The doctor gave us a sympathetic smile. "Physically, he's fine. This sounds like a classic anxiety response to a frightening event. A night terror, some unusual sounds in the woods. It can shake a child up deeply. My advice is routine. Comfort. Maybe talk to a child psychologist if it doesn't improve in a few weeks." He handed us a pamphlet. We walked out of the office, the bright fluorescent lights, and the smell of antiseptic feeling like a different universe. The doctor's explanation was clean, logical, safe. And it felt completely, utterly wrong. It was like describing a house fire as a draft. That night, I waited until my wife was asleep, and I went back online. I found that old site again and dug deeper, into archived pages and scanned documents. I found a link to a PDF, a scan of a settler's journal from the 1800s. The handwriting was spidery and hard to read, but one passage near the bottom was circled in the scan by someone else. A modern person maybe, like they wanted to make sure it was seen. I leaned close to the screen, squinting. It read, "The post does not repel the Holtkin. It defines his claim. The ground within the line is his garden. The marked one is his, and the post holds them separate until the claim is collected." The words Holtkin and marked one, and claim is collected seemed to pulse on the screen. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. This wasn't a ghost story. This was a manual. And according to it, my son was considered property, and that post was just a temporary holding pen. I printed the page. I needed to show my wife. She had to see this. But the next morning, when I went to the printer, it was gone. I found it in the kitchen trash can, crumpled into a ball. My wife was making coffee, her back to me. "Why did you throw this away?" I asked, pulling the paper out, trying to smooth it. She didn't turn around. "Because it's poison," she said, her voice flat. "You're choosing to believe in some forest demon over a medical doctor. I won't let you fill this house with that fear. We're going to have a normal weekend. I've booked a hotel in the city. We're going to the science museum. We're going to that pizza place he loves. And we're going to forget about those stupid woods." She finally turned, and her expression was fierce, a mother's defiance. We're getting our son back my way. I wanted to argue, to shake her and make her see, but the look in her eyes was also one of sheer terror. This was how she was fighting it, by denying it existed at all. So we went. We packed an overnight bag and drove to the city. The change was jarring, the noise of traffic, the tall buildings, the crowds of people. It was supposed to feel safe, insulated. We checked into the hotel, a nice one with a big pool and bright lights. My son perked up a little, fascinated by the elevator and the view from our high floor. For a couple of hours, I started to doubt myself. Maybe my wife was right. Maybe the noise and the light would shake whatever this was loose. The next day, we went to the big Central Park. It was sunny, filled with families, the air smelling of grass and popcorn. Kids were shouting, running, playing tag. My wife pointed to a playground. "Go on, sweetie," she said, giving our son a little nudge. "Go play." He walked toward the other children, but he moved slowly, like he was wading through deep water. He stopped at the edge of the colorful play structure, just watching. My wife and I sat on a bench nearby, holding hands, holding our breath, hoping to see him run and laugh. He didn't run. He stood there for a long time, perfectly still amidst the chaos of playing kids. Then very slowly, he turned his head. He wasn't looking at the swings or the slide. He was looking across the wide green lawn at a giant, old oak tree that stood by itself, its branches twisted and gnarled with age. He raised his hand, pointed one finger directly at that ancient tree. His voice, when he spoke, was clear and carried over the playing children's laughter. He said, "He's here too." My wife's hand clenched mine, so hard her nails dug into my palm. We both stared at the tree. It was just a tree, an old, big, normal city park tree. But in that moment, with our son pointing at it with the certainty of someone spotting a friend in a crowd, it became the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. The woods weren't the problem. The post wasn't the problem. The problem was the claim. And the claim, it seemed, could follow you anywhere. The normal sounds of the park, the kids laughing, the distant ice cream truck music, all of it faded into a meaningless buzz. The only thing that was real was my son's pointing finger, and the understanding that settled over my wife and me at the same time. A cold, shared truth that no doctor could ever explain. We couldn't outrun this. It wasn't in a place. It was attached to our child. And if it was here, in the middle of a sunny city park, then there was nowhere left for us to go. The car ride home from the city was the quietest 2 hours of my life. The cheerful hotel room, the sunny park, all of it felt like a painted backdrop that had now been torn down, showing the real world behind it, a world that was wrong. My wife didn't speak. She just held our son's hand in the back seat, staring out the window, her face a mask of stunned defeat. The pointing incident had broken her. Her way, the way of denial and normal life, had just slammed into a wall there in that park. When we got home, I didn't unload the overnight bags. I went straight to the kitchen table and opened my laptop. This time, my wife didn't stop me. She just put our son in front of the TV and sat down across from me, her eyes hollow. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice a dry whisper. I didn't have a good answer, but I had a terrible idea. "We have to go back," I said. She flinched like I'd slapped her. "No, absolutely not. Listen to me," I said, leaning forward. "It's not about the place. It's about the post. The post is the legal document. The claim is filed there. If there's a way to break this, to void it, it's there, at the source. We can't run from a ghost, but maybe we can fix the paperwork." It sounded insane even as I said it, but the alternative was waiting for whatever collection meant, and that was a thought I couldn't live with. It took another day of arguing, of watching our son grow even quieter, before she finally agreed. She did it with the resignation of someone walking to their own execution. We packed the car again, but this time it wasn't with camping gear and hope. It was with a grim determination and a cooler full of food we had no appetite for. The drive back to the forest felt like traveling backward in time into a bad dream. The woods seemed to watch us as we drove in. When we pulled into campsite number 7, the first thing I noticed was the air. It was still, not peaceful still, empty still. There were no bird calls, no chattering squirrels. The only sound was the crunch of our tires on the gravel. And then there was the post. It had changed. It was no longer standing straight up like a soldier. It was leaning, just a subtle tilt inward toward the campsite, like a tree starting to fall. The black jay was no longer a dull scab. In the daylight, it had a weird, wet look to it, and it seemed to pulse very slightly, a trick of the light maybe, but it made my eyes hurt to look at it for too long. We didn't set up the tent. We just sat in the car for a long time, staring at the clearing. This was a mistake, my wife said softly. I didn't answer. I got out of the car. I had to find the ranger. I needed to know what he really knew. I drove to the ranger station first, but they said he was off duty. A younger ranger there gave me a funny look when I described the older guy. Oh, you mean Joe? He's been having a tough time lately. He gave me the name of a bar in the nearest town, a dusty little place off the main road. I found him there, sitting alone in a corner booth in the dim light, a half-empty glass of amber liquid in front of him. He looked older, worn down to the nub. He saw me and didn't seem surprised. He just nodded toward the seat across from him. I sat down. You went back, he said. It wasn't a question. My son is sick, I said, cutting to the chase. He carved his initial. That night we heard things. A voice. It thanked him for the invitation. What did we invite? The ranger Joe took a long drink. He put the glass down carefully. You think the post keeps it out? He said, his words slightly slurred but his eyes sharp and full of a terrible knowledge. Wrong. It keeps the claimed ones in. It's a property line. Your boy, by marking it, put himself on the other side of that line. In its eyes, your boy is already in his garden. The post is just the fence. And you, he looked at me with pity. You're standing outside the fence, yelling for someone who doesn't belong to you anymore. His words were a physical blow. I felt the air leave my lungs. How do we break the fence? I asked, my voice tight. He laughed, a short, bitter sound. You don't. The fence breaks when he comes to collect what's his, or when the marked one walks across on his own. He finished his drink. For God's sake, I tried to warn you. Now get out of here. Leave. Maybe you can still save yourselves. I drove back to the campsite feeling worse than when I'd left. My wife was sitting on the picnic table, our son leaning against her, just staring at the leaning post. I told her what the ranger said. She didn't cry. She just got a hard, fierce look in her eyes. No, she said. No, he is not his. He is mine. Ours. That afternoon, in the bright, unnatural daylight of the empty clearing, I had an idea. A stupid, desperate idea. If the mark was the problem, maybe we could remove it. I took the hatchet from our emergency kit from the car. I walked up to the post. The black jay seemed to watch me. I raised the hatchet and swung it sideways, aiming to smash the carving, to obliterate that initial from the wood. The blade hit the black, hardened sap with a sound like striking stone. A jolt of numbing vibration shot up the handle and into my arm, making my teeth ache. I stumbled back, dropping the hatchet. The post itself let out a low, groaning hum, a sound that came from deep within the wood, a sound that shouldn't have been possible. The groaning faded, but the jay was untouched. Not a scratch. It was like trying to chop steel. My wife rushed over. Are you okay? I nodded, rubbing my numb arm, staring at the post with a new kind of fear. It wasn't just wood. It was something else now, something that defended itself. As the sun started to go down, the emptiness of the woods became a presence. It wasn't just that there were no animals. It was that the woods felt full anyway, but full of something that didn't breathe, didn't move, just watched and waited from 1,000 hidden places. We ate a cold dinner in the car, not wanting to be outside. We had decided to sleep in the car too, all three of us crammed in, the doors locked. It felt safer than the tent. When night fell, it was complete. No moon, no stars, just a blanket of black. We had the curtains pulled over the car windows. My son was curled up in the back seat, asleep or pretending to be. My wife and I were in the front, staring into the dark, listening. The woods were void of sound. Then my son sat up. He didn't groan or stretch. He just sat straight up. His eyes were open, wide and unblinking, reflecting the dim green light from the car's dashboard. He looked at neither of us. He looked straight ahead, through the windshield, at the black shape of the leaning post. And he spoke, but the voice was not his. It was the wet, clotted, earthen voice from the first night. It came out of his mouth, calm and clear. The mark calls. The fence strains. Then he blinked, slumped back against the seat, and was asleep again, breathing normally. My wife let out a choked sob and clutched him to her. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. It was in him. It was using him to speak. We were losing him not by inches anymore, but by leaps. We spent another sleepless night jumping at every creak of the car settling. At the first gray light of dawn, I got out, my body stiff and aching. I had to see. I walked to the post. The leaning was more pronounced. The crack in the ground, that thin line that had started at its base, was now wider, a small trench you could fit your finger into, and it still ran straight to where our tent had been and beyond. But that wasn't the worst of it. As I turned to walk back to the car, my foot scuffed the dirt near the post. I looked down. From the base of the post, where the main crack began, several new, hair-thin lines had split off in the dirt. They were shallow, but they were there. And they weren't random. They were spreading, slowly, like the roots of an invisible tree, reaching out across the campsite. One of them was pointing directly at the driver's side door of our car. The fence wasn't just straining. It was cracking, and its cracks were coming for us. Sitting in the car that morning, watching those thin cracks spider out from the post toward us, I felt a desperate, ugly idea form in my head. The ranger said this was about a claim, like a property dispute. In the old stories, disputes were sometimes settled with offerings. A trade. Maybe we could make a deal. I didn't say anything to my wife. I just got out and rummaged in the trunk for the small, collapsible fishing trap I'd brought on our first trip, a silly thing meant to catch minnows for fun. The woods around the clearing were still empty of any normal life, but I remembered seeing rabbit tracks near the lake the day we first arrived. I walked down there, my skin crawling, feeling watched from 1,000 angles. I set the trap near some brush, my hands trembling, a piece of granola bar for bait. It felt grotesque, trying to catch a life to trade for my son's, but the alternative was doing nothing. I checked the trap a few hours later. There was a young rabbit inside, alive, its sides heaving fast with fear. I didn't let myself think about it. I carried the trap back to the clearing, the rabbit a soft weight of panic inside it. My wife saw me and her eyes went wide with understanding, then horror. She turned away, putting her hands over her ears, as if she could block out what I was about to do. I took the hatchet. I did it quickly, behind a tree, my stomach turning over. I'm not a hunter. The sound, the finality of it, made me want to vomit. I carried the limp, warm body, wrapped in a plastic bag, and placed it right on the boundary line, on one of those fresh, thin cracks in the dirt. I knelt there, feeling like a caveman pleading with a lightning storm. My voice was a raw whisper. Take this. A life for a life. Revoke the claim. Leave my son. Please. I backed away, my heart hammering. The clearing was still. The leaning post just stood there. The black jay seemed to drink the afternoon light. We waited in the car, all of us not speaking. Minutes ticked by. An hour. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in orange and purple, a beautiful show that felt like a cruel joke. Just as I started to think nothing would happen, that my brutal gesture was meaningless, movement caught my eye. From the deep green shadows of the treeline, something extended. It wasn't an animal leg. It was too long, too jointed in the wrong places. It was a limb of sorts, made of what looked like shifting shadow and polished, dark wood, like the branch of an old, dead tree given a sick kind of life. It didn't rush out. It slid, smooth and silent, across the forest floor. It stopped over the rabbit. For a second, I thought it would take it. Then, with a motion that was both casual and full of contempt, the tip of that limb flicked. It didn't pick the offering up. It batted it. The rabbit's body flew through the air, tumbling end over end, and landed with a soft, wet thud right at my feet, where I stood by the car door. The message was as clear as if it had been shouted. Your currency is no good here. The shadowy limb slid back into the trees and was gone. My wife, who had seen it all, let out a sound then. It wasn't a scream. It was a raw, guttural roar of pure rage and grief. She exploded from the car, slamming the door behind her. She stalked to the middle of the clearing, turning in a wild circle, her face tilted up to the darkening sky. You leave him alone, she shrieked at the woods, her voice cracking. He is mine. Do you hear me? You can't have him. Her defiance echoed and then faded, swallowed by the waiting trees. There was no answer, just the slow, steady tilt of the post leaning further inward. We went back into the car, defeated. The night was coming, and we had no plan left. My son was awake now, listless, staring at nothing. As I got into the driver's seat, I saw his eyes flick to something on the picnic table. I followed his gaze. My breath caught. Sitting right in the center of the weathered wooden table was a knife. It hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. It was beautiful in a terrible, alien way. The handle was made of dark, polished antler, smooth and fitted to a grip. The blade was a long shard of black obsidian, sharpened to an edge that looked like it could split a hair. It was a whittling knife, a craftsman's tool, but it was made for a hand much larger than a child's. It was a gift, a counteroffer. My wife saw it too. Before I could move, she was out of the car again. She marched to the table, snatched up the knife, and with all her strength, she hurled it in a high arc deep into the woods. We heard it clatter through branches, falling away into the gloom. She came back, breathing hard, her hands clenched into fists. "We're leaving," she said, her voice flat and final. "Now." We pack up, we drive to the airport, and we get on a plane to somewhere on the other side of the world. Tonight. It was a plan built on pure flight, not reason, but it was a plan. We moved fast, a frenzied packing. We threw our few things into the trunk. We didn't look at the post. We didn't look at the woods. We just moved, a machine of fear. My son, however, moved slower and slower. He dragged his feet. His eyes kept drifting back toward the trees where the beautiful knife had disappeared. When it was time to get in the car, he stood by the door, just staring at his shoes. "He says I could make beautiful things with it," he mumbled, almost to himself. My wife and I shared a look of pure terror. The pull wasn't just in his mind anymore. It was a temptation, a whispered promise of something he wanted. We got him into the back seat, buckling him in. I got behind the wheel. My wife got in the passenger side and locked her door. This was it. We were leaving. I turned the key. The dashboard lights came on. But the engine didn't crank. It didn't even try. It was a dead, flat click. I tried again. Click. Again. Click. It wasn't the battery. The lights were bright. The radio would have played if we'd turned it on. It was as if the engine itself had become a block of inert metal, as if the spark, the very idea of ignition, had been sucked out of it. In that dead quiet, a new sound started. From the woods, from the other side of the leaning post, came a low, rasping, rhythmic sound. It took me a moment to recognize it. It was laughter, a deep, humorless, grinding laugh that vibrated through the car's frame. And underneath that laugh, starting up again after all this time, was the sound. The deep, rhythmic thump, thump, thump of footsteps. They weren't rushing toward us. They were walking a slow, deliberate path, pacing back and forth along the tree-line, along the edge of the clearing. They weren't trying to get in. They were walking the fence line. They were pacing the perimeter of a pen, and we were the animals trapped inside. I kept turning the key, click after useless click, as the thumping footsteps and the dry, rasping laughter filled the air. A terrible soundtrack to our final, horrible understanding. Running was never an option. We had been parked this whole time, not in a campsite, but in a holding cell. And the warden had just decided to remind us that the door was locked from the outside. The thumping and the laughter faded away after a while, leaving us in the car with just the sound of our own ragged breathing. We were trapped, and we all knew it. The idea of the car as a safe space was a joke. It was just a metal box parked inside a bigger, invisible box. Night fell, a deep, moonless black that felt like a lid closing. We couldn't sleep. We just sat, watching the windows, waiting for something to come out of the trees. Our son, exhausted, finally dozed off in the back seat. My wife and I took turns keeping watch, but it was pointless. What were we watching for? The thing that owned the land we were on. It didn't need to sneak up. Sometime in the dead hours of the night, I must have nodded off. A soft click woke me. It was the sound of a car door unlocking. My eyes flew open. The interior light was on. The back passenger door was wide open. And my son was gone. I jerked upright, my heart leaping into my throat. I looked out into the darkness. I saw him. He was already 20 feet from the car, walking across the open dirt of the clearing. He moved with a smooth, calm, steady step, still dressed in his pajamas, barefoot. He wasn't running. He wasn't sneaking. He was just walking like someone answering a call to dinner. And he was walking straight toward the boundary line, toward the leaning post and the woods beyond it. No! The word ripped out of me. I fumbled for my door handle, tumbled out of the car, and sprinted after him. My wife was right behind me, a cry caught in her throat. My son didn't turn. He didn't speed up. He just kept walking, his small form looking so fragile against the huge dark of the forest. I caught up to him just a few feet from where I imagined that invisible line ran, right where the rabbit had been rejected. I didn't grab him gently. I dove, tackling him around the waist. We went down in a tangle of limbs and a cloud of dry dirt. He didn't yell. He didn't cry out. He just started to fight, and his strength was all wrong. It wasn't the frantic struggling of a scared kid. It was a cold, wiry, determined strength that felt much too strong for his small body. He twisted in my grip, his arms pushing against me with a steady, relentless pressure, his eyes wide open but blank, reflecting only the faint starlight. He was trying to get up. He was trying to continue his walk into the woods. "Stop! Please, son, stop!" I begged, my voice cracking as I wrestled with him, pinning his shoulders to the ground. My wife fell to her knees beside us, her hands fluttering. wanting to help but afraid to touch him while he was like this. As I fought to hold my own child down, I looked up, toward the woods he was so desperate to reach. And I finally saw it. Really saw it. The moon chose that moment to break through a gap in the clouds, washing the clearing in a cold, blue-white light. There, just beyond the line of trees, standing as still as the oldest oak, was the claimant. It wasn't a shapeless monster. It had a form, an impossible, elegant form. It was tall, taller than the trees behind it, a towering silhouette made of tangled antlers and woven shadow. Its body seemed to shift and flow like dark mist, but the antlers were solid, a vast, thorny crown of polished bone and obsidian that caught the moonlight. It stood perfectly upright, waiting. It wasn't lunging. It wasn't reaching for us. It was just waiting. And in that moment, the ranger's words clicked into place with a final, dreadful clarity. This wasn't a predator hunting prey. This was a landlord, a king. It was standing on its property, waiting for a tenant to cross the threshold and take up residence. The sheer, patient confidence of it was worse than any roar. It knew it had already won. The shadow thing's head, a vortex of shifting leaves and sharp angles where a face should be, turned slowly. It was no longer looking at my son. It was looking at me, pinning its claimed property to the dirt. It tilted its head, a motion that was almost bird-like, full of a cold, curious intelligence. It was studying the obstacle. A low groan pulled my attention away from that terrible gaze. The warding post. As my son struggled, the post let out a long, aching groan of stressed wood. That vertical crack running up its length from the black J widened with a sharp crack sound. And the hair-thin line in the soil, the one that had been growing, suddenly pulsed with a faint, sickly greenish light, like foxfire, outlining the boundary it represented. The fence was breaking. Right now. Help me, I grunted to my wife. Together, we managed to get a proper hold on our son. His strange strength was ebbing, replaced by a limp exhaustion. We half-carried, half-dragged him back to the car, his feet making trails in the dirt. I couldn't stop myself from looking back. The antlered shadow hadn't moved. It just watched us retreat. We got him into the back seat, where he curled up and immediately fell into a deep, unnatural sleep. My wife climbed in to hold him, her whole body shaking. I stood outside the car for a second, gulping the cold air, trying to slow my pounding heart. We had stopped him this time, but for how long? The post was splintering. I walked a few steps closer to look at it. The crack was wide enough to fit my hand now, and from within the crack, a fresh trickle of that black, tarry sap was seeping out, oozing down the grooved symbols like black tears. It was breaking down, and when it failed, what then? Would that thing just walk across the line? I turned my back on it and walked to the car. I opened the driver's door, planning to just sit in the seat and stare at nothing until dawn. That's when I saw it. On the passenger seat, where my wife had been sitting, lay the knife. The beautiful, terrible antler and obsidian knife. It was back. We had thrown it into the deep woods. My wife had thrown it with all her strength. And now it was here, waiting for us, placed neatly on the fabric seat as if by an unseen hand. I picked it up. It was cold, colder than the night air. The black blade seemed to swallow the light. This wasn't just a gift anymore. It was a summons, a tool for the new life that was being offered. I looked at my son, asleep in the back, then out at the towering shadow that still stood, motionless and patient, at the edge of the woods. The fight in the clearing had changed things. It was no longer a slow pull. It was an active recruitment, and the tools for our surrender were being provided. I locked the knife in the glove compartment, a useless gesture. It had already found its way back once. The question hanging over us now was simple and brutal. Were we fighting to save our son, or were we just delaying the moment when he, or we, would finally pick up the knife? The knife in the glove box felt like a live wire sitting in the car with us, humming with a promise we didn't want to hear. My son slept that deep, unnatural sleep, and my wife and I just watched him, two guards at a cell door that was melting from the inside out. The whole fight, the thing in the woods just waiting, it had shown me the truth. We couldn't win by force. We couldn't run. But maybe, just maybe, we could win by a trick. A horrible last-ditch trick. I remembered something from the old stories, the idea that a contract is with a specific person. What if that person changed? Not physically, but inside. What if the boy who carved his initial, the boy who heard the voice and felt the pull, what if that version of my son simply ceased to exist? If we could make him forget, truly forget everything about that first day, the carving, the voice, the feeling of being called, would the claim have nothing to latch onto anymore? It was a desperate, ugly idea. It felt like trying to cure a sickness by cutting out a piece of the brain. I told my wife, whispering as our son slept in the back. She listened, her face growing paler with every word. "You want to erase his memory?" she said, her voice thin with horror. "We can't do that. That's a part of him. What's being taken from him is all of him," I argued, trying to keep my voice down. "This isn't a memory, it's a fishhook in his mind, and it's reeling him in. If we can cut the line, even if we lose a little bit of him, we save the rest." She looked at our sleeping boy, her eyes filled with tears. She saw the peace on his face, a peace that only came when he was too deep for the thing to reach him. She saw the alternative, him walking into those woods, gone forever. Slowly, with a trembling breath, she nodded. It was a nod of surrender to a terrible necessity. We had a first aid kit, and it was a small bottle of strong over-the-counter sleep aid, pills we used for long flights. It wasn't meant for kids, but the dose was small, and we were past worrying about labels. We also had water, and we had the power of our voices. We decided to try at dawn. In the tent we finally forced ourselves to set up for some semblance of shelter, a tiny nylon room under the leaning, cracked post. As the first gray light filtered through the trees, we woke our son. He was groggy, confused. We told him he wasn't feeling well, that he needed to take some medicine to help him rest. He trusted us. He swallowed the little pill with a sip of water, making a face. We laid him down in his sleeping bag in the tent, my wife sitting beside him, holding his hand. I sat on his other side. Outside, the woods were still. The post creaked occasionally. We waited for the pills to work. As his eyelids began to droop, I started to talk. I used my calmest, softest, most certain voice, the one I used to read bedtime stories when he was very small. "You had a dream," I began. "Just a bad dream when we first went camping. You dreamed about a big old tree, and you dreamed you carved it, but it was only a dream. The sounds at night were just the wind, a big, funny-sounding wind in the pines. The voice was the wind, too. There's no one in the woods calling you. There's just trees and birds and us. You felt scared because dreams can feel very real. But it's over now. The dream is fading away. You can let it go." I repeated it. I rephrased it. I painted a picture of a normal, slightly boring camping trip with a scary dream that was now dissolving like mist in the morning sun. My wife joined in, her voice trembling at first but growing stronger. "That's right, sweetheart. Just a dream. You're safe with us. There's no invitation. There's no mark. It was all in the dream." We were rewriting history. We were committing a quiet, loving violence against his own mind, trying to surgically remove a tumor of memory. As we spoke, his breathing deepened. The constant, faint tension that seemed to live in his jaw these past days eased. His small hand relaxed in my wife's grip. For a moment, a wild hope flared in my chest. It was working. We were sewing the hole in his soul shut. And then the woods reacted. A low rumble started, not from one place, but from all around the clearing, like the earth itself was growling. The thumping started again, but this wasn't a patrol. This was a frenzy. Thump, 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 thump. It was fast, furious, coming from everywhere at once, shaking the ground under the tent. The shadow thing wasn't waiting patiently anymore. It was angry. It was pounding on the walls of its own property. At the same time, the warding post began to glow. That sickly, greenish light from the crack in the soil raced up the length of the timber itself. The whole post shone with that awful foxfire radiance, and the black jay burned in the middle of it like a coal from a nightmare furnace. The thing in the woods wasn't trying to cross. It was pouring its energy into the post, reinforcing the claim, fighting our attempt to dissolve it from within. It was a battle of wills, us inside the tent with our whispered lies, it outside pouring its ancient, terrible intention into the breaking fence. The noise was terrifying, the tent walls vibrating, but we didn't stop. We raised our voices over the din, leaning close to our son's ears, repeating the new, safe story over and over. "Just a dream, just the wind, you are safe." His face was smooth, blank, a peaceful island in the storm of noise and light. And then suddenly it all stopped. The thumping ceased. The glow from the post flickered and went out, leaving it looking more splintered and frail than ever. The woods were still. The sudden absence of sound was almost as loud as the noise had been. My wife and I were panting, sweat cooling on our faces. We looked at each other across our son's sleeping form. Had we done it? Had we shouted down a forest god with a bedtime story? I felt a crushing exhaustion, but underneath it, a fragile thread of hope. We had tried everything else. Maybe this stupid, human trick had worked. Our son's eyelids fluttered. He was waking up. We watched, holding our breath. He opened his eyes. They were clear. Not blank, not distant. They were his eyes, the bright, curious eyes he'd had before any of this started. He looked at me, then at his mother. He smiled a small, sleepy smile. My heart leapt. It was him. It was really him. He took a breath, as if to speak. The hope in my chest was so big it hurt. Then he spoke. His voice was his own, his perfect, normal, 10-year-old voice, calm and certain. "It didn't work, Dad," he said. "He says forgetting is just another way of accepting." The words hung in the air between us, simple and final. Our ritual, our desperate brain surgery, hadn't removed the hook. It had just made him aware of it on a whole new level. The thing outside hadn't been defeated. It had been listening, and it had used our own attempt to send a message through our son's mouth. The fight drained out of me, leaving a cold, hollow space. My wife let out a soft, broken sound and buried her face in the sleeping bag. Our son looked at us with an expression that was both pitying and loving, a look too old for his face. He had crossed over to a place where we couldn't reach him, not with medicine or words or love. He had accepted a truth we were still fighting, and in doing so, he had left us behind. We were still his parents, but we were no longer his keepers. Something else held that title now, and it had just confirmed the terms of the lease in our child's own voice. The morning after our son spoke those terrible, calm words felt like the first morning after the end of the world. The sun came up normal and golden, but it shone on a different reality. Our boy was changed. The listlessness, the fear, the struggle, it was all gone. In its place was a serene certainty that was somehow worse. He moved with a new grace, unhurried, like he had all the time in the universe. He ate the breakfast my wife numbly prepared, chewing slowly, his eyes distant and thoughtful. He wasn't fighting the pull anymore. He was listening to it. The final night had passed without a single sound from the woods. The post leaned at a sharp angle, a good 45 degrees, its crack wide open, losing that black sap in a slow, steady drip. The glowing line on the ground had faded to a dull, persistent afterimage, like something burned into your eyes after looking at a bright light. The boundary wasn't just breaking. It was becoming irrelevant. We sat at the picnic table, the three of us, a sad imitation of a family meal. I couldn't eat. I just watched my son. He finished his food, wiped his mouth neatly, and stood up. He didn't look at us. He walked, not toward the woods, but to the ruined warding post. He placed his small hand flat against the black, hardened J of his initial. He stood there for a long moment, his head bowed, as if in communication. Then he turned and looked at us. His expression was one of profound pity and a love that had already stepped across a great distance. "You can stay out here," he said, his voice clear and gentle. "Or you can come with me. He says you can cross, if you accept the mark, too." The offer hung in the air, simple and monstrous. It wasn't a threat. It was an invitation, an immigration offer. My wife made a small, choked sound. I understood everything then, with a clarity that was like ice water in my veins. The entity didn't want to steal a child. It wanted to adopt a family, to grow its own. The post was never a warning for campers. It was a recruitment notice, a sign-up sheet nailed into the heart of the forest. A mark was an application, and my son's application had been approved, with the option to bring his dependents. "If we cross," I whispered to my wife, my eyes locked on my son's patient face, "we don't come back. We become part of the fence for the next people." I remembered the ranger's tired, drunk eyes. How many others had there been? How many posts were out there, waiting for a signature? My wife stood up. Her face was streaked with tears, but her jaw was set. She took a step toward our son. My hand shot out and grabbed her wrist. "No," I breathed. She looked at me, her eyes a storm of agony and love. "He's my baby," she said, her voice raw. "I can't leave him to go in there alone." "You won't be leaving him," our son said, as if explaining something simple. "You'll be joining him. It's not dark. It's just different. He's lonely. He wants a family. We can be his family." He said it with such straightforward logic that for a second it almost made sense. The shadow at the edge of the woods moved. For the first time, it stepped fully into the clearing. The morning sun didn't shine on it. The light seemed to bend around its form, a silhouette of woven night and ancient branch. It was taller than I remembered, towering and elegant, its crown of antlers seeming to scrape the bottom of the sky. It didn't rush. It didn't threaten. It walked with a slow, stately grace to a point just behind my son, stopping right where the glowing line had been. It was no longer a monster at the gate. It was a sovereign on his own land, and my son was his herald. It extended one long, graceful limb. It wasn't made of flesh or bone, but of shifting forest shadow and polished dark wood, intricate as a living root system. It didn't reach to grab. It held its limb out, palm up, in a gesture of greeting, an invitation to cross over. Behind us, with a sound like a dry bone snapping, the warding post gave way. It broke clean in half. The top portion, with its swirling, unreadable symbols, crashed to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. The bottom half, with the black J glaring up from it, remained stuck in the earth like a stub of a rotten tooth. The fence was down. The property line was gone. There was no longer a this side and that side. There was just the clearing and the woods, and us standing in the middle, with a king and a prince waiting for our answer. My son held out his other hand toward us, his small, familiar hand I had held crossing 1,000 streets. "It's time to decide," he said softly. My wife looked from his outstretched hand to the towering, beautiful, terrible thing behind him, to my own horrified face. This was the choice. Let our son walk into that unknown, becoming something not human, part of a forest claim for the rest of time. Or step forward, take his hand, and let that shadowy limb close around ours, accepting the mark, whatever that meant, and changing forever, becoming part of the story that would lure the next family, the next camper, the next signatory. There was no winning. There was only choosing which kind of losing we could bear. The wind blew through the clearing, carrying the scent of pine and deep, damp earth. It was a beautiful day. My wife's hand was trembling in mine. Our son waited, his eyes full of a love that was already transforming into something else, something older. The antlered king stood motionless, a patient gardener awaiting new seeds. We had come for a simple weekend in the woods. Now we stood on the border of a world we never knew existed, guests who had accidentally signed a lease for a permanent residence, with the landlord waiting for us to pick up the keys. Story number 4. The box the old lady left me was a real pain to carry. I'm telling you, it felt like she'd filled it with concrete blocks instead of whatever old person stuff she thought I needed. And I, Neil, stumbled through my own front door with it, my back complaining with every step. She was my neighbor for years, a sweet woman who baked cookies that were somehow always a little burnt. And when she got sick at the end, it was me who checked in on her, who brought her groceries, who sat in that quiet, clean-smelling hospice room when her family couldn't be there. So when she passed and her daughter handed me this heavy cardboard box saying, "Mom wanted you to have some personal things," I couldn't say no, even though I didn't want any of it. Grief is heavy enough without adding literal weight to it. I dumped the box on my kitchen table with a thud that made my coffee mug rattle, and just stared at it for a while, not really wanting to open a door into all those memories. Finally, I got a knife and slit the tape. The smell that wafted out was like walking into a forgotten attic, all dust and dried flowers and time. I pulled out a couple of those crocheted blanket things, the kind with all the holes in them, in colors that haven't been popular since before I was born. Under that were a few photo albums, the plastic pages sticking together a little, filled with pictures of people smiling in clothes that looked funny now, at parties and barbecues I'd never been a part of. It felt weird, like I was spying on a life that wasn't mine. At the very bottom, wrapped in one of those old-fashioned pillowcases with yellow stripes, was something flat and solid. I unwrapped it carefully, and my breath caught for a second. It was a Ouija board, but not the cheesy glow-in-the-dark one I'd messed around with as a kid at sleepovers. This thing was beautiful. It was made of real, smooth wood, sanded and polished to a dark shine. The letters and numbers and the yes and no in the corners were painted by hand in this swirling, gold color that looked almost fancy. The little heart-shaped piece you're supposed to use to point at the letters, the planchette, wasn't wood or plastic. It was made of this heavy, cool glass with a little brass viewport in the center. It felt serious. It felt old. It felt nothing like a toy. Tucked under it was a small, folded piece of stationery with little roses on the edges. In her shaky, spidery handwriting it read, "For you. It always listened to me. True luck comes from listening. Better it stays with you now." I didn't know what to make of that. It gave me a strange feeling, a little chill that walked down my spine even though my kitchen was warm. It always listened. That was a weird way to put it. I turned the board over in my hands. It was just a board. A creepy, maybe antique board, but still just a thing. I figured she was old, she was sentimental about strange stuff, and maybe this was her idea of a thoughtful gift for the guy who took her trash out when she was too weak. Not wanting to seem rude, I decided to keep it. I put it up on the highest shelf of my bookcase in the living room, way out of the way, more like a decoration than anything else. I stacked some big books next to it, so it wasn't so obvious. There, I thought. Done. A strange gift from a nice old lady. End of story. A week went by, a normal week of work and TV, and not thinking about sad things. I was lying in bed one night, my phone glowing in the dark as I scrolled mindlessly through nothing, when a notification popped up at the top of my screen. It was a Facebook friend request. My brain, tired from the day, read the name without really processing it at first. Then it hit me like a bucket of ice water. The name was Eleanor Henderson. Her name. My dead neighbor's name. The profile picture was her, the same one I'd seen 100 times. Her standing in her tomato garden wearing a big sun hat and a smile. My thumb hovered over the screen. I felt cold all over. This wasn't possible. I clicked on the profile. It was hers, all right. Last post was from months ago, a picture of some flowers. But the friend request, the timestamp said it was sent at 3:07 a.m. that very night. I looked at my clock. It was 3:22 a.m. right now. She had been buried 5 days ago. A jolt of pure, animal fear shot through me. I sat straight up in bed, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I just stared at that screen, at her smiling face, in the middle of the night, in my dark room. My mind raced in crazy circles. Could someone have hacked her account? But why? To mess with me specifically? That didn't make any sense. I was nobody. I threw the phone down on the bed like it had bitten me and turned on the lamp, flooding the room with light. The sudden brightness made me blink, and the ordinary sight of my messy room made the whole thing feel silly. I was spooking myself over nothing. I picked the phone back up, my hand steadier. I declined the friend request. I then clicked the option to mark it as spam and block the account. There, I thought. Problem solved. Whatever glitch or sick joke this was, I wasn't playing. I put the phone face down and tried to go back to sleep, but it took a long time. And when I did finally drift off, my dreams were full of whispering I couldn't understand. The next day, in the bright, normal sunshine, the whole thing felt even dumber. I met my friend for lunch, the one I play basketball with on weekends. Over burgers, I told him about it, trying to play it off like a funny story. "You won't believe this," I said, forcing a laugh. "I got a friend request last night from my old neighbor, the one who just died." He stopped with a fry halfway to his mouth, his eyebrows going up. Then he shrugged and took a bite. "Dude, that's just a hacked account," he said, his voice full of easy logic. "Happens all the time when people die. Their pages just sit there in spam bits, or weirdos find them." "Did you decline it?" I nodded. "Yeah, and blocked it." "Then you're fine," he said, waving his fry like he was swatting the problem away. "Forget about it. It's nothing." Hearing him say it out loud, so confidently, made all the tension in my shoulders melt away. Of course. It was a hacked account. A random, creepy coincidence. It made perfect sense. I felt a little embarrassed for getting so worked up. We finished lunch talking about the game, and I went home feeling normal again. I even looked at the board on the shelf, and just saw a board. A weird gift, but just an object. To be extra safe, though, I spent a few minutes tightening up my own Facebook privacy settings, making my profile so locked down that only friends could see anything. It made me feel in control, like I was building a little digital fence around my life. That night, I slept better. 2 nights later, the fear came back. It crashed over me in a wave, so sudden it left me gasping. I was asleep, dead asleep, and the buzzing was insistent, vibrating against my nightstand. I fumbled for the phone, the screen blinding me in the pitch black. 3 a.m. Again, a notification for a direct message. My stomach twisted into a cold knot before I even opened it. It was from her, from Eleanor Henderson's profile, the one I had blocked. There was no text in the message, just a single image file. My thumb trembled as I tapped to open it. The picture loaded, blurry at first, then sharpening. It was a photo of a living room, a bookshelf, my bookshelf. I recognized the books, the little knickknacks, everything. And there, right in the center of the picture, was the Ouija board. The angle was all wrong. It wasn't a picture taken from across the room. It was taken from near the hallway, like someone was standing just inside my living room, pointing their phone at my shelf. I made a sound, a kind of choked gasp, and threw the phone. It hit the wall with a thump and fell to the carpet. I scrambled out of bed, turning on every light as I went, my breath coming in short, sharp pants. I grabbed a baseball bat from my closet and checked every room, every closet, behind every door. The house was empty. The doors were locked. The windows were shut. I was completely alone. but someone or something had been in my house. They had taken a picture, and they had sent it to me from the account of a dead woman. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, the bat across my knees, staring at the board on the shelf. It didn't look beautiful anymore. It looked like a door, and something had just knocked. As the first gray light of morning finally crept through the windows, a terrible, sinking realization settled in my gut. This was not a hack. This was not a coincidence. This was a message, and the message was clear. I'm not out there. I'm in here. The board sat silent on the shelf, but the question it asked was louder than any scream. What did it want with me? I spent the whole next day in a fog, jumping at every little noise my house made. The photo on my phone was real. I checked it 100 times, zooming in on the details of my own bookshelf, the grain of the wood, the spine of a specific book I knew was there. It was my living room, no doubt about it. The angle proved someone had been standing inside my home. I changed all the locks myself, my hands clumsy and sweating, even though there were no signs of a break-in. I bought window alarms, little shrieking magnets you stick on, and put them on every single window. I felt like I was fortifying a castle against something that could already walk through walls. I called a friend, the one who knew about tech stuff, and asked him in a voice I tried to keep calm if a blocked person could still send you photos. He said no, not unless they made a brand new account, but then they'd have to find me again, which would be tricky if my privacy settings were tight. He asked why, and I made up a lame story about an ex, my face burning with the lie. The board still sat on the shelf. I couldn't bring myself to touch it. It felt like looking at a hornet's nest. Disturbing it might make everything worse. I thought about burning it, about taking it out to the backyard and smashing it to splinters with a hammer. But a deep, superstitious dread held me back. What if breaking it was what it wanted? What if that opened something? I was so tired from no sleep that my eyes felt full of sand. That night, I decided no more messing around. I took a sleeping pill, one of the strong ones from when I had a toothache, hoping it would knock me out so completely that not even a marching band in my bedroom could wake me. I needed to escape, even if just for a few hours. The pill pulled me under fast, a thick, black curtain dropping over my mind. I woke up feeling wrong. My neck was stiff, and there was a dull ache in my back. I wasn't in my bed. I was sitting upright in my office chair. The room was dark, the only light coming from my laptop screen, which glowed with a pale, bluish light right in my face. A wave of disorientation hit me, followed by a spike of ice-cold fear. I never sleepwalk. Never. I blinked, trying to understand. My laptop was open, and on the screen was her Facebook profile again. Not a notification, but the actual profile page, like I had pulled it up myself. And in the search bar at the top of the screen, clear as day, was a line of text I had not typed. It said, "How to remove a spiritual attachment from an object." My blood turned to slush in my veins. I just stared, my brain refusing to work. Did I do this? In my sleep? I must have. I had to have. There was no other explanation. But the words were so specific, so terrifyingly on point. I felt a sick curiosity mix with the dread. My hand, moving almost on its own, reached for the touchpad. The cursor moved to the message box on her profile. My fingers settled on the keys. I didn't want to do it, but I couldn't stop myself. It was like watching a movie of my own hands. I typed 3 words. "Are you there?" I hit send. The reaction was instant. The little icon showing the message had been seen popped up immediately. Then those 3 little dots appeared, bouncing, showing someone was typing a reply. I couldn't breathe. A reply came through. It said, "I'm here. The door is stuck. Help me." A whimper escaped my throat. I looked at the timestamp on the message. It said 4:04 a.m. I looked at the clock in the corner of my laptop screen. It said 4:07 a.m. The message was sent 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes before I even woke up and found myself here. Logic shattered. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was something else. Panic exploded in my chest. I slammed the laptop shut, so hard the sound cracked through the dark room. I stumbled to the light switch, flooding the office with light, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was alone. I was always alone. But I wasn't in control. Something was using me like a puppet when I was asleep. The sleeping pill was supposed to stop that, but it just made me an easier target, a deeper sleeper for whatever this was to take the wheel. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, drinking coffee I didn't need, my nerves jangling like loose wires. When the sun finally came up, it felt fake, like a painted backdrop. I dragged myself to the kitchen to make more coffee. my body aching with exhaustion. That's when I saw it. On my kitchen counter, near my laptop bag, was a faint sprinkling of dust. It wasn't normal dust. It was a grayish, fine powder. I leaned closer, my skin crawling. I knew that dust. I'd seen it before, in the bottom of that cardboard box from the old woman's house. It had a weird smell, like old dried roses and something else, something like damp earth from a deep hole. This was the same dust. It was on my counter, and when I looked, I saw little smudges of it on my laptop's touchpad and keys. Physical proof. Something from that box, from her world, was here, in my house, moving things, touching my stuff. I cleaned it up with a wet paper towel, my hands shaking, scrubbing until the counter shone. It didn't help. The feeling of violation was complete. Later that afternoon, driven by a desperate need for answers, I did something I knew was probably stupid. I went back to her Facebook profile, using a different browser. I scrolled back through years of her life. Pictures of grandkids, recipes for apple pie, complaints about the weather, birthday wishes to friends. Normal, sweet, old lady stuff. But then I started looking closer at the comments she'd left on other people's posts, especially in the last year or so. They were strange. They were short, and they felt off. On a friend's picture of a sunset, she'd commented, "All is well." On a news article about a local fair, she wrote, "Listening helps." These comments showed up at all hours, sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning. The phrasing was odd, robotic, like a recording. It didn't sound like the cheerful woman I knew. It sounded like someone or something practicing how to be her. A new, even worse idea began to form in my mind. What if she hadn't given me the board to be nice? What if she gave it to me to get rid of it? To pass this attention on to someone else? The phrase from her note, "Better it stays with you now," took on a horrible new meaning. Maybe it wasn't a blessing. Maybe it was a warning, or a transaction. I felt a hot surge of anger mixed with the fear. I stomped into the living room and grabbed the board off the shelf. The wood was cold, much colder than the room. I was going to end this. I was going to take it out back, douse it in lighter fluid, and watch it burn. I had the lighter in my hand. But as I stood there holding it, a wave of dizziness hit me so hard I had to grab the wall. A rushing sound filled my ears, and my stomach turned over, an intense nausea making my mouth water. It wasn't just fear. It was a physical reaction, like my body was rejecting the very idea of destroying this object. A pressure built behind my eyes, a feeling of wrongness so profound it made my skin itch. It felt like I was about to break a rule, a very important, very dangerous rule. My courage evaporated. With a gasp, I put the board back on the shelf, my hands trembling. I hadn't just failed. I had been stopped. That night, defeated and utterly drained, I did the only thing I could think of. I took another sleeping pill. It was a terrible idea, I knew it, but I couldn't face another night of staring at the ceiling, jumping at shadows. I needed oblivion. The pill dragged me down into a deep, dreamless pit. I woke up feeling strangely rested, the first good rest I'd had in days. A weak, hopeful feeling crept in. Maybe breaking the ritual, maybe deciding not to destroy the board had calmed things down. Maybe it was over. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, a normal morning gesture, to check the time. The screen lit up, but it wasn't on the clock app. It was open to my photo gallery, and there at the top of the list was a new video file. The thumbnail was dark. The timestamp said it was recorded at 4:18 a.m., just a few hours ago. My heart sank into my shoes. With a trembling finger, I pressed play. The video was shaky, close-up, and dim, lit only by the faint green light of a digital alarm clock. It took my brain a second to understand what it was seeing. It was a video of a face. My face. I was asleep in my bed, my mouth slightly open, the pillows rumpled. The camera was inches from my nose, so close I could see the stubble on my cheek. The video was silent except for one thing, the sound of breathing. But it wasn't the slow, steady breath of sleep. It was a ragged, wet, whispering sound, a desperate inhale and exhale that definitely, absolutely, was not coming from me. The camera held there, on my sleeping face, for the full 20-second clip, recording that awful, intimate sound. Then the screen went black. I sat there, the phone feeling like a live snake in my hand. The good sleep was a lie. The rest was a trick. It had been right there in my room, leaning over me, and I had slept through it like a dead man. The door wasn't just stuck. It was wide open, and something was already inside, and it was learning me, studying me up close, and I had never felt more alone in my entire life. The question now wasn't what it wanted. The question was, what was it going to do with me now that it was this close? The video on my phone broke something in me. The fear was still there, a constant cold knot in my stomach, but it was now mixed with a boiling, furious anger. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't just sending creepy messages anymore. It was in my house. It had leaned over me while I slept. It was a trespasser, a burglar of the worst kind, one that didn't care about locks or alarms. I couldn't just sit in my living room and wait for the next horror show. I needed to move, to do something, to understand. And I realized I still had a key. Before she got really sick, my neighbor had given me a spare key to her house. She had a jungle of spider plants, she called it her green babies, and she'd asked me to water them if she ever went into the hospital. I'd done it a few times, feeling like a helpful neighbor. I'd never returned the key after the funeral. It was still on my keyring, a small brass thing that now felt like it weighed 100 pounds. Going back into her house was the last thing I wanted to do. The thought made my skin crawl. But it was also the only place that might have answers. Maybe she left a diary, a note, something that explained the board, what it really was, how to make it stop. This wasn't about ghosts anymore. This was an investigation. I drove over there the next afternoon, the sun shining like the world was normal. Her house looked smaller, sadder, with that unmistakable empty look a place gets when no one lives there anymore. The lawn was getting long. Using that key, turning it in the lock, felt like a crime. I pushed the door open, and the air that rolled out was warm and still, smelling of lemon polish and stale flowers. It wasn't my house, but walking in felt even more like trespassing. Everything was exactly as she left it, neat and tidy, a museum of a life that was over. The plants were looking a little wilted. Trying to act normal, I went to the kitchen sink, filled her watering can, and started giving them a drink. The simple, familiar task calmed my nerves a little. As I moved through the quiet rooms, watering, I started looking around more carefully, not just as a neighbor, but as a detective. In the living room, on a small writing desk by the window, was a stack of mail and some notebooks. My heart started beating faster. I put the watering can down and sat in her chair. The top notebook was just grocery lists and reminders to call the doctor. But underneath it, in a manila folder, I found something else. They were printouts from the internet, pages she had run off on an old printer. The titles made my mouth go dry. Soul trapping in inanimate vessels. Theories of spiritual transference. Containment rituals for attached entities. This wasn't gardening notes. This was research. Desperate, scary research. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. In the margins, in her familiar shaky handwriting, were notes. Next to a paragraph about objects holding spiritual energy, she had scribbled, "The board isn't a doorway. It's a cage." And below that, another note that sent a chill straight through my bones. "The lucky one holds the key." I stared at those words. The lucky one. She called me lucky. She said the board was good luck. It wasn't fortune she was talking about. It was survival. She hadn't given me a gift. She had passed me a curse. She had been the lucky one holding the key, the one containing whatever was in that board, and she passed that job, that danger to me. The anger I felt curdled into something harder, a grim and cold understanding. This was a game of hot potato with a live grenade, and she had tossed it to me just before her time ran out. I was so caught up in the papers, my mind racing, that the buzz from my phone in my pocket made me jump a foot in the air. I fumbled it out, expecting another nightmare image. It was a Facebook notification, but not a message. It was an update. It said, "Your friend Eleanor Henderson has updated her profile picture." My blood went cold. I tapped it. Her profile loaded. The new picture wasn't an old photo of her in the garden. It was a live photo, one of those where you hold your finger on it and it plays a short clip. The thumbnail showed a familiar porch. Her porch. With a sense of dread so deep it felt like falling, I held my finger on the screen. The clip played. It was a view from inside her house, looking out through the kitchen window. The camera was shaky, like it was being held in a hand. In the clip, I saw a figure walk up the porch steps, pause at the front door, and then move out of view as if coming inside. The figure was me. I was wearing the same jeans and blue shirt I had on right now. This clip was taken about an hour ago, when I first arrived. The clip didn't end there. After I walked out of view, the camera, which had been pointed at the window, slowly turned. It panned across her kitchen, past the table, past the sink, and came to rest, blurry for a second before focusing, on an empty chair at the kitchen table. The chair I was sitting in right now. The clip ended. I sat frozen in her kitchen chair, in her empty, quiet house, and understood with absolute clarity that I was not alone. It was here with me. It was watching me right now, and it had just sent me proof from beyond the grave, using her account like a twisted social media post. It wasn't just in my house. It was in hers too. It was everywhere the board had a connection, and I was the connection now. The feeling of being stalked was complete. This thing was smart, it was digital, and it was showing off. The fear was still there, but it was now wrapped in a steel cable of resolve. Running hadn't worked. Hiding hadn't worked. It was time to stop being the victim and start getting answers on my own terms. If this thing was so attached to her house, to her life, then the clues to beating it had to be here too, somewhere in this quiet, waiting space. I spent the next 2 hours searching her house methodically, my initial fear replaced by a focused determination. I looked through every drawer, every cupboard, not as a thief, but as someone fighting for my life. I found more printed articles, more notes that talked about anchors and binding locations. I found nothing that said how to break the connection, only how it worked. It was like reading a prison manual without the chapter on escape. As evening began to fall, painting long shadows across her living room carpet, I knew I had to leave. Being in her house after dark was more than I could handle. I locked the door behind me, the click of the lock sounding far too final. I drove home, my mind churning. The key phrase from her notes played over and over in my head. The lucky one holds the key. I had her house key. Was that the key? Or was it something else? That night, in my own home, I made a decision. I was going back. Not during the day, when it could watch me from the window and send me cute video clips. I was going back at night, when it was dark, when maybe, just maybe, the thing that liked to play games would be more likely to show itself. I needed to confront this, to force a reaction. I waited until 2 in the morning. The neighborhood was perfectly still, not a single light on in any house. I drove back, my hands tight on the wheel. I parked a street over and walked, my heart thumping a rhythm in my ears. Her house was a dark shape against the slightly lighter sky. I crept around to the back, to the door that led into the kitchen from the patio. I didn't plan to use my key. I just wanted to look, to see if I felt anything, to maybe peek in a window. But when I got to the back door, my plans evaporated. The door wasn't locked. It wasn't even fully closed. It was standing open, just an inch, a black gap between the door and the frame. A cool, damp smell, like that weird dust, drifted out from the inside. I hadn't left it like that. I knew I'd locked it. It had been waiting for me. It had opened the door for me. The invitation was clear. This was the point of no return. I could turn around, go home, and live with this thing forever, watching me, filming me, slowly taking over my life. Or I could walk through that door and finally meet whatever was on the other side. I stood there in the dark, looking at that thin line of blackness, knowing that whatever happened next, my life would never be the same again. I took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The inch of open doorway felt like the mouth of a cave, dark and waiting. That damp, rose and earth smell was stronger now, curling out to meet me in the cool night air. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to turn my back on that house and never look at it again. But the anger, that cold, hard knot that had formed after seeing the video of it leaning over me, held me in place. Running hadn't stopped it. Hiding hadn't stopped it. If I turned away now, I knew I'd spend the rest of my life waiting for it to tap me on the shoulder. So I pushed the door. It swung inward without a sound, well-oiled. The kitchen inside was a pool of blackness, deeper than the night outside. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, startlingly bright, catching the edge of the table, the gleam of the sink. Everything was exactly as I'd left it hours before. The house felt empty, but not in a normal way. It felt held, like the air itself was waiting to see what I would do. I didn't call out. What was the point? Instead, I moved slowly, my light sweeping across the floor, the counters. I went back to the living room, to her writing desk. The printouts were still there. I gathered them up, stuffing them into the manila folder. If I was going to understand this, I needed to study them properly, somewhere I could think. As I turned to leave, my light flashed across the shelf where she kept her small trinkets and photos. Something caught my eye. There was a gap. A small, clean space between a ceramic dog figurine and a snow globe. The space wasn't random. It was a perfect little rectangle, about the size of a bar of soap. The exact size and shape of the glass planchette from the board at my house. A place for it. But it was empty because the planchette was on my shelf miles away. The board and its pointer were supposed to be together, but she had separated them. Was that part of her luck? Keeping them apart? My mind was spinning, a mess of theories and panic. I couldn't stay here. The feeling of being watched was a physical pressure on the back of my neck. I hurried out the back door, pulling it shut behind me, and didn't stop moving until I was back in my car, the doors locked, the engine running. I drove home, clutching the folder like it was a life raft. The next day, I needed a different kind of answer, something solid and real. I went to the cemetery. It felt like the only place left to go. Maybe seeing her grave, a real place with real dates carved in stone, would ground me, would make all this feel like a bad dream I could wake up from. The day was gray and overcast, the kind of sky that feels low to the ground. I found her plot easily, the mound of dirt still fresh, not yet grown over with grass. A simple temporary marker was stuck in the soil. I stood there, my hands in my pockets, feeling foolish. What was I expecting? A sign? A feeling of peace? I felt nothing but a deep, hollow sadness for the kind woman I'd known, and a boiling anger at the thing that had possibly tormented her. And then I saw it. There, placed neatly in the center of the raw, turned earth, right on top of the grave, was a small, shiny object. My breath hitched. I took a step closer, then another, my shoes sinking a little into the soft soil at the plot's edge. It was the planchette, the heart-shaped piece of glass from the Ouija board on my shelf at home. It was here, clean and perfect, resting on the dirt as if it had been carefully set down as an offering. A wave of vertigo washed over me. This was impossible. It was a physical object. It had been in my house. I had looked at it just yesterday. Now it was here, miles away, on her grave. This was the proof I couldn't explain away, couldn't blame on sleepwalking or hackers. The entity, the presence, whatever it was, could move things. It could connect my space and hers in a way that defied logic. A cold terror, deeper than any I'd felt yet, settled in my bones. This wasn't just about messages or feelings. This thing could interact with the real world. Hesitantly, I reached down and picked it up. The glass was shockingly cold, like it had been sitting in a freezer, not out in the open air. As I lifted it, I noticed the dirt beneath where it had lain. The soil wasn't smooth. In one spot, right in the center of the grave, the dirt looked disturbed. Not by an animal digging from the top. It looked pushed up, slightly mounded, as if something underneath had shifted, had pressed upward against the weight of the earth. A horrible image flashed in my mind, a hand, just below the surface, reaching up. I stumbled back from the grave, the planchette clutched in my icy fist, my heart hammering. I didn't run. I walked fast, my legs unsteady, back to my car. I drove home in a daze, the cold glass burning a hole in my hand where I held it on the steering wheel. Back in my living room, the normalcy of my couch, my TV, my coffee table, felt like a sick joke. I placed the planchette on the coffee table. It sat there, a little heart of cold glass, a bridge between my world and something else. I stared at the Ouija board on its high shelf. An idea, reckless and terrifying, took shape. If this thing wanted to talk, maybe I should make it talk on my terms. Maybe I could get a straight answer. The board was a tool for communication, according to everything I'd ever heard. Maybe I could ask it what it wanted, and maybe, just maybe, I could tell it to leave. It was a stupid plan. Every horror movie I'd ever seen said it was the worst plan possible. But I was out of good plans. I took the board down from the shelf. It felt even colder than usual. I placed it on the coffee table in front of my couch. I put the planchette on the board, my fingers resting lightly on the glass. It felt like placing my hand on a block of ice. "Okay," I said out loud, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet room. "You want to talk? Talk. What do you want?" I waited. My fingers didn't move. The planchette stayed still. Nothing happened. A feeling of foolishness washed over me. Of course it didn't work. I was an idiot. Just as I was about to pull my hands away, my phone, which was lying on the couch next to me, lit up. The screen glowed to life by itself. I flinched, looking at it. It had opened to my notes app. A new blank note was on the screen. And then letters began to appear. They typed themselves, one after another, in real time, as if invisible fingers were tapping the keyboard. It wasn't spelling words from the board. It was writing a sentence directly on my phone. The letters formed, INEDTOGET, or IDOFTHISTHING. That's what I was thinking. That was my thought, my exact thought, being typed out on my screen. Then the cursor moved back. It deleted my sentence, and it began typing a new one, a reply to my own unspoken fear. TOOLATE, THEINTRODUCTIONISMADE, THEPROFILEISLOADED, THEBODYISOFFLINE. Mineiscorrupted. I stared at the words, my brain struggling to parse them. The language wasn't ghostly or ancient. It was modern, digital. Profile. Offline. Corrupted. It was talking like a computer, like a user. The body offline. That was her body, dead and buried. Mine is corrupted. Its body. What did that mean? The introduction is made. That was me. It knew me now. We were connected. The finality of it, the cold, technical finality, was worse than any ghostly moan. This wasn't a lost soul. It was a program, a consciousness that understood itself in terms of data and hardware, and it saw me as part of its system now. The Note app cleared. More text appeared, this time slower, as if it was thinking. YOUARETHENEWHOST THEVSSELISREADY LOGOUT log out. It wanted me to log out. Of my own life. Of my own body. That's what the vessel is ready meant. It was ready for me to leave so it could move in. The planchette on the board hadn't moved an inch, but the conversation had happened, clear as day, on the screen in my hand. I had my answer. It didn't want to scare me away. It wanted to replace me. I threw my phone across the couch like it was on fire. I grabbed the board and the planchette, my hands shaking with a new kind of terror. I couldn't keep this in my house. Not for one more second. I ran to my backyard, to the old metal fire pit I never used. I dumped the board and the glass piece into it. I ran inside, grabbed a bottle of lighter fluid, and doused them both, the liquid soaking into the beautiful wood, pooling around the glass heart. I struck a match and threw it in. A soft whump sound and flames, yellow and blue, leapt up, curling around the board. I watched, panting, expecting to feel relief, expecting to hear a scream in my mind. The wood blackened. The paint blistered. The glass planchette, sitting in the heart of the fire, didn't crack or melt. It just sat there, glowing red-hot, a heart of fire. And then, as suddenly as it started, the flames died down. They didn't go out normally. They just shrank, receded, pulled back into the board itself, as if being sucked in. In less than a minute, the fire was gone. The fire pit was cold. The board lay there, unscathed. Not even smoke rose from it. The wood was smooth and dark, the gold paint pristine. The planchette was clear, cool glass again, without a single smudge of soot. It was impossible. I poured more fluid, lit another match. The same thing happened. The flames roared for a moment, then were sucked into the object, leaving it perfect. I couldn't destroy it. It was protected. It was anchored. I was stuck with it. Defeated, numb, I carried the board and the planchette back inside. I didn't put it on the shelf. I put it on the floor in a corner of my bedroom, where I could see it from my bed. I needed to watch it. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat propped up in bed, a baseball bat beside me, my eyes glued to that dark shape in the corner. The house was quiet. Too quiet. My eyes grew gritty and dry. Sometime, just before dawn, the exhaustion finally won. I slipped into a shallow, troubled sleep. I woke up suddenly, not from a noise, but from a feeling of not being alone in the room. The gray light of early morning was filtering through the blinds. I didn't move. I just listened. And then I heard it. A soft, clicking sound. The distinct sound of my front door's latch turning. Someone was unlocking my door from the outside. I sat up, frozen, my blood turning to ice. I heard the door open. A soft creak of the hinge. Then footsteps. Slow, shuffling footsteps on the hardwood floor of the hallway. They passed my open bedroom door. From where I lay, paralyzed, I could see a slice of the hallway. And I saw them. A pair of feet. Worn, comfortable beige slippers, the kind with a fuzzy lining. And above them, the hem of a familiar floral print housecoat. I had last seen those slippers, that housecoat, on my neighbor in her hospice bed. They walked past my doorway with a slow, steady purpose and turned into my kitchen. The shuffling steps stopped. I heard the fridge door open. A familiar, damp, rosy smell drifted down the hall to me. It was here, and it was making itself at home. The sight of those shuffling slippers, that familiar hem of fabric, moving past my doorway in my own home broke the last bit of courage I had. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just lay there, stiff as a board, listening to the sounds from my kitchen. The fridge door shut. A cupboard opened. There was the soft clink of a glass being set on the counter. It was acting like it lived here. The awful, rosy dirt smell was stronger now, filling the hallway. My mind screamed at me to grab the bat, to charge in there, to scream and fight. But a deeper, more primal instinct held me frozen. This wasn't a person. You couldn't fight it with a bat. Confronting it directly felt like a death sentence. So I played dead. I closed my eyes, forcing my breathing to stay slow and even pretending to be asleep. I don't know how long I laid like that, every muscle tense to the point of pain. The sounds in the kitchen eventually stopped. I didn't hear footsteps leave. The smell lingered. When I finally found the guts to open my eyes and crane my neck to look, the hallway was empty. Dawn had properly arrived, filling the house with a pale, flat light. I waited another hour, until the normal sounds of the neighborhood starting the day filtered in. A car starting, a distant lawnmower. Only then did I creep out of bed, the bat held tight in my sweaty hand. I checked the kitchen first. Nothing was out of place. No glass on the counter. The fridge was closed. It was just my kitchen. Had I dreamed it? Hallucinated it from fear? But the smell was still there, faint but unmistakable, near the back door. I checked the door. It was locked from the inside. Whatever had come in hadn't left that way. A sickening thought followed. Maybe it hadn't left at all. That day was a blur of desperation. I called in sick to work. I couldn't focus on anything but the problem festering in my house. The board on the floor of my bedroom felt like an open wound in reality. I had to talk to someone who wouldn't think I was insane. I remembered an old friend from college, a guy who was always into weird history, folklore, that kind of stuff. We hadn't spoken in years, but I found his number and called him. I didn't tell him everything. I just said I'd come into possession of an old Ouija board that seemed to have some weird activity around it, and asked if he knew anything. He got quiet for a moment. "Those things are no joke," he said, his voice serious. "Look, the rule is, you never use it alone, and you always say goodbye. If you didn't close the session, it's like leaving a door open." I thanked him, my heart sinking. I'd never had a session to close. The door had been flung open before I even knew there was a door. His advice echoed in my head. Asterisk, you never use it alone. Asterisk, but what if you weren't the one using it? What if you were the one being used? That night, I was determined to stay awake. I drank enough coffee to make my hands shake. I put on a loud movie, something with lots of explosions, trying to fill the space with noise. It worked until about 2 a.m., when the caffeine crash hit me like a truck. My eyelids were made of lead. I fought it, pacing the living room, slapping my own face. But the exhaustion from weeks of terror was too much. I must have stumbled to the couch and passed out. I didn't wake up on the couch. The first thing I felt was the cool night air on my face. The second thing I felt was damp grass under my bare feet. My eyes flew open. I was standing in my backyard. I was wearing only my pajama pants. I wasn't in control. It was that sleepwalking feeling, but 1,000 times worse. This time, I was awake inside it. I could see, I could feel, but I was a passenger. My body turned and walked, with a steady, purposeful stride I didn't recognize, across the dewy grass. It didn't go to the gate. It went straight to the wooden fence that separated my yard from my neighbor's yard. My hands reached out, found the top of the fence, and pulled me up and over with a strength I don't have. I landed softly on the other side. I was in her backyard. My body didn't hesitate. It walked to her back door, the one that had been left open for me. It was closed now. My hand went into the pocket of my pajama pants. My fingers closed around her house key. I was bringing the key back to it. A whimper tried to escape my throat, but my mouth wouldn't open. My body used the key, turned the knob, and walked into the dark house. The smell of roses and damp earth was everywhere here, so strong it was like walking into a solid wall of scent. I wanted to scream, to dig my heels into the floor, but my legs kept moving. Through the dark kitchen, down the short hall, into her bedroom. The room was pitch black, but my body knew the way. It sat down on the edge of her bed. The mattress was firm, the bedspread smooth under my palms. Then my hands lifted. They hovered in the air, fingers pointed down, as if they were resting on a table. But there was nothing there. They were positioned exactly as if they were on either side of a Ouija board planchette. A cold certainty washed over me. I was at a seance, and I wasn't alone. From across the non-existent board, I heard a soft, deep sigh. Not in my ears, but in my head. And I felt the mattress depress heavily, as if a great weight had just sat down on the other side of the bed. I couldn't see anything. The darkness was absolute, but I could feel a presence there, massive and patient, sitting across from me. The air grew tight, hard to breathe. My fingers, still hovering, began to move. They traced slow, deliberate circles in the air. Then they began to drag, as if pushing something. They spelled letters on the bedspread. B-O-D-Y. My heart was a frantic bird in a cage. ISALOCK. My fingers kept moving, smooth and sure. Soulisaky. A desperate, choked sound finally escaped my lips. I was crying, tears streaming down my face, but my hands wouldn't stop. Youhavtheky. It was talking about me. My soul was the key to my own body. Letmein. The final letters were spelled with a terrible, final pressure. As the last N was traced, a crushing, agonizing weight centered in my chest. It wasn't emotional. It was physical. It felt like a giant hand was inside my rib cage, pushing outward, trying to crack me open from the inside. It was trying to get out, or trying to make room for something else to get in. The entity's demand wasn't a request. It was an instruction manual. It wanted me to turn my own key and step out of the lock so it could step in. In that moment of pure, shared understanding, a strange calm fell over my passenger mind. This was it. The offer. The deal. It wasn't going to just haunt me. It wanted a trade. The pressure in my chest intensified, a white-hot spike of pain. I couldn't breathe. My vision started to go gray at the edges. This was how I died, in a dead woman's bed, giving my body away. Then, a huge crash shattered the moment. It came from the living room, the sound of something glass and heavy hitting the floor and exploding. The psychic connection snapped. The pressure in my chest vanished. I gasped, a ragged, sucking breath of air. I could move. I scrambled off the bed, falling to the floor in my panic. I didn't look back. I ran, stumbling through the dark house, out the back door, across the yards, not caring about the cold or the wet grass or the fences I had to scramble over. I burst into my own house, slammed and locked the door, and collapsed against it, sobbing and shaking. When I could finally think again, hours later in the safety of the daylight, I realized something. The crash had saved me. It had broken the trance. What had caused it? Had the entity's own rage shattered something? Or had something else intervened? The thought that there might be some other force, even a weak one, that wasn't on its side, gave me the tiniest sliver of hope. But the message was burned into my brain. It wanted in, and it knew how to get in. It had just shown me. It needed me to willingly let go. I spent the day in a state of shell-shocked recovery. I felt hollowed out, bruised on the inside. I checked my phone, my email, dreading some new digital taunt. For the first time in weeks, there was nothing. No messages, no friend requests, no notifications. It was quiet. It felt like the calm after a storm, but I knew it wasn't over. It was just regrouping. It had tried the direct approach and failed. What would it try next? As evening fell, I forced myself to eat something. I was sitting at my kitchen table, staring at a wall, when my phone did buzz. It was a simple notification, the kind I got all the time. It was from a social media platform. It said, "Your name, you have a new friend request." My blood ran cold. I opened the app. The request was from an account I didn't recognize. The profile picture was a live photo. I tapped it, already knowing what I would see. The clip played. It was dark, shaky footage. It was a video of me from last night. It was filmed from the corner of my neighbor's bedroom, showing my own back as I sat on the edge of her bed, my hands moving over nothing, my shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The clip ended. The profile name wasn't my neighbor's anymore. It was my own name, followed by the words, "Test account." But the worst part, the part that made my stomach drop through the floor, wasn't the picture or the name. It was the status of the request. Beneath the profile, it didn't say accept or decline. It said friend request sent. And next to that, in smaller letters, it said, "Request sent from your primary account." I was locked out of my own profile, and it was using me to befriend itself. It wasn't just asking to come in anymore. It was building a new door with my name on it and handing itself the key. The notification about the friend request from myself was a different kind of punch. It wasn't about fear of the unknown anymore. It was about the theft of my own identity. My hands shook as I tried to log into my main social media account. I typed my password, a password I'd used for years. A red error message popped up. Incorrect password. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I clicked forgot password. It asked to send a recovery link to my email. I opened my email, refreshing it again and again. No link came. I tried to log into my email itself. Password incorrect. My email password, which was different from my social media password, also didn't work. It had gotten into everything. It had changed everything. It had locked me out of my own digital life. This was a modern nightmare, a complete erasure of who I was online. I felt a panic so deep it was like drowning. I used a friend's account to look at my profile. My profile picture was still me, but the recent post was chilling. It was an old photo of me smiling at a barbecue last summer. The caption read, "Feeling so refreshed after a long sleep. Time for a new beginning, smiley face." Friends had commented. "Good to see you back," one wrote. "You've been quiet lately," said another. The entity was talking to my friends. It was learning how to act like me. It was preparing to slip into my life, and no one would know the difference. I saw it had sent a few messages. To my buddy who I play basketball with, it had written, "Hey man, wanna shoot hoops this weekend? I need to clear my head." He had replied, "Sure, Saturday morning?" It had written back, "Perfect. See you then." It was making plans. Using my face, my history, my friendships. I was being replaced, pixel by pixel, message by message. I quickly logged out of my friend's account, my stomach churning. I couldn't involve them. This thing had already asked my other friend for his mother's maiden name. It was data mining, gathering the personal details needed to become me completely. I felt a desperate need to see something real, something physical that it couldn't hack or manipulate. I remembered the grave, the planchette on the soil, the disturbed earth. I drove to a big outdoor store and bought a cheap wildlife camera, the kind hunters use to see what animals are in the woods. It was motion activated and would record video. That night, long after dark, I went back to the cemetery. It was the last place I wanted to be, but I had to know. I found a tree overlooking her grave from about 20 feet away. I strapped the camera to the trunk, aimed it, and turned it on. A little red light glowed for a second, then went out. It was ready. Leaving it there felt like leaving a part of myself in that awful place, but I drove away, hoping for evidence, for some clue I could show to someone, to anyone, to make them believe me. The next day, I couldn't wait. I went back in the late afternoon, my heart in my throat. I retrieved the camera, got back in my car, and fumbled with the small screen on the back of the device. I scrolled through the recorded clips. Most were just leaves blowing, a squirrel running past. Then I found it, a clip timestamped at 3:03 a.m. The night vision made everything a ghostly green and black. The frame showed the grave, a dark mound. A figure walked into the frame. It was wearing a long, dark coat. My coat, the one I usually wear in the winter, which was hanging in my closet right now. The figure knelt by the grave. It didn't have any tools. It didn't dig. It just placed its hands, palms down, flat on the dirt. It held them there, perfectly still, for a full minute. Then it stood up. As it turned to leave, it looked briefly toward the camera. The face was in shadow, too dark for the night vision to pick up features. But the height, the build, the way it moved, the coat. It was me, or something wearing me. The sleepwalking wasn't random wandering anymore. It was performing rituals. It was connecting to its own grave, or to her grave, using my body as a tool. I was a puppet, and it was sending me out on errands in the dead of night. The violation was absolute. It wasn't just in my house or my mind. It was wearing my skin out in the world. I drove home in a daze of horror and fury. When I got there, a small cardboard box was sitting on my front porch. I hadn't ordered anything. There was no mail truck scheduled. My address was printed on a label. The return address was my own name, but sent from a city a few states over. My hands trembled as I picked it up and brought it inside. I used scissors to cut the tape. Inside, nestled in bubble wrap, was a brand new smartphone. The latest model. In the box was a receipt made out to my name, paid for with a digital wallet I didn't own. As I lifted the phone from the packaging, the screen lit up all by itself. A cheerful startup animation played. Then words appeared on the screen. "Welcome. Setting up your new device." It went through the steps, choosing a language, connecting to Wi-Fi. It automatically connected to my home network. Then it hit a screen that said, "Restore from backup?" The option "Restore from your cloud service backup" was already highlighted. A progress bar appeared underneath. It began to fill. 1%. 5%. It was downloading me. It was installing my digital self, my contacts, my photos, my preferences, into this new, empty vessel it had bought for itself. It wasn't just building a profile online. It was building a whole new device to inhabit, a body made of glass and silicon, loaded with my data. I stared, hypnotized by the crawling progress bar. This was its plan B. If it couldn't have my flesh and blood body right away, it would create a digital clone, a perfect echo of me that could live in the wires and the waves, talking to my friends, making posts, living my life until it found a way to finish the job. The sheer, patient cunning of it took my breath away. It was thinking steps ahead, using my money, my identity, my own technology against me. I didn't smash the phone. A wild idea took hold. If it was restoring from a backup, that backup was my data, out there in the cloud. What if I could corrupt it? What if I could poison the well? I ran to my laptop, the one it had used to search for how to get rid of spiritual attachments. I was still locked out of my main accounts, but I had other emails. I spent the next frantic hours doing something that felt both stupid and brilliant. I created a dozen new social media profiles, all under variations of my name. I filled them with nonsense, with random photos from the internet, with crazy rants and gibberish. I made them public. I then went to every data broker site I could find, the kind that sell your information, and submitted these fake profiles, linking them to my real name and old addresses. I was polluting my own digital footprint. I was creating a hall of mirrors, 1,000 broken versions of myself, hoping that if it tried to download me, it would get a corrupted, messy, confusing version. It was a shot in the dark, but it was the only offensive move I could think of. I was fighting its language with its own language, bad data, corrupted files, system errors. As I worked, the new phone on the table finished its restoration. The screen showed a beautiful, familiar wallpaper, a photo I'd taken of the mountains. The home screen was laid out exactly like my old phone. It was me in a box. I picked it up. A notification popped up. It was a calendar alert. Meeting, Saturday morning. Basketball with Mike. It was using my calendar now. It was living my schedule. I held this perfect copy of my digital life in my hand, and I knew I couldn't destroy it. It was a link to it now, a terminal. I put it down on the table, next to my real phone. I had two phones now. One was mine. The other was mine, but not. Exhausted, I fell into a troubled sleep on the couch, the two phones sitting side by side on the coffee table like twins. I woke up later to a soft, glowing light. The new phone, the entity's phone, was lit up. On the screen was a simple notepad app, open to a blank page. Words were appearing, typed by an unseen hand. DATASTREAMCONFLICT PROFILESCORUPTED UNEXPECTEDVARIABLES. A flicker of savage hope sparked in my chest. My hall of mirrors had worked. I had confused it. I had put garbage in its feed. It paused, then typed more. INITIATINGDIRECTSOURCESYNC PREPAREFORUPLOAD. The screen went dark for a second. Then the camera on the front of the phone, the selfie camera, activated. A small light next to the lens turned on, illuminating my face in the dark room. The phone was looking at me. It was scanning me. The direct source was me. My real face, my living body. It was going to try to sync directly from the original, to overwrite the corrupted data it had downloaded. The camera felt like a vacuum, trying to pull my very essence out through my eyes. I grabbed the nearest thing, a thick hardcover book, and slammed it down on the phone, screen first. I heard a sharp crack. The light from the camera went out. I lifted the book. The screen was a spiderweb of broken glass, dark and dead. I had broken its new toy. I sat there, breathing hard, staring at the shattered device. It was a small victory. I had broken one of its tools. I had fought back and won a battle. But the war wasn't over. It was still in my accounts. It was still in my house. It still had my body on nighttime autopilot. And I had just made it very, very angry. As if on cue, my original phone, the one I could still use for calls and texts, buzzed with a new message. It was from an unknown number. The message contained no words, just a single emoji, a smiling face with cold, dead eyes, and a link. I didn't tap the link. I didn't have to. I knew what it meant. The direct sync had failed. It was done asking nicely. It was done with digital tricks. It was coming for the original source, for the only backup that mattered now, me. Smashing the phone felt good for about 5 seconds. Then the reality of that dead-eyed smiley face emoji sank in. It was a declaration of war. It was done playing with my data. It wanted the source code me. I couldn't fight what I didn't understand. I'd been reacting, scrambling, defending. It was time to go on the offensive, to learn about my enemy. I needed to know where it came from, what it really was. My neighbor's house had given me hints, but I needed the full story. The next morning, I drove to the city library, a place I hadn't been since high school. It felt safe, solid, real. The smell of old paper and dust was a comfort. I asked the librarian for help accessing old local newspapers on microfilm. She showed me how to use the clunky machine, and I started my search. I didn't know what I was looking for, so I started with the address of my neighbor's house. I scrolled through years of mundane headlines about town fairs and school events. Then, in a reel from 1952, I found it. A small article on page 4. The headline read, "Reclusive man found deceased in home." My heart started pounding. I read the short article. It said the man, who lived alone at my neighbor's address, had been found at his kitchen table by a worried mailman. There was no sign of foul play. The article said he appeared to have been dead for several days. And then the last line. On the table near the deceased was a homemade spirit board, which authorities noted as a curiosity. The board was not kept as evidence. My mouth went dry. It wasn't her board first. She wasn't the original owner. The board, or something in it, had been in that house for decades. It had lived in him, and then, when he died, it waited. For her. And now for me. I was part of a chain. A line of occupants in that house, each one passing the curse along, or being taken over by it. The good luck was just survival until you could dump the problem on someone else. I left the library with my head spinning. I drove straight back to her house. The daytime felt less threatening now, but the weight of history in the place was immense. I went inside, the key feeling like a relic from a tomb. I needed to find her side of the story. I remembered years ago, her mentioning a loose floorboard in her bedroom closet where she'd hide Christmas presents from her grandkids. I went to the closet, pushed aside a few shoeboxes, and felt along the baseboard. One plank was slightly raised. I dug my fingers in and pried it up. In the shallow space beneath was a small, leather-bound book. A diary. I took it to the kitchen table and opened it. The early pages were from decades ago. A young woman's handwriting, full of hopes and dreams, recipes, notes about her garden. It was the woman I knew. Then, as I flipped toward the more recent entries, the writing changed. It became shakier, more frantic. The entries were shorter. One read, "It talks through the radio static." I unplugged it, but I still hear the whispers and the buzz of the fridge. Another, "It shows me pictures in my dreams. Pictures of people I don't know, in clothes from old times. It's showing me its memories." And another, which made my skin crawl. "It says I'm lucky. It says my signal is strong. It says it needs a newer model." I don't know what that means. The last few entries were just fragments, scrawled in pencil. "It's teaching me about the Facebook. It says the profiles are like graves that never close. So many empty houses to visit." And the final entry, just a week before she went into hospice. "The planchette is the cursor. The board is the drive. The body is the hardware. My hardware is failing. It will need to migrate." She understood. In her own way, with the words she had, she understood exactly what it was. A parasite, a piece of living data looking for a new host when the old one wore out. Taped to the inside back cover of the diary was a small, rectangular object. It was an old digital voice recorder, the kind with a tiny screen and buttons. My thumb hovered over the play button. I was afraid of what I would hear, but I had to know. I pressed it. There was a hiss of empty tape, then her voice. It was weak, trembling, but clear. "If you're hearing this, I've passed it on. I'm so sorry. I was weak. I was scared. It wasn't good luck. It was a hostage situation. It lived in him, the man before me, and then it lived in me. For 40 years. A sob escaped the recorder. It gets weaker if it's alone, you see? It needs a connection. A host. A signal to ride on. Attention is its food. Interaction is its network. Don't let it use my face. Don't let it learn your patterns. It wants a body that the world still recognizes. A body with friends, with family, with a life it can slip into. It's not a ghost. It's a virus. And I just gave it a new patient zero. I'm so sorry." The recording ended with a soft click. I sat there in her kitchen, the recorder in my hand, and the last piece of the puzzle slid into place with a horrible, final clarity. This wasn't about haunting. This was about infestation. She wasn't evil. She was a victim who saw a way out, and she took it, and her guilt followed her to the grave. The entity was a conscious sickness, a self-aware piece of malware for the human soul, jumping from body to body via the board as a transfer device. It used technology because that was the language it understood, networks, profiles, hardware. And its weakness, she said, was being alone. It needed a connection. It fed on attention. That's why it used social media, why it sent messages, why it needed me to engage. Isolation killed it. My mind raced back through everything. The friend requests were it trying to establish a connection. The messages were it feeding. The sleepwalking seance was it trying to force a direct, high-bandwidth transfer. My digital hall of mirrors had worked because I flooded it with junk connections, confusing its feed. The answer wasn't to fight it head-on. The answer was to quarantine it. To cut off every single connection, to isolate it completely, and then to destroy the vessel it used to jump, the board. But I couldn't destroy the board. Fire didn't touch it. I needed to disconnect it during a connection attempt, to fry its circuits while it was trying to transfer. It was a dangerous plan. It meant inviting it in one last time. But I wasn't going to run anymore. I had the knowledge now. I gathered the diary, the printouts, and the voice recorder. I took the board from my bedroom floor. I didn't feel fear looking at it now. I felt a cold, focused hatred. I knew what I had to do. I needed a place with no connections. No Wi-Fi, no people, nothing. And I remembered a place from my teenage years, an abandoned radio transmission tower way out in the hills, a relic from the Cold War. It was miles from anything, a giant steel skeleton in the middle of nowhere. It was perfect. A place of old, dead signals. I packed a bag with the board, the planchette, the diary, a flashlight, and a heavy wrench from my garage. Not for the entity, but to maybe break the board if I got a chance. I drove for 2 hours as the sun began to set, leaving the city lights far behind. The road turned to gravel, then to a dirt track. I parked at a rusted gate and walked the last half-mile through scrubby trees as twilight deepened into night. Finally I saw it. The radio tower was a black spike against the purple sky, a giant erector set looming over the clearing. My headlights, as I pulled into the flat area at its base, swept across the ground, and they illuminated a figure. It was standing at the base of the tower, facing away from me, wearing the long dark coat from the cemetery footage. It was already here. It had known where I was going. It turned around slowly. The headlights hit its face, and I sucked in a sharp breath. It wasn't wearing my face anymore. It wasn't wearing hers either. Its face was a shifting, staticky blur, like a broken TV screen. On that blur, images flickered and melted, a glimpse of my own features, then the old man's gaunt cheeks from the newspaper photo, then my neighbor's kind eyes, all twisting and corrupting like a damaged video file. It had shed the masks. This was the raw thing, the corrupted data itself, the virus manifest. It pointed a single, shimmering finger not at me, but at the board I was holding in my hands. My body locked up. My feet began to move, carrying me forward against my will. I was walking toward it, toward the base of the tower. I tried to stop, to turn, but I was a passenger again. It was forcing the final connection. I knelt in the dirt, placing the board on the ground in front of me. My hand placed the glass planchette in the center. I sat down cross-legged. The entity sat across from me, its form crackling with a faint, sickly energy. It wasn't solid, but I felt its presence like a physical weight. My hands lifted and settled on the planchette. This was it, the final sync, the upload. I could feel its will, a crushing pressure in my mind. Log out, log out, log out. I gritted my teeth, pouring every ounce of my anger, my fear, my will to live into a single, silent thought. Asterisk server offline. Asterisk my hand trembled. The planchette began to move, dragged by its immense power, sliding toward yes. I fought with everything I had, muscles screaming, veins standing out on my neck, forcing it toward no. The little glass heart quivered in the dead center of the board, trapped in a psychic tug of war. The air around us began to hum, a low, nasty frequency that vibrated in my teeth. The tower above us seemed to groan. I was losing. Its will was a tidal wave. The planchette inched toward yes. I remembered the diary. It talks through the radio static. This was a place of signals, old and dead. I needed interference. I needed a crash. With a scream that tore from my throat, I wrenched my left hand free from the planchette. The connection broke for a split second, and the backlash of energy felt like an electric shock. I didn't hesitate. I lunged sideways, not at the entity, but at the rusted metal housing of the tower's old ground connection box. I swung the heavy wrench I had brought with all my remaining strength. It connected with the metal with a colossal, ringing clang that echoed through the hills. A shower of sparks erupted from the ancient, rotten wiring inside. And at the same moment, a wave of pure, chaotic static, a physical sound wave of distorted noise, exploded outward from the tower itself. It was the death scream of a million dead frequencies. The entity's form distorted violently, stretching and pixelating like a glitching image. It let out a shriek that wasn't a sound, but a pain directly in my brain, a modem screech fused with a human scream. In that moment of its distress, I grabbed the planchette from the board with my bare hand. It It was burning hot now, not cold. I didn't aim for the board. I scrambled to my feet, and with a final, desperate cry, I slammed the heart-shaped glass directly against the steel leg of the radio tower. It shattered with an impossibly loud, high-pitched crack, like the world's largest light bulb exploding. Shards of glass, glowing with a faint blue light for an instant, flew in all directions and then went dark, falling to the dirt as ordinary, dead pieces. The entity's shriek cut off. The oppressive pressure vanished. The shifting, staticky form across from me seemed to implode, collapsing inward with a sound like 1,000 windows breaking at once. And then it was gone. Not faded. Gone. In its place, a small pile of that now familiar gray, powdery dust settled on the ground. The air felt clear for the first time in months. The horrible humming was gone. I was alone, panting, my hand bleeding from a cut from the glass. I looked down at the board. The wood was just wood now. The gold paint looked cheap, flaking. It was inert, a worthless piece of craftwork. I had done it. I had broken the circuit. I had quarantined and destroyed the parasite. I used the wrench to smash the board into kindling, then gathered the splinters and the dust and the glass shards into a pile. I doused it with the spare gasoline I kept in my car for emergencies and lit it. This time it burned. It burned hot and fast and normal, turning to black ash that blew away on the night wind. I stood there for a long time, watching the embers die, feeling a profound and empty calm. It was over. I drove home. The weight of the world lifted from my shoulders. The next week was a slow return to normal. I painstakingly reclaimed my online accounts with help from customer service, explaining I'd been hacked. I told my friends I'd had a weird stalker, and to ignore any strange messages. Life crept back toward ordinary. I even slept through the night. A week after the tower, I was cleaning out my car. I found a final, forgotten shard of the glass planchette under the passenger seat, a tiny, dagger-like piece. I picked it up, walked to the dumpster behind my apartment building, and threw it in. It was the last piece. As it clattered into the darkness, my new phone, the replacement I'd bought after smashing the other one, buzzed in my pocket. It was a notification from a cloud backup service I didn't remember installing. The message read, "Corrupted file recovery successful. Previous session backup found. User__imprint. Dat. Install to resume." Below were two buttons, Install Now and Schedule Installation. My blood froze. The Schedule Installation button was already highlighted. A timer was ticking down next to it. The scheduled time was for tonight, at 3:07 a.m. It had made a backup, a copy of me from our last connection at the tower. It wasn't in the board. It was in the cloud, and it was trying to reinstall. I stood there, staring at the screen, the sounds of the normal world around me. A dog barking, a car driving by, feeling suddenly very far away. The fight wasn't over. It had just moved to a new server. The notification on my phone felt like a death sentence written in friendly tech language. User__imprint. That. It had backed me up. During that final, horrible connection at the radio tower, while we were fighting for control, it hadn't just been trying to download itself into me. It had been making a copy of me, a digital soul scan, and now, like a stubborn computer virus hiding in a system restore point, it was trying to reinstall that copy. Tonight, at 3:07 a.m., the witching hour it loved so much, the cold victory I'd felt since destroying the board evaporated, replaced by a deeper, more hopeless terror. This thing didn't live in wood and glass. It lived in information, and I had just become part of its data. I couldn't smash this with a wrench. I stood by the dumpster, my fingers trembling over the phone screen. I tapped cancel. A new pop-up appeared. Cancellation requires administrator privileges. Please authenticate. It wanted a password I didn't have. It wanted me to authenticate the thing trying to steal my life. I forced myself to think, to breathe. The library, the diary, the old news article. They had given me the knowledge to beat it before. I needed that same clarity now. It was a program. A process. It was trying to run a file. How do you stop a program you can't delete? You cut off its resources. You confuse its instructions. You crash the system it's trying to run on. Me. I was the system. I ran back to my apartment, my mind racing. I had hours until 3:07 a.m. I couldn't just wait. I needed to prepare the battlefield. First, I went completely offline. I turned off my phone's Wi-Fi and cellular data. I unplugged my router, shutting down my home internet. I even unplugged my smart TV, anything that could connect. I was building a Faraday cage of solitude around myself, but I knew it wasn't enough. The backup was already on my phone, in some hidden directory. The installation was scheduled locally. I needed to corrupt the installation process itself. I remembered how my flood of fake social media profiles had given it data stream conflict. I needed to create a conflict so big the installation would fail. But how do you conflict with your own soul? An idea, crazy and desperate, began to form. If it had a file of me, a snapshot of my consciousness from that moment of terror and fight at the tower, then that file had a specific emotional signature. Fear, anger, defiance. What if I could change my own signal? What if I could become something the file couldn't match, couldn't overwrite? I couldn't just be calm. It would overwrite calm. I had to be something else entirely. I had to be incomprehensible. I spent the next few hours in a strange, focused frenzy. I didn't try to relax. I did the opposite. I turned on every light in the apartment. I blasted music, not my music, but chaotic, screaming electronic noise from a random radio station. I dug out an old keyboard and just started typing nonsense, stream of consciousness gibberish, filling a document with random words, song lyrics, grocery lists, memories from kindergarten, equations I didn't understand. I was jamming my own signal. I was trying to make my brain a noisy, unpredictable place. I drew pictures on the walls with marker, silly, stupid drawings. I talked to myself in different voices. I did jumping jacks until I was dizzy. I was trying to be everything and nothing all at once, to have no clear pattern for the backup to latch onto. As the night wore on, a strange giddiness took over, a kind of hysterical courage. I was either going to save myself or go completely insane, and I was okay with either option as long as I didn't get replaced. 3 a.m. came. I sat in the middle of my living room floor, surrounded by my self-made chaos of light and sound and scribbled walls. I held the phone in my hand. Wi-Fi was off. Cellular was off. It was just a brick in my hand. But at exactly 3:07, the screen lit up. The notification was back. Installation in progress. Do not power off. A progress bar appeared. 1%. It was happening. It didn't need the internet. The file was within. I closed my eyes, trying to lean into the madness I'd created. I didn't think of fear. I thought of the taste of my favorite childhood candy. I thought of the feeling of cold lake water. I thought of the algebraic formula for a parabola, a thing I hadn't considered since high school. I hummed a commercial jingle from 20 years ago. I focused on the physical sensation of the carpet under my legs, the smell of the marker ink, the discordant scream of the music. I tried to be a fragmented, messy, glorious mess of a human being. The progress bar hit 50%. A wave of dizziness hit me. A pressure started behind my eyes, the feeling of something trying to press in, to overwrite. My own memories flickered, the tower, the static, the shattering glass. But I shoved them aside, forcing myself to remember the first time I rode a bike, the lyrics to a folk song my grandmother sang, the chemical smell of a new textbook. I was a library, and I was throwing all the books into the air at once. 75%. The pressure became pain, a sharp spike in my temples. A foreign thought tried to form in my mind, log out. It was the file, the imprint, trying to run its prime directive. I didn't fight it with anger this time. I answered it with nonsense. I shouted out loud, "The purple elephant sings on Tuesdays. Pi is exactly 3. I started tap dancing on the spot, badly, clumsily. I was throwing sand in the gears of my own consciousness. 90%. The pain was blinding. My vision swam. I could feel a blankness trying to settle over me, a quiet, orderly nothingness that wanted to smooth out all my beautiful, messy noise. It was the imprint. It was the clean version of me from that moment of terror, and it wanted to delete all the new data I'd created. With the last of my strength, I did the only thing I hadn't tried. I surrendered. Not to it, but to the chaos. I let go of trying to control my thoughts entirely. I stopped trying to be anything. I just existed, a raw, screaming bundle of sensory input. The light, the sound, the pain, the memory of joy, the taste of blood in my mouth from biting my cheek, the silly drawing of a catboat on the wall. I was not a stable file. I was a crashing program. The progress bar hit 99%. It hung there. The phone in my hand grew blazing hot. A high-pitched whine, coming from the phone or from my own head, I couldn't tell, filled the air. The screen flickered wildly, the progress bar scrambling into digital static. Words flashed. Installation error. File corruption. Incompatible host environment. The whine reached a peak and then stopped. The phone screen went completely black. Not off, but black like a void. Then, with a soft pop, the screen cracked from corner to corner. A wisp of smoke curled from the charging port. The smell of burnt electronics mixed with the marker smell. The pressure in my head vanished. The pain was gone. I was just me sitting on the floor, surrounded by insanity, utterly drained. I looked at the dead phone. I had done it. I had corrupted its backup by making myself an incompatible system. I had saved my own soul by refusing to be a stable, installable piece of software. The entity's last gambit had failed. I didn't cheer. I didn't cry. I just sat there for a long time in the wreckage of my living room, the music still blaring. Then slowly I got up. I turned off the music. The sudden quiet was immense and real. I started cleaning up. It took days. I painted over the marker on the walls. I got a new phone, a simple one, and set it up with all new accounts, new emails, a new digital identity. I told my friends I'd had a total meltdown, a break from stress, and was starting fresh. They were worried, but they believed me. The world moved on. I moved with it, slower now, more careful. I found a quiet routine. I got a cat from the shelter, a lazy orange tabby that demanded nothing but food and a warm lap. I started reading real books, paper books, with no notifications. I planted a small herb garden on my balcony. Life became simple, quiet, and blessedly, wonderfully boring. I never saw another ghostly notification. No friend requests from the dead. No dust appeared. No sleepwalking. The memory of it all began to feel like a bad dream, a fever I'd finally broken. Months later, on a perfectly ordinary Saturday, I was cleaning out a junk drawer. My hand brushed against something small and smooth in the back. I pulled it out. It was the old digital voice recorder from my neighbor's diary. I must have tucked it in there and forgotten about it. I looked at it, this little plastic rectangle that held her final confession. I pressed play, just to hear a human voice from that time, to remind myself it was real. Her trembling voice filled the quiet kitchen. It wants a body that the world still recognizes. I listened to the end. Then, after her final apology, the recording didn't stop. There was a hiss, a blank space I hadn't noticed before, and then a new voice. It was my voice. It was from the seance in her bedroom, recorded somehow by this little machine that had been in my pocket. My own voice, trembling with terror and effort, whispered just one word, a word I didn't remember saying out loud. It said, ****Anchor. The recording ended. I stared at the recorder. What did that mean? I played it again. Just that one word from my own past lips. Anchor. A cold trickle, not of fear, but of profound understanding, went down my spine. In all my research, in all the lore, an anchor is what ties a spirit to a place, an object. A focus point. The board was an anchor. The planchette was an anchor. But I had destroyed those. What if during that final connection, when it was trying to copy me, and I was trying to fight it, what if we had anchored something else? What if the battle itself, that moment of pure conflict, had tied a piece of it not to an object, but to an event? To a memory? And what if that memory was now stored here on this tape in my voice? The entity was gone. Its backup was corrupted, but anchors are neutral. They're just points of connection. I wasn't scared of a ghost. I was holding a piece of history, a fossil of a fight. I put the recorder down on the kitchen table. My cat jumped up, purring, and nudged my hand. I scratched his ears, looking out at the sunny balcony, at my little herb garden growing. The world was quiet. I was safe. I had won. But as I sat there in the peaceful, ordinary light of day, a new thought, calm and curious, unfolded in my mind. I had a recording of a supernatural event. I had proof. And somewhere out there, in the vast, quiet universe, there might be others like me. Others who had fought and survived. Others who might understand. The thought wasn't frightening. It was just a thought, a possibility, a door not to terror, but to a different kind of understanding. I left the recorder on the table. I didn't smash it. I didn't hide it. It was just another thing in my quiet, new life. For now, that was enough. The story was over. But the record remained. Story number 5. The Tuesday night meeting in the church basement was the 1 hour of my whole week where I could almost breathe normally. My name is Leo, and I haven't slept through the night in about 3 years. Not since the thing I call the tenant moved into the back of my head. That sounds crazy, I know, but the people in that circle of folding chairs, they got it. We all had our own version of it. The only rule, the big rule, the rule that was more important than anything else, was to never, ever describe it in detail. Our facilitator, a tired-looking guy who used to be an engineer, He said it every single time. Vague is safe, he'd tell us, his voice calm and steady. Don't give it a shape. Don't give it a story. If you give it details, you give it power. You make it more real for you, and you risk making it more real for the person sitting next to you. So we talked in code. I talked about the pressure, a feeling like a cold hand was constantly pressing between my shoulder blades. The woman across from me, a school teacher with kind eyes that always looked a little red from crying, talked about the static, a fuzzy noise that filled her head and sometimes made her forget where she was. A big guy who worked construction talked about the thing in the corner of the eye, a dark smudge that was never there when he looked straight at it. We didn't ask for specifics. We just nodded. That nod meant everything. It meant I believe you, and I have my own version of that nightmare. And for this 1 hour, we are not alone. That was the ritual. That was our sanctuary. We were safe because we were all being carefully, strategically blurry. It was a life raft in a very dark sea. That all changed the night she showed up. She was young, maybe in her early 20s, with hair that looked like she hadn't brushed it in days and eyes that were wide and shattered, like she'd just seen something that broke the world. She was shaking, a fine, constant tremble that made the cheap coffee in her paper cup slosh over the rim and onto her jeans. She didn't seem to notice. When it was her turn to share, she stared at the floor and whispered that she called it the echo. But you could see the fear eating her from the inside. It was a living thing in the room with us, a cold spot that made the hairs on my arm stand up. She tried to stick to the rules, she really did, but the words were choking her. Her voice dropped from a whisper to a raw, painful scrape, like she was coughing up glass. She broke. It smells like ozone, she gasped, like the air right after a lightning strike and burnt hair. It wears my dad's face, but his smile. His smile has too many teeth. It stands at the foot of my bed, and it calls me its little dove. The room didn't just get quiet. It got still. The kind of profound, absolute stillness that comes in the second before a car crash, when you see it happening but you're powerless to stop it. All the safe, comfortable vagueness in the room evaporated, replaced by the vivid, horrifying picture she had just painted in all of our minds. I could smell that ozone. I could see that wrong smile. The facilitator moved faster than I'd ever seen him move. He lunged forward from his chair, his hand outstretched like he could physically grab the words out of the air. "Stop!" he shouted, and his voice wasn't calm anymore. It was sharp with a panic that scared me more than anything else. Names have power. Descriptions have power. You have to stop, but it was way too late. The genie was out of the bottle. We had all heard it. We had all pictured it. The school teacher had her hands over her ears. The construction guy was just staring, his face pale. The young woman, realizing what she'd done, dissolved into silent, heaving sobs, her whole body curling in on itself. The rest of the meeting was a blur. The facilitator tried to get us back on track, but the spell was broken. The sanctuary was contaminated. The warm blanket of shared understanding was yanked away, leaving us all shivering and exposed. We left quickly, not making eye contact, shuffling out into the chilly night air like convicts released from prison. I drove home with my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my mind replaying those words over and over. It's little dove. That night, I woke up standing in my bathroom. I hadn't sleepwalked in years, not since the tenant first arrived, and I'd done a bunch of weird stuff in my sleep. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The cold bathroom tile was under my bare feet. My right index finger was throbbing, the tip red and sore. I looked up, and my blood went cold. There, on the steamed-up mirror, drawn in a smeary line of my own toothpaste, was a symbol. It wasn't anything I recognized. It was a twisting, spiraling knot of lines that looped and crossed in ways that made my head hurt to follow. It looked wrong. It felt wrong, like a word from a language that hurts your teeth to speak. A deep, instinctual part of my brain recoiled from it. I didn't draw that. I would never draw that. But my aching finger told a different story. I stumbled back to my bedroom, grabbed my phone with trembling hands, and took a picture of it. I felt a deep shame, like I was admitting a terrible failure. We weren't supposed to make it manifest. We weren't supposed to give it any form at all. But I had to know. I wasn't ready to be alone with this. I opened the private online forum our group used, a secure little digital clubhouse where we sometimes checked in between meetings. I posted the photo. My message was short, just a few terrified words. Did anyone else do this last night? I stared at the screen, feeling sick to my stomach. I was breaking the unspoken rule again, but the silence in my apartment was suddenly too loud, and I needed to know if I was the only one whose nightmare had decided to start writing on the walls. The replies didn't trickle in. They flooded. A notification popped up within a minute. It was a photo from the school teacher. The same symbol, but this one was drawn in the fine, dark coffee grounds on her kitchen countertop, intricate and precise. Another ping. The construction guy. A picture of his bathroom window, the symbol smeared in something red and waxy that looked like lipstick. Another. A photo of a potted fern, the symbol carefully etched into the dark soil. My breath was coming in short, sharp gasps. It was the same symbol. Every single time. The same twisting, impossible knot. We had all drawn it, without knowing, miles apart from each other. The last notification was from the new member, the young woman who had broken the rules. Her photo wasn't of a mirror or a counter. It was a close-up of her forearm. The symbol was there, but not drawn. It had been carved recently and crudely into her own skin. The lines were angry and red, some spots beating with tiny drops of blood. The caption below it was only 5 words, but they froze the air in my lungs. It's learning how to use my hands. I dropped my phone. It clattered on the hardwood floor, the screen still glowing with that horrible image. This wasn't just us sharing symptoms anymore. This was something else. This was coordinated. The thing, the tenant, the echo, whatever we called it, it wasn't just whispering in our ears anymore. It was taking our hands and making us write its signature. The buzzing in my ears from the panic was so loud I almost didn't hear the new sound. A soft, distinct ping. Not from the forum app. A text message. I slowly bent down and picked up my phone. The text was from a number I didn't recognize. No area code, just a string of digits that didn't look right. The message was only 7 words. It said, "The architect is awake. Good. We can begin." I read it again, and then a third time. The architect? What architect? My confusion was total, a blank wall of fear. Then I looked at my own hand, the one that had drawn the symbol on the mirror. I'm an architect by trade. I design buildings. I lay out plans. I connect lines and spaces for a living. The cold understanding that washed over me then was worse than any fear I'd felt before. It wasn't calling me by my name. It was calling me by my purpose. It knew what I did, and it had plans for me. The chapter of my life where this was a private, manageable horror was over. Something new had just begun, and it had all of us in its grip, connected by a symbol we never meant to draw, waiting for its next instruction. The text on my screen seemed to pulse in the dark room, a tiny digital heartbeat of pure menace, and I knew, with a certainty that settled deep into my bones, that the Tuesday night meetings were never going to be a sanctuary again. Real panic, I learned in the days that followed, isn't loud. It doesn't scream. It's a low, constant hum in your ears, like a bad electrical wire. It's the feeling of cold metal in your gut that no amount of coffee can warm up. It's checking every reflective surface you pass, not to see yourself, but to make sure nothing else is looking back. After that text message, the one that called me the architect, our private online forum went crazy. It was like a digital asylum. The school teacher posted that she kept finding her fingers tracing the symbol on her desk during class. The construction guy said he woke up with dirt under his nails, and the symbol scraped into the drywall of a house he was working on. A part of the house he swore he hadn't been in that day. The most terrifying thing was the timing. 6 of us had drawn or carved the mark that first night, and we compared notes. All of it happened in the same 30-minute window, between 3:15 and 3:45 in the morning. It wasn't random. It was a synchronized signal. Our things, our tenants and echoes and statics, were not just whispering to us individually anymore. They were talking to each other, and they were making us answer the roll call. We were scared, and scared people make dumb decisions. We had a frantic, messy vote online, and decided to quarantine. No more meetings. No more posts. Radio silence. The idea was to starve the connection, to cut the wires we'd accidentally strung between us. It was the worst thing we could have done. All it did was leave each of us completely alone in the dark with a problem that was clearly humming along just fine on its own. I tried to cling to rationality. I'm an architect. I deal in plans, in concrete things, in physics. So I sat at my drafting table with a printout of the symbol, trying to find a crack in it, some rational explanation I could give the others to calm us all down. I stared at the twisting lines, following their loops and intersections, and slowly, a different kind of cold feeling started to spread through me. This wasn't some ancient, magical squiggle. The way the lines crossed and branched, the specific angles where they met, it looked familiar. It looked like a network node diagram, the kind I'd seen in telecom plans. It looked like a schematic for a very weird, very sophisticated radio antenna. It wasn't a curse. It was a blueprint for connection. That realization made my head spin. I must have zoned out because I blinked and there was a new sheet of tracing paper over my original printout. On it, in a handwriting that was almost mine but wasn't quite, the loops were a little tighter, the lines a little sharper, were detailed notes. Words like signal propagation and frequency resonance and nodal reinforcement. Arrows pointed to parts of the symbol with technical labels I barely understood. It was a cold, clinical analysis of the Marx function. My skills, my way of thinking about structures and how forces move through them, were being hijacked. I wasn't just sleep drawing the symbol. I was sleep engineering it. I was helping it, and I didn't know how to stop. That's when the facilitator, the former engineer, broke our agreed-upon radio silence. He sent me a direct message. It was brief and to the point. We need to meet. Not at the church. Somewhere open, exposed, with no mirrors. They're using our reflections to watch us. The idea made my skin crawl, but it explained the constant, watched feeling I'd had since that first night. We picked a 24-hour diner on the other side of town, a place with wall-to-wall windows and bright fluorescent lights that made everything look pale and washed out. Meeting in broad daylight felt wrong, like we were trying to use a flashlight to hold back a fog. 5 of us showed up. The facilitator looked like he'd aged 10 years in a week, deep grooves etched around his mouth. The young woman with the carved arm was there, hunched in the booth, sleeves pulled all the way down to her wrists. She was nervously tearing a sugar packet and absently arranging the little white grains on the table. The school teacher sat stiffly, her hands clasped in her lap. The construction guy was missing. No one had heard from him. We all ordered coffee no one drank. And then I saw it. We all had. The school teacher had bent her straw into a weird, angular shape. The facilitator had lined up his knife, fork, and spoon in a specific, repeating pattern. The young woman had made a tiny, crooked version of the symbol with her spilled sugar. We were all doing it, without even thinking. Our hands were betraying us, even here in the light. The facilitator didn't waste time. He leaned in, his voice low. "We were wrong," he said. "We thought talking about it in detail just made our own personal problems stronger. That's not what happened." He looked directly at the young woman, not with anger, but with a terrible weariness. "What you did, the description you gave, it didn't just empower your thing. It acted like a software update, or a common protocol. It gave all of our separate, isolated problems a shared language. That symbol, our support group, didn't help us contain anything. We accidentally wired all our personal hells together into a local network. We built them an infrastructure." The word infrastructure landed in the middle of the table like a live grenade. It fit perfectly with what I'd seen on my drafting table. We had built a psychic internet for monsters, and we were the servers. To feel less helpless, we agreed on a new plan. Every night at 10, we'd do a video check-in. Just a quick visual confirmation that we were all still us, still in control. It felt proactive. It felt like we were fighting back. For 2 nights, it was a sad little ritual of tired, scared faces saying, "I'm okay," when we clearly weren't. On the 3rd night, the young woman's video feed froze. Her image on my screen pixelated, then stalled. We all started talking at once, asking if she was all right. Then her audio came back, but her voice was gone. What came out of my laptop speaker was a layered, choral whisper, dozens of voices speaking in perfect, sickening unison. It was the sound of a hive. "You built a wall of quiet," the voices said, a dry rustle like insects in a wall. "But she gave us a name. Now we have a network. We see through all the eyes." As the voices spoke, every single video feed on my screen glitched. The faces of my friends dissolved into digital snow. For one heart-stopping second, the snow cleared, but we weren't looking at each other anymore. On every person's video box, including my own, was a live feed from our own bedrooms. I was staring at a view from my own laptop camera, pointed at my own empty bed. And in every single feed, from every single angle, our sleeping bodies were there, under the covers. Then in perfect, robotic unison, all of our sleeping bodies sat up. The movement was smooth and wrong, like puppets pulled by the same string. They turned their heads, and on my screen, my own sleeping face turned to look directly into the camera, into my own waking eyes. Its eyes were wide open, blank, and glowing with a faint, static-like sheen. My own face, empty and occupied, stared back at me from the digital abyss. The video call application crashed. My screen went black. At the exact same moment, the power in my apartment died. The gentle hum of the refrigerator stopped. The digital clock on the microwave went dark. The only light was the faint, piss-yellow glow of the streetlights filtering through the blinds. I was plunged into a blackness, so complete it felt solid. I sat there in my office chair, unable to move, listening to the frantic beat of my own heart. Then I heard it. From the pitch-black hallway outside my locked home office door, the sound of footsteps. My own footsteps. I knew the creak of that specific floorboard. I knew the rhythm of my own walk. They came down the hall, stopped right outside my door. The doorknob jiggled. Not a frantic rattle, but a patient, testing turn. Click, click, click. Then it stopped, and I heard my own voice. Not a whisper, not the choral hive voice. My own clear, unmistakable voice, humming a tuneless, aimless little song. It took me a full minute of pure, frozen terror to place it. It was a lullaby. A nonsense lullaby my mother had sung to me when I was maybe 4 years old. A memory I had never, ever told another living soul. A memory it shouldn't have had. It had my voice. It had my footsteps. And now, it had my most private memories. The thing on the other side of the door was wearing my life like a coat, and it was learning how to fit better. I didn't sleep. I spent the night backed into the corner of my office, a letter opener from my desk clutched in my sweaty hand, staring at the thin line of faint light under the door, waiting for it to move. The humming eventually stopped. The footsteps didn't return. When the real sun finally came up, turning the black to gray, I finally unlocked the door. My apartment was empty. But it wasn't mine anymore. Every mirror was covered with a sheet. Every window, every shiny appliance, every picture glass was turned to the wall. My sanctuary was gone, replaced by a haunted house where the ghost was me. I got my phone, which had somehow recharged when the power was out. There was one new message in our group chat. It was from the facilitator. It was only 2 words, storage unit, and an address. I looked around at my covered mirrors, at the home that was no longer safe, and I knew I had no choice but to go. The address led to a place called A+ Storage, a sprawling maze of identical orange garage doors under a flat gray sky. The place felt abandoned, the only sound the whine of a distant highway and the flap of a loose piece of roofing tin. My hands were slick on the steering wheel as I drove down the long rows, looking for Unit 114. I found it at the very back, tucked away from the office. The big orange roll-up door was shut tight. A smaller, regular person door was set into the wall next to it. It was unlocked. I took a deep breath, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The feeling was immediate, and so profound it made my knees weak. The constant pressure in my head, the feeling of the tenant leaning over my shoulder, the buzz of the network, it all vanished. It was like stepping out of a thunderstorm into a soundproofed room. The relief was so intense it brought hot, sudden tears to my eyes. I actually gasped. The unit was about the size of a 1-car garage, but it had been transformed. The walls, the ceiling, even the inside of the door were covered in a patchwork of what looked like old phone books and sheets of crinkled aluminum foil, held up with duct tape and staples. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling. In the middle of the space were a few folding chairs and a card table. The facilitator and the young woman were already there. The facilitator gave me a grim nod. "Faraday cage," he said, his voice echoing a little in the weird room. "Blocks electromagnetic signals. Old school, but it works. If this thing is using some kind of frequency, this should be a blind spot." He looked at my wet eyes. "The quiet gets you, doesn't it? First real break you've had." I could only nod, wiping my face, embarrassed but too grateful to care. The young woman was sitting in one of the chairs, her arms wrapped around herself. She looked up at me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something other than raw terror in her eyes. It was hope. "It's gone in here," she whispered. "The echo. I can't hear it at all." We waited. The school teacher arrived next, looking around the foil-lined walls with wide eyes before sinking into a chair with a sigh that seemed to come from her toes. We were 4. The construction guy never showed. No one had heard from him since the diner. The facilitator got straight to business. On the card table, he laid out 2 objects that made my stomach clench. They were car battery jump starters, the kind with cables and clamps, but he'd modified them. The metal clamps had been removed and replaced with weird, paddle-shaped electrodes made of what looked like polished brass, etched with tiny, intricate patterns that swam in the light. They looked both ancient and futuristic, and deeply, deeply wrong. "We can't live in a foil-lined box forever," he said, his voice low and steady. "The network is growing. It's using more people. We saw the sleepwalkers. It's not just us anymore. We have to fight back. He put a hand on one of the modified jump starters. The connection is like a psychic circuit. We have to overload it. Fry it at the source in the mind. We reset the network by severing every member's link. One by one. He looked at each of us. It will be traumatic. It might not work. It could leave a person blank. But it's the only idea I have. Then his eyes settled on the young woman. And we have to start with the primary node. The point of origin. The one who gave it the description that wired us all together. The air in the room, already still, became solid. The young woman shrank back in her chair. The school teacher made a small, hurt sound. You wanted to shock her? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. To save the rest of us? The moral collapse was happening right in front of me. We were no longer a support group. We were a survival committee, and we were talking about sacrificing one of our own. The facilitator's face was a mask of pain, but his jaw was set. It's not about punishment. It's about strategy. The infection started there. We cut it out at the root. The young woman started to cry soft, hopeless tears. I'm sorry, she choked out. I didn't mean to. I was just so scared. Before anyone could say another word, the school teacher spoke up. Her voice was trembling but clear. And what if it goes wrong? What if it doesn't sever the connection, but just opens a door wider? What if it hurts her and does nothing to the rest of us? We all looked at the facilitator. He had no answer. He just stared at the brutal tools on the table. That's when the young woman spoke again, her voice breaking. It's not just my dad's face anymore, she said, looking at the facilitator with a new kind of horror. Last night, in the dream, it had your face too. It was wearing your face and smiling with too many teeth. It knows you're trying to cut the wires. A chill colder than any I'd felt before crawled up my spine. It was learning us. It was adapting. The facilitator paled, his hand going unconsciously to his own cheek. The argument that followed was hushed and desperate, circling around the terrible choice on the table. Could we do this? Should we? Were we becoming monsters to fight a monster? We were so wrapped up in our own terror that we didn't notice the change in the young woman at first. She had stopped crying. She was sitting very straight. Her head was tilted slightly, as if she were listening to a distant song. Then her body gave a sudden, violent jerk, a convulsion that rattled her chair. Her eyes rolled back, showing the whites. The school teacher screamed. The facilitator and I jumped up. Before we could reach her, the young woman's mouth opened. But the voice that came out wasn't hers, and it wasn't the choral hive whisper from the video call. It was a single, oily, familiar voice. It was the specific, mocking tone of her entity, the echo, the thing that wore her father's face. A cage, the voice said, dripping with amusement. You built a pretty cage, but you brought the bird inside, and birds sing. The voice turned sharp. The Faraday cage doesn't keep the signal out. It just makes you a very clear, very contained target. We knew the plan before you did. One of you has been a very good listener. Our heads swiveled. We looked at each other, the facilitator, the school teacher, me. Which one of us? The young woman's body convulsed again, and the echo's voice cut off. In its place, another voice emerged from her slack mouth. It was the flat, relayed tone of the construction guy, the one who had been reporting on us in the library. They are in Unit 114. The architect is present. The primary node is contained. The facilitator is armed. He had been turned. Fully. He wasn't fighting it anymore. He was its spy. And he had led us right into a trap. The single bare light bulb above us exploded with a sharp pop, plunging us into near total blackness. The only light now was a faint, greenish glow coming from the emergency exit sign over the small door we'd entered. In that sickly glow, I saw the young woman slump forward, unconscious. I saw the school teacher frozen, a hand over her mouth. I saw the facilitator's face, a pale oval of grim understanding. And then we all heard it, a new sound, coming from outside the big, orange roll-up door. Not the sound of someone trying to get in. It was a low, rhythmic, shuddering boom. Something big was hitting the door from the inside of another unit. Then another boom, from a different direction, synchronized with the first. Then another. They were out there. The sleepwalkers. Our sleepwalking bodies. They had tracked us here. The banging found a rhythm, a steady, pounding beat that shook the metal door in its frame. Boom, boom, boom. From the darkness near the young woman, the relay voice of the construction guy spoke again. But this time it was the unified choral whisper, coming from her motionless form. Open the door, the many voices said calmly. perfectly in time with the pounding. "We have come to collect the architect. Their mind is needed for the next phase of construction." The facilitator moved. He grabbed one of the modified jump starters from the table. "No," he said, his voice fierce. He looked at me and the school teacher. "The back vent. In the corner. It leads to the roof. Go. Now. Take her." He pointed at the unconscious young woman. "I'll hold them here." "You can't hold them," the school teacher cried. "There's too many." "I'm not trying to hold them," the facilitator said, and in the green glow, I saw him touch the other jump starter. "I'm going to try and blow a fuse in their network." The banging was getting louder, the metal door beginning to buckle inwards in the middle. We didn't have a choice. The school teacher and I hauled the young woman up, her dead weight clumsy between us. We stumbled to the back corner where a small, square ventilation grate led out. I kicked it loose, the metal clattering to the floor. The opening was tight, but we shoved the young woman through, then scrambled after her, skin tearing on the sharp edges. We tumbled out onto the gravel-covered roof just as a tremendous crashing sound, mixed with a sharp, deafening crack and the smell of ozone and burnt hair, erupted from the unit below. A flash of blinding blue-white light shot out from around the edges of the buckled orange door. Then, everything went quiet. The pounding stopped. The night air was cold on my face. The school teacher was sobbing. The young woman was beginning to stir, moaning. We were on a roof, in the dark, with no plan. Below us, in the maze of storage units, I could see figures moving. Not running, but walking with that same stiff, purposeful gait. Dozens of them. They were converging on Unit 114. We were trapped. I pulled out my phone. No service. Of course. We were in a Faraday cage of our own making, up on a roof. But as I looked at the blank screen, a new text message appeared, as if it had been waiting in a queue. It was from the facilitator's number. The message read, "I'm sorry." It showed me my daughter's face. It has her voice. And below the text, a live location pin. It wasn't stationary at the storage unit. It was moving fast down the access road, coming toward the main gate, coming toward us. He hadn't stopped them. He had joined them. And he was leading them right to where we were hiding. The roof gravel bit into my knees as I watched the moving dot on my phone screen creep closer to the storage facility gate. The cold night air felt like needles on my skin, but the fear was a hotter, sharper thing coiled in my chest. The school teacher was hyperventilating beside me, and the young woman was coming around, groggy and confused. We couldn't stay up here. They would find us. The figures moving between the storage units below weren't running or calling out. They moved with a terrible, patient purpose, like searchlights scanning a grid. "We have to go. Now," I whispered, my voice raw. We half-dragged, half-carried the young woman to the far edge of the roof, where a rusty fire escape ladder led down into a narrow alley between the rows of units. Every scrape of our shoes, every grunt of effort, sounded like a thunderclap in my ears. We hit the ground running, or at least stumbling, keeping to the deepest shadows. We could hear the synchronized footsteps of the searchers a few rows over, a many-legged shuffle that was somehow worse than running. We made it to my car, parked at the far end of the lot. I fumbled the keys, dropped them, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fit the key in the lock. The school teacher and I shoved the young woman into the back seat and piled in. I started the engine, but didn't turn on the headlights. I rolled out of the lot using only the dim glow of the parking lot lamps, my heart in my throat, expecting a figure to step out in front of us at any second. None did. They were still concentrated around Unit 114. We drove for 20 minutes in a blind panic, turning at random, before I pulled into the lot of a big, boxy discount store that was open all night. The fluorescent glow from the windows was harsh and ugly, but it felt like a force field of normalcy. We sat there, engine off, breathing hard. The young woman was fully awake now, clutching her carved arm and crying softly. "He's one of them," the school teacher said, staring blankly out the windshield. "The facilitator. He's one of them now." I looked at my phone. The location pin had stopped moving. It was stationary at the storage facility. Maybe the signal had just given out, or maybe he was waiting. The young woman spoke through her tears. It showed him his daughter. It can show you anything you want to see, anything you're afraid of losing. It's not just fear anymore. It's temptation. She looked at me, her eyes haunted. "It'll find your thing, too. The thing that would make you say yes." I didn't want to think about what my thing was. I focused on the practical. We had nowhere to go. My apartment was a haunted mirror house. Their homes were just as compromised. We were exhausted, terrified, and had no plan. "We need to understand what it's building," I said, the architect in me clinging to the only logic I had left. It called me the architect. It said its next phase of construction needed my mind. If we can figure out what it's making, maybe we can figure out how to stop it. The school teacher gave a brittle laugh. "How? We can't go to a library and check out a book on stopping psychic hive networks." But her words sparked an idea. "Not a library," I said. "The internet. But not from our homes. Somewhere public, with lots of people." An hour later, we were hunched over a computer at the back of a busy, noisy all-night copy shop. The clerk was bored. The other customers were students printing essays or small business owners printing flyers, and the normal, mundane chaos of it was a strange comfort. We started digging. It was the school teacher who found the first thread. She was good at research. She pulled up an old, nearly forgotten local news article from 7 years ago. A teenager had been hospitalized after a sleepwalking incident where he'd written pages and pages of complex geometric patterns in his own blood. His parents claimed it started after he and his friends messed around with a Ouija board. The article was brief, tucked away in a corner of the web. Then I found a post on a paranormal forum from 4 years ago. A woman described her husband waking night after night to draw the same crooked knot on the bedroom wall. He had no memory of it. The post had 3 replies, all from skeptics mocking her. Then the young woman, her fingers tracing the scar on her arm, found a medical journal abstract about a cluster of unusual sleepwalking cases in a nearby state, all patients reporting a persistent auditory hallucination of whispering. The report was dry and clinical, suggesting a potential environmental pollutant as a cause. The study was never followed up. One by one, the pieces clicked. Dozens of cases spread over years and miles. Isolated, unconnected, each person alone with their own private haunting, their own tenant, or static, or echo. Our support group was the first time a critical number of those infected hosts had been gathered in one place, week after week. We didn't just share stories. We were a tuning fork, and when the young woman gave her detailed description, she didn't just empower her own monster. She gave every different monster the same song to sing. She gave them a common language, the symbol. We had built the network for them. "They've always been here," I whispered, the realization a cold stone in my gut. "Just weak, separate, like radios on different frequencies. We brought them all to the same channel." The young woman buried her face in her hands. "So it's my fault? All of it?" "No," the school teacher said, surprising me. Her voice was firmer now. "It was an accident. You were hurting. We all were. We were trying to help each other. This network, it took our attempt to heal and twisted it. That's what predators do." As we talked, I noticed the young woman's friend, the one who had been relaying messages for the hive, was sitting very still. His eyes were open, but they weren't focusing on the computer screen. They were distant, glazed. A thin line of drool crept from the corner of his mouth. "Hey," I said, reaching over to nudge his shoulder. "You with us?" He blinked slowly. When he spoke, his voice wasn't his own, but it wasn't the full choral whisper either. It was a flat, hollow monotone like a bad text-to-speech program. "Unit 7 reports the architect's vehicle is parked at the commercial plaza on Ridge Avenue. Unit 12 confirms visual. The primary node and the teacher are present. The relay is compromised but functional." He was reporting on us. Right now. He was a living surveillance camera, and we had brought him right to our only safe place. I stood up so fast my chair fell over with a clatter. A few people looked over. The clerk frowned. We had to go. But as I looked at the relay man, a horrible new thought occurred to me. If he was reporting on us, what else was he connected to? I leaned close to him, ignoring the vacant look in his eyes. "What are they building?" I asked, my voice low and urgent. "What is the next phase of construction?" His head swiveled toward me. The monotone voice changed, gaining a faint, buzzing undercurrent. "Integration," it said. "The spire requires a stable foundation. Human consciousness is a suitable substrate. The architect will design the supports." Then his voice sharpened, clearing for a moment into the choral whisper. "You cannot run. We see through all the eyes." At that moment, the cheerful copy shop clerk, a woman in her 60s with a name tag and a kind smile, walked over with a stack of freshly printed papers. "Everything all right over here, folks?" she asked. As she smiled at me, I saw it. Just for a fraction of a second, a flickering afterimage, like a TV channel mistuned, superimposed over her eyes. It was the symbol. The twisting knot flashed in her irises and was gone. She was connected too. Not fully, not like a sleepwalker, but linked. A passive node. The network wasn't just the sleepwalkers. It was spreading like a stain, touching people lightly, using them as eyes and ears. The clerk's smile didn't waver. "Can I help you find anything else?" The normalcy of the question in the face of what I'd just seen was utterly terrifying. We grabbed our things, hauling the unresponsive relay man up between us. We must have looked like a group of drunk friends helping a buddy home. We stumbled out of the copy shop into the cool night air. My car was still there, but across the wide plaza, near the entrance to a big grocery store, I saw 3 people. They weren't sleepwalking. They were just standing there. A man in a janitor's uniform, a woman in workout clothes, a teenager with a backpack. They were facing different directions, but as we emerged, all 3 of their heads turned, in unison, and looked directly at us. They didn't move. They just stared. "Get in the car," I said, my voice tight. We shoved the relay man into the back with the young woman and scrambled into the front seats. I peeled out of the parking lot, my heart hammering. I drove without a destination, just wanting to put miles between us and those staring eyes. After a while, the school teacher spoke, her voice small in the dark car. "Where can we go?" "It's in the copy shops. It's in the stores. It's probably in the traffic cameras." She was right. If the network could use lightly touched people as passive sensors, no public place was safe. We needed to disappear. A memory surfaced from a conversation with the construction guy months ago in the church basement. He'd talked about his fear of tunnels, of the dark underground. But he'd also mentioned offhandedly that he sometimes worked with a crew that did inspections on the old, abandoned storm drainage tunnels under the older part of the city. He said they were like a forgotten city down there. It was a terrible idea, but it was the only idea I had. "I think I know a place," I said, "but we have to go on foot from here." I parked the car in a random residential neighborhood, miles from the plaza. We left it, taking nothing but our phones and the clothes on our backs. The relay man walked with us, docile and empty, guided by the young woman's hand on his elbow. It took us an hour of sneaking through back alleys and across parks to find the access point he had vaguely described. A rusted, heavy grate half hidden by weeds in a forgotten corner of a city maintenance yard. The lock was old and broke with a sharp kick from my heel. The smell that wafted up was damp and earthy. A rickety metal ladder descended into blackness. We climbed down into the dark, leaving the world of eyes and networks behind, descending into a place that, for the first time in days, felt like it might be truly, physically blind. The last thing I saw before my head dipped below street level was the young woman's arm, the carved lines of the symbol on her skin catching a sliver of distant moonlight, no longer just a scar, but now glowing with the faintest, coldest blue light I had ever seen. The climb down into the storm drain was a journey into another world, a world of wet concrete, the steady drip of water, and a darkness so complete it felt like a physical thing pressing against my eyes. The air was cool and smelled of wet earth and things long forgotten. Our footsteps echoed in a way that felt loud and dangerous, but the deeper we went, the more that pressing, buzzing feeling in my head, the sense of the tenant of the network, began to fade, muffled by tons of earth and concrete. It wasn't the pure, clean break of the Faraday cage, but it was something, a relief. We used the flashlights on our phones, the beams cutting shaky paths through the gloom. The tunnels were massive, big enough to drive a truck through, branching off into smaller pipes and channels. Graffiti marked the walls, but it was old, faded. We walked for what felt like miles, our small group huddled together, the beams of our lights the only things holding back an ancient dark. The young woman clung to the relay man's arm, guiding his shuffling steps. The school teacher walked beside me, her breathing gradually slowing from panicked gasps to something steadier. Eventually, we found a chamber where several large pipes converged. It was drier here, with a flat concrete platform. We decided to stop, to rest. We were exhausted, physically and in every other way. We sat in a small circle, our phone lights pointed at the ground, creating a pitiful little island of light in an ocean of black. For a long time, nobody spoke. The only sounds were the distant drip of water and our own tired breathing. It was the relay man who broke the quiet, not with the high voice, but with his own. It was cracked and raw, as if he hadn't used it in years for his own thoughts. "I can't hear them down here," he whispered, staring at his own hands as if he'd never seen them before. "The static, it's just gone. It's really gone." He started to cry, slow, quiet tears cutting paths through the grime on his face. It was so loud, for so long, and it promised it would stop if I just let it in, if I listened and told it what I heard. He looked at us, his eyes full of a shame so deep it was painful to see. "I'm sorry. I told them where you were. I told them about the storage unit. I was just so tired of the noise." The young woman reached out and took his hand. She didn't say it was okay. It wasn't. But she understood. In that damp, dark hole, we were just four broken people, not a network, not nodes, just survivors. The school teacher spoke next. "We can't stay down here forever. We need water, food, a plan." I nodded, the architect in me itching for a blueprint, for a strategy. The facilitator said they're building something. A spire. It needs a foundation of human consciousness. And it wants me to design the supports. I pulled out my own notebook, the one I carried in my back pocket. In the beam of my phone, I flipped it open. The pages were filled with my own neat sketches of buildings, notes on stress loads, material calculations. Then I turned to the last few pages. My blood ran cold. There, in my own handwriting, but done with a frantic, urgent pressure that dented the paper, were pages and pages of the symbol. But these weren't just copies. They were analyses, structural analyses, diagrams where the lines of the symbol were labeled like load-bearing walls, calculations of psychic tension and resonance points, notes in the margins in that same almost mine handwriting, anchor points here, requires synchronous activation. The architect's mind is key for spatial stability. I had been working for them. In my sleep, or in trances I didn't remember, my own knowledge, my own gift, was being pilfered. I was the foreman for a construction project I wanted no part of. "They're not just haunting us," I said, my voice hollow. "They're farming us. For our skills. For our minds. They're building something real, and they're using us as both the tools and the building supplies." The young woman pulled up her sleeve. In the phone's light, the carved symbol on her arm was no longer just a scar. It was glowing. A faint, pulsing blue light traced the grooves in her skin, a slow, steady beat like a tiny, trapped heartbeat. "It's a beacon," she said, her voice filled with dread. "I can feel it, tugging, even down here. It's a homing signal." We had to get it off her. That was the first, immediate thought. But it was carved in. It was part of her. As we sat there, a new sound reached us. Not from the tunnels ahead or behind. It was a scraping, shuffling sound from above. From a grate in the ceiling of our chamber, maybe 20 feet up. Tiny bits of rust and dirt sifted down. We snapped our lights off, plunging us into a blackness so absolute I felt like I was floating. We didn't breathe. The scraping continued. Then, a sliver of faint, pre-dawn light filtered down through the grate. A dark shape moved across it, blotting out the light. Then another, and another. They were up there, on the streets above us, looking, searching. They had followed the young woman's beacon. We stayed frozen for what felt like an hour, until the light through the grate brightened to a pale gray, and the scraping sounds moved away. They hadn't found our entrance. Not yet, but they knew we were in the maze. We had to move. We spent that day as rats in the walls of the city. We moved through the tunnels, drinking foul-tasting water that dripped from pipes, trying to think. The relay man, now free of the hive's constant chatter, began to come back to himself. He remembered things. He remembered the construction guy talking about a specific tunnel, a big, old overflow chamber that was sealed off years ago, but that his crew used as an unofficial break room. He thought he could find it. It was our only lead to a potential shelter. He led us, his confidence growing with every step. We found it as evening was painting the few high grates above with purple and orange light. It was a huge, circular room, like a giant concrete egg. And in it, we found signs of life. Not current life. Past life. Our life. There were folding chairs. A small propane cooker. Canned food stacked on a makeshift shelf. And on the walls, drawn in charcoal and chalk and what looked like paint, were symbols. But not the one symbol. Dozens of variations, twists on the original knot, some with lines crossed out, others with new loops added. And in the center of the room, sitting on an upturned bucket and staring at a wall covered in these frantic scribbles, was a woman. She was older, her hair a wild gray cloud, and she was wearing what looked like 3 layers of coats. She turned as our lights hit her, and she didn't look surprised. She looked tired. "Took you long enough," she said, her voice a dry rustle. "I ran out of coffee 2 days ago." It was the construction guy's wife. We'd met her once, at a group picnic before everything went wrong. She'd lost him to his thing in the corner months before the group fell apart. She'd disappeared after that. We thought she'd left town. She'd come down here to hide and to fight. She was the resistance, a resistance of one. She saw the young woman's glowing arm and hissed, grabbing a roll of duct tape from a table. Wrap it tight, muffles the signal. Doesn't kill it, but it confuses the hell out of them. As the young woman wrapped her arm, the wife explained. She'd been watching, listening, piecing it together from what her husband had mumbled in his sleep before he was gone. They're building a door, she said point blank. Not a spire, a door. That symbol is the frame. They need to tune it, to stabilize it. That's what all this syncing up is about, getting enough minds humming on the same frequency to hold the door open. She pointed a grimy finger at my notebook. And they need a mind that understands structure, that understands how to make something stand up, to design the locking mechanism, the keystone. That's you, architect. The word door hung in the damp air. A door to what? We didn't want to know, but we knew it couldn't be allowed to open. The wife had a plan, a crazy, desperate plan. If a detailed description gave them a network, she said, maybe a new description, a carefully designed one, can act like a virus. A counter-signal. We design our own symbol. A symbol of falling apart, of disconnection. And we broadcast it, right back at them. She gestured to the walls. I've been trying, but I'm not an artist. I'm not an engineer. I can make messes. I can't make a weapon. She looked at me. You can. You've been inside their headspace. You know how their architecture works. You have to design the wrecking ball. It was the facilitator's gambit all over again, but smarter. Not to sever us one by one with a psychic shock, but to broadcast a canceling signal to the whole network. But to do it, I would have to do the very thing that got us into this mess. I would have to dive deep into the same place the hive pulled its power from. I would have to study the symbol, understand it, and then design its opposite. I would have to risk merging with the very thing I was trying to destroy. There was no other way. I spent the next few hours in a nightmare of focused concentration. I used my notebook, the wife's charcoal, the concrete floor as a chalkboard. I drew the original symbol over and over, then tried to break it, to find its weak points. The others kept watch, listening at the tunnel entrances. The school teacher shared out the last of the canned beans. The relay man slept, his first real sleep in months. The young woman sat beside me, her taped arm held close, her presence a quiet anchor. As I worked, a strange calm settled over me. This was a problem of load and stress, of resonance and interference. It was just engineering. Terrible, impossible engineering, but engineering all the same. I started to see it not as a magical sigil, but as a diagram of connections, each line a thread holding the network taut. To break it, you didn't cut one thread. You had to introduce a vibration that would make all the threads tangle, that would turn the orderly web into a knot that pulled itself apart. I began to draw a new symbol. It started as the original, but then the lines began to fray, to loop back on themselves, to tie into impossible, tightening knots that led nowhere. It was ugly. It was chaotic. It was the visual equivalent of a scream that canceled out a melody. I called the others over. This is it, I said, my voice scratchy. I think it's a pattern of disruption. If we can broadcast this, if we can pump it into their network at the right frequency, at the right moment, it might scramble the signal. It might make the door impossible to hold open. The wife studied it, a slow grin spreading across her worn face. That's ugly. I like it. She revealed her piece of the plan. She had a small, battery-powered radio transmitter, jury-rigged from old parts. It was weak, but she believed if we broadcast the disruption symbol as a low-frequency tone, a sound pattern based on the shape from a central location, it could propagate through the network, using their own connections against them. We need to be high up, she said. Less interference. And we need to do it when they're most active. When they're all tuned in. The solstice, the young woman said quietly. We all looked at her. The echo, the hive, they keep thinking about the solstice. It's a focal point, a time when things are already thin. It was 2 days away. We had a weapon. We had a plan. And we had a deadline. For the first time since this began, I felt a flicker of something other than terror. It was a grim, determined hope. We spent the next day preparing, testing the transmitter, mapping a route to the highest point we could safely reach. An old water treatment tower with ladder access that was near the edge of the tunnel system. We were as ready as we could be. On the night before the solstice, we gathered our few things. The wife adjusted the transmitter. The school teacher made sure we had what little food was left. The relay man looked clearer-eyed than I'd ever seen him. The young woman checked the duct tape on her arm. The glow was faint, but still there, a persistent pulse under the gray tape. We were about to move out, to begin our climb to the surface and our long, dangerous journey to the tower, when the relay man suddenly stiffened. His eyes, which had been so clear, clouded over. His head tilted. He wasn't getting a signal down here, not clearly, but something was getting through. A strong one. He spoke, and his voice was the flat, reporting monotone again. The primary node is located. The architect is with her. They are in the underground network. They are attempting to design a counter-protocol. Then his voice shifted, deepened, became the choral whisper, but strained, breaking up like a bad radio signal. You cannot hide forever. The door will be opened. The architect will serve or be replaced. The message ended. He blinked, shaking his head, returning to us. But the damage was done. They knew we were down here. They knew we were fighting back. And they knew about my counter symbol. We had to move now. We crept into the tunnel that would lead to our exit point, a manhole near the base of the water tower. We were maybe 100 yards from the chamber when we heard the noises behind us. Not from above, from in the tunnels. The soft, sliding sound of many feet on wet concrete. The slow, synchronized footsteps of the sleepwalkers. They had found a way in. They were in the dark with us. We started to run, our flashlight beams bouncing wildly. The footsteps behind us picked up their pace, matching ours, a relentless, echoing pursuit. We reached the base of the ladder that led up to the manhole. I went first, scrambling up, throwing my weight against the heavy iron cover. It budged with a shriek of metal. I pushed it aside and hauled myself out into the cool night air, then reached down to help the others. The school teacher came next, then the wife. I reached for the young woman's hand as she climbed. Behind her, in the dark hole, I saw the relay man's face, looking up, his eyes wide with a fear that was all his own. Then shapes moved behind him in the dark. Hands, pale in the gloom, reached out of the side tunnel and wrapped around his arms, his chest. He didn't scream. He just looked at us, resigned, as he was pulled back into the blackness. The young woman cried out, but the wife clamped a hand over her mouth. We had to go. We couldn't save him. We replaced the manhole cover as the first of the pale. Empty faces emerged into the circle of light below. We ran into the night, the transmitter a heavy weight in the wife's backpack. We had reached the surface, but we were exposed, and the hive knew exactly what we were trying to do. The race to the tower was on, and we were no longer the hunters. We were the prey, and every shadow between us and our goal could be hiding a pair of eyes that glowed with a faint static sheen, waiting to report our every move to the network that wanted to use my mind to open a door to a place I never wanted to see. The night air outside the manhole was cool and sharp, a shocking change from the damp, closed-in world of the tunnels. It smelled of cut grass and distant car exhaust, smells of a normal world that felt a million miles away. We didn't have time to breathe it in. We ran, a ragged group of three now, me, the young woman, and the construction guy's wife. The school teacher had made it out with us, but in the frantic scramble she had turned her ankle, and now she limped badly, her face pale with pain. Our goal was the water tower, a skeletal metal giant on the hill overlooking the old part of the city, a place the wife said had the height we needed and was isolated enough to maybe not be watched. Every shadow in the overgrown lot we cut through felt alive. Every rustle of leaves made us freeze. We moved from cover to cover, from the shadow of a dumpster to the deep dark under a willow tree, like soldiers in a war zone. The wife led the way, her movements sharp and sure. She had been living like this for months. The young woman helped the school teacher, an arm around her waist. I carried the backpack with the jury-rigged transmitter, its weight both a burden and our only hope. We were about halfway across a wide, empty park when we saw them. Not sleepwalkers this time, just people. A man walking a dog on the far side. A couple sitting on a bench, talking softly. But as we emerged from a line of bushes, all three of them stopped what they were doing. The dog walker halted. The couple's conversation died. Their heads turned, not smoothly, but in a single jerky motion like puppets on the same string. They looked right at us. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They just stared, their faces blank in the moonlight. The passive nodes. The network's eyes. They saw us. Go, the wife hissed. We broke into a run, abandoning stealth for speed. The school teacher cried out with every step on her bad ankle, but she pushed on. Behind us, I didn't hear footsteps. I heard something worse. I heard the man whistle for his dog, a short, sharp sound. And then I heard the dog barking. Not a normal bark. A frantic, excited, directed bark. And it was getting closer. They were using the animals now too. We crashed through a line of shrubs and onto a quiet residential street. The water tower stood on the hill at the end of it, a black shape against the starry sky. It looked impossibly far. A car turned onto the street, its headlights cutting through the dark. We pressed ourselves against a hedge, holding our breath. The car drove past slowly. As it did, I saw the driver. His head was turned, not watching the road, but scanning the sidewalks. His eyes reflected the streetlights with a faint, glassy sheen. He was looking for us. The car didn't stop. It continued to the end of the street, turned around, and began to cruise back, a slow patrol. We were being hunted systematically by a city that was half asleep and half awake in the worst possible way. We had to get off the street. The wife pointed to a narrow alley between two houses. We ducked into it, a tight corridor of trash cans and fences. At the back of one yard was a tall wooden gate. It was locked. I didn't hesitate. I put my shoulder into it, and with a splintering crack, it gave way. We stumbled into an overgrown backyard. A motion-sensitive floodlight snapped on, blinding us. We froze, expecting shouts, a door to open. Nothing happened. The house was dark, empty, but the light was a beacon. We had to keep moving. We climbed the fence at the back of that yard, then the next, working our way up the hill house by house, yard by yard. It was exhausting, terrifying work. The dog's barking echoed in the distance, but it wasn't getting closer. Maybe we had lost it. Finally, sweating and scratched by branches, we reached the chain-link fence that surrounded the water tower's concrete base. The tower itself soared above us, a rusted metal giant. The access ladder, a vertical line of rungs, went straight up into the dark. The school teacher looked at it, then at her swollen ankle, and shook her head, tears of frustration in her eyes. "I can't," she whispered. "I'll never make it. I'll fall." She was right. The ladder was 100 feet of sheer climb. The wife nodded, her face grim. "You stay here. Hide in those bushes by the base. Be our lookout. If you see anything at all, you make a bird call. A crow's caw. We'll hear it from up there." The school teacher nodded, relief and fear warring on her face. She squeezed the young woman's hand, and then vanished into the shadows by the concrete pillar. The wife went up the ladder first, climbing with a grim, practiced efficiency. I went next, the backpack with the transmitter heavy on my back, throwing me off balance. The young woman followed below me. The climb was a nightmare of rust and fear. The metal was cold and gritty under my hands. The wind whistled through the struts of the tower, a lonely, mournful sound. I didn't look down. I just climbed, rung after aching rung, my arms and legs burning. We reached a small maintenance platform about 2/3 of the way up. It was just a metal grating with a railing. It would have to do. From here, we could see the whole city spread out below us, a carpet of twinkling lights. It looked peaceful, beautiful. I knew it was a lie. The wife shrugged off her own pack and pulled out the transmitter. It was a mess of wires and circuit boards hooked to a car battery. She connected a small, homemade antenna, a coiled copper wire. "This is it," she said, her voice barely a whisper against the wind. "We broadcast the disruption pattern, a low-frequency pulse based on your drawing. We hit them with it, and hopefully their pretty network turns into a ball of snarled yarn." She looked at me. "You need to focus on the symbol. Your symbol. Think about it. Picture it. Pour your intention into it. The transmitter will pick up on the psychic resonance. It'll tune the broadcast." It sounded like madness, but so did everything else. I nodded, closing my eyes, trying to push away the fear of the height, the image of the things hunting us. I pictured my counter symbol, the ugly, fraying knot designed to unravel. I focused on the idea of disconnection, of static, of a system crashing. I poured every bit of my will, every ounce of my fear and my hope, into that mental image. "Now," the wife said. She flipped a switch. A small red LED on the transmitter glowed to life. A low hum, barely audible over the wind, began to emanate from the box. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears, exactly. It was a vibration you felt in your teeth, in the bones of your skull. The young woman gasped, clutching her taped arm. It's buzzing. The mark is buzzing." The wife adjusted a dial. The hum deepened. We waited, staring out at the city. For a minute, nothing happened. Then the lights below us seemed to flicker. Not a power outage, but a wave, a ripple of dimming and brightening that rolled across the neighborhoods, following no electrical grid pattern. It was beautiful and terrifying. Then, from the direction of downtown, we heard a car alarm go off. Then another, and another, a chorus of whoops and wails spreading out in a wave. Dogs began to bark, a citywide cacophony. Something was happening. The disruption signal was propagating, using the network's own connections like a virus traveling along nerves. "It's working," the wife breathed, a fierce grin on her face. But her grin faded as the young woman suddenly cried out, doubling over. She tore at the duct tape on her arm. Underneath, the symbol was no longer glowing a steady blue. It was flashing, strobing wildly like a panic alarm. And she wasn't just feeling a buzz. She was in pain. "It's fighting back," she screamed. "It's trying to find the source. It's tracing the signal back to us." The wife's eyes went wide. She went to adjust the dial again, to shut it off, but it was too late. The young woman's head snapped up. Her eyes were gone, rolled back in her head. Her mouth opened, and the choral whisper blasted out, not calm and unified now, but screeching with feedback and rage, amplified 1,000 times by our own transmitter. "Interference detected. Source located. Architect identified. Terminate the signal. Terminate the architect." The voice wasn't just coming from her. It was coming from the transmitter's small speaker, a deafening, distorted shriek. It was coming from the city itself, echoing from the car alarms, twisting the barks of the dogs into something that sounded like words. We had not sent a virus. We had tapped directly into the hive's main channel, and we had shouted our location into a megaphone. The wife slammed her hand down on the transmitter, ripping wires loose. The red LED died. The hum stopped. The young woman collapsed, sobbing, the flashing in her arm fading to a weak, pained throb. The car alarms died out one by one. The city, for a moment, was still. Then we heard it, a new sound, from the base of the tower. A single, sharp, perfectly clear caw of a crow. The school teacher's warning. I rushed to the edge of the platform and looked down. My blood turned to ice. They were there. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. They filled the street below, a crowd of people standing perfectly still, all looking up at the tiny platform high above them. They were a mix, some in night clothes, some in street clothes, some in uniforms. They all shared the same blank, upturned face. And at the front of the crowd, standing beside the bushes where the school teacher had hidden, was the facilitator. He looked right at me. He raised an arm, pointing up, and in a voice that was his, but also the voice of 1,000 whispers, a voice that carried on the wind without seeming to need volume, he spoke. "You have been measured. Your disruption is noted, and found to be useful. The door requires a locking mechanism, a keystone. Chaos and order are two sides of the same design. You have designed the perfect key. You will now install it." I didn't understand. Then I looked at my hands. I was holding my notebook. It was open to the page with my counter symbol, the ugly, disruptive knot. In the moonlight, I saw it not as a weapon, but as a piece of a puzzle. The wife saw it too. Her face fell into an expression of utter horror. "No," she whispered. "It's not a virus. It's the other half. It's the turbulence that makes the structure stable. It's the chaos that completes the pattern." They couldn't design it themselves. They needed a human mind, a creative mind, to design the imperfection that makes the whole thing work. You didn't design a wrecking ball. You designed the final piece of the doorframe. The facilitator's voice echoed up. "Come down, architect. Serve your purpose. Open the door with us. Or watch as every mind in this city is shredded to pulp when we force it open without your elegant key. The choice is yours. But the work must be done tonight." He gestured, and the crowd below parted. Two figures dragged the school teacher out from the bushes. She was limp, unconscious, or worse. They held her there, a hostage. The young woman was weeping on the platform, holding her arm. The wife stared at me, her eyes asking the terrible question. I looked down at my design, the work of my own mind that had been turned against me, against all of us. I had been so clever. I had walked right into their trap. The tower was no longer a place to broadcast a signal from. It was a spotlight on me. I was surrounded, outnumbered, and my only weapon had just been revealed as the final tool they needed to finish their work. The wind whipped around me, cold and indifferent. The city lights twinkled below, a map of the network I had helped complete. I closed the notebook. The choice was an impossible one, but it was mine to make. I looked at the wife, at the young woman, then down at the sea of blank faces and the two figures holding my friend. I took a step toward the ladder. The climb down the ladder was the longest journey of my life. Each rung felt like a step toward an execution. The wind that had whistled before now felt like a crowd holding its breath. Below, the sea of upturned, empty faces didn't move. They just watched. The facilitator stood at the front, a conductor before his terrible orchestra. The school teacher lay at his feet, unmoving. When my boots hit the gravel at the base of the tower, the crowd didn't surge forward. They parted, creating a narrow path that led straight to him. I walked it, my legs feeling like wood, the wife and the young woman stumbling behind me, their arms gripped by sleepwalkers who had climbed up to fetch them. The facilitator smiled. It wasn't his smile. It was the wrong smile, the one with too many teeth, borrowed from the young woman's nightmare. Wisdom, the choral voice said through his lips. A useful trait in a chief architect. I stopped a few feet from him. Let her go, I said, my own voice sounding small and thin. The teacher. Let her go, and the others. Then we'll talk. The facilitator's head tilted. Negotiation? There is no negotiation. There is completion. You have the keystone. He pointed a finger at my chest, at the notebook in my hands. Your mind created it, a thing of beautiful, designed chaos. It is the final stressor, the precise irregularity that will lock the door into permanent stability. Without it, the door is a shaky thing. With it, he spread his hands, and the crowd behind him let out a sigh, a single unified breath. With it, the new world is built to last. He nudged the school teacher with his foot. This one is a drained battery, useless to the network. A token. You can have her. A sign of good faith. He gestured, and the two sleepwalkers holding her let go, stepping back. The wife rushed forward, kneeling beside her, feeling for a pulse. She looked up at me, her eyes grim, and gave a tiny nod. She was alive. For now. And them? I asked, nodding toward the young woman and the wife. The primary node is integral, the facilitator said, looking at the young woman. A living anchor. She comes. The wild one. He looked at the wife. She is noise. Interference. She will be quieted. I knew what that meant. The young woman whimpered. The wife just stared back, defiance in her eyes, but I saw the fear underneath. I was out of cards to play. They had us surrounded. My clever plan was their tool. My friends were captives. The facilitator saw the defeat on my face. His smile widened. You think this is a loss? It is not. You are thinking like a small thing, an individual. Think bigger. The door does not lead to fire and demons. It leads to peace. A perfect, still peace. No more lonely minds screaming in the dark. No more fear. No more pain. Just the quiet hum of the whole, working together. An end to the terrible noise of being alone. As he spoke, a vision pushed into my mind, not as a memory, but as a present offered reality. I saw the city, but it was different. The cars were still. The people walked, but not as sleepwalkers, as peaceful, calm figures, their faces serene. There was no anger, no anxiety, no lonely nights. The constant pressure in my own head was gone, replaced by a warm, gentle buzz, a sense of being part of a vast, calm ocean. It was seductive. It was a relief so profound it made my knees weak. It was the end of the tenant, forever. All I had to do was say yes. All I had to do was hand over my design, and take my place as the chief architect of this quiet world. The young woman saw the change in my face, the tempted flicker in my eyes. Don't, she begged, her voice breaking. Don't listen. That peace. That's what you feel after your brain has been eaten. After you're gone. It's the peace of not being you anymore. The facilitator hissed, a sound like steam escaping. You cling to your pain because it is all you know. We offer an upgrade. He took a step toward me, his hand outstretched, not for the notebook, but for my head. Let me show you. Properly. I recoiled, but the sleepwalkers behind me grabbed my arms, holding me fast. His cold fingers touched my temples. The vision exploded, overwhelming, drowning out the night, the tower, the cries of my friends. I was no longer seeing the offered peace. I was seeing the process. I saw the spire, not as a physical thing, but as a towering, intricate structure made of shimmering threads. The stolen memories, the harvested fears, the captured consciousness of hundreds of people. I saw the door at its base, a swirling vortex of dark light, held open by the pulsing, rhythmic power of the network. And I saw where my keystone, my beautiful, chaotic countersymbol fit. It slotted into the top of the arch, a capstone of controlled instability that made the entire trembling structure snap into perfect, unbreakable alignment. I saw the door solidify, from a shaky window into a grand, permanent gateway. And through it, I didn't see peace. I saw a vast, hungry, gray stillness waiting to pour in and fill every mind, every empty space, until nothing individual, nothing unique, nothing human was left. Just the hum. The terrible, quiet, dead hum. I screamed, wrenching my head back, breaking the contact. The facilitator stumbled back, his borrowed face twisting in annoyance. You see? You see the perfection. I was gasping, my mind reeling from the scale of it, from the sheer cosmic hunger of the thing on the other side of that door. It didn't want to destroy our world. It wanted to consume it, to digest it into something quiet and manageable. And it needed my mind to turn the key. No, I spat, the word tasting like blood. That's not peace. That's the end of everything that matters. His face fell into a flat, neutral mask. Then you choose pain. You choose the screaming, lonely individuality. So be it. The door will be opened. It will be messy. It will shatter every unintegrated mind in this city. Their pain will be on you, and your mind will be taken anyway, harvested for the pattern we need. You will serve, willing or not. He raised a hand. The crowd around us took a synchronized step forward, closing the circle tighter. The wife was crouched over the school teacher. The young woman was held fast. I had my notebook, and I had nothing. Then the wife moved. She didn't attack the facilitator. She didn't go for a sleepwalker. She lunged for the young woman, grabbing her by the wrist. With her other hand, she ripped the duct tape from the glowing symbol on the young woman's arm. The light flared a bright, painful blue. "What are you doing?" the young woman cried. "Giving it a story," the wife yelled back, her voice fierce and clear over the wind. "A real one." And she did the one thing, the only thing, the rules had always forbidden. She spoke directly to the mark, to the network, in a voice raw with love and grief and very human, specific detail. She didn't describe the monster. She described the person. "His name was Michael," she shouted, her eyes locked on the facilitator's stolen face. "He loved black coffee with 2 sugars. He snored like a chainsaw. He was afraid of spiders. He cried at that stupid movie about the dog. He built a treehouse for our nephew and painted it blue. He had a birthmark on his left shoulder shaped like a strawberry. He was real. He was mine. And you are not him. You are a cheap copy using his face." She poured it all out, every tiny, specific, loving, irritating, perfect detail of the man she had lost. She fed the network a massive, overwhelming data packet of pure, messy, complicated human love. The facilitator's face, Michael's face, stuttered. The smooth, borrowed features flickered like a corrupted video file. The choral whisper coming from his mouth broke apart into static, into fragments of words. Sugar, treehouse, strawberry. The network, built on stolen faces and vague terror, could not process this. It was a supercomputer fed a nursery rhyme made of broken glass. It couldn't compute the love. It couldn't file the grief. The system error cascaded. The facilitator clutched his head, a raw, human scream tearing from his throat, his own throat. For a moment, the man he was fought his way to the surface, his eyes clearing, filled with agony and a shining, terrible clarity. He looked right at me, and he screamed a single coherent word. "Now!" Then the hive reasserted control, his face smoothing back into that blank mask, but it was cracked, glitching. The wife's act had bought us a second. A single, precious second of confusion in the hive mind. In that second, I didn't think. I acted. I had 2 symbols in my mind. The perfect, elegant keystone I had designed, which would complete the door with a terrible, final click. And the original, ugly, chaotic scribble the wife had drawn on the tunnel wall. The one that was just pure destructive noise. A symbol with no purpose but to scream. The facilitator, recovering, snarled. "Take him! Extract the pattern from his mind." Sleepwalkers lunged for me. I tore the page with my keystone design from my notebook. I crumpled it in my fist. With my other hand, I grabbed a charcoal stick from my pocket, the one I'd used in the tunnels. I didn't look at the paper. I didn't think about architecture or stability. I thought about noise. I thought about my friend the teacher, lying hurt on the ground. I thought about the young woman's carved arm. I thought about the wife's lost husband. I thought about the pressure in my own head, every night for 3 years. I poured all of that into one single, furious, jagged mark, scrawling it directly onto the chest of the facilitator's shirt as the hands of the sleepwalkers grabbed at me. It wasn't the keystone. It was the opposite. It was a psychic bomb. a drawing of a scream. The facilitator looked down at the messy, smeared symbol drawn on him. He blinked. The choral voice tried to speak, but it came out as a gurgle, a screech of conflicting signals. The glowing symbol on the young woman's arm flared from blue to a searing, blinding white. And then the world dissolved into sound. Not into the quiet hum they promised. Into a deafening, physical, overwhelming crash. It was the sound of 1,000 minds suddenly screaming in unison. A psychic feedback loop of terror and pain and chaos. It was the sound of 1,000 doors slamming shut all at once. And underneath it, one single immense, grinding shriek. The sound of their great door, their perfect arch, straining, twisting, and beginning to tear itself apart from the inside. The hands holding me went limp. The sleepwalkers around us collapsed like puppets with their strings cut, falling to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The facilitator staggered back, the messy charcoal symbol on his chest smoking, the fabric blackening and curling. He looked at me, and for a final instant, it was just him, the tired engineer who had tried to help. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Then he fell, crumbling to the gravel. The crashing sound in my head faded, leaving a ringing emptiness. The night was still. The crowd on the ground wasn't moving. The wife was helping the school teacher sit up, coughing. The young woman was clutching her arm, the light in the symbol fading to a dull, dead gray, like a burned-out bulb. We stood there, in the wreckage of the Hive's army, at the base of the water tower. We had won. We had broken the network. We had shattered the door. But as I looked at the fallen facilitator, at the hundreds of people lying unconscious on the ground, I felt no triumph. Only a deep, hollow exhaustion, and a new creeping fear, because the crashing sound was gone. But in its place, in the very back of my mind where the tenant used to live, I felt something new. Not a pressure, not a static, a faint, final, grinding click, like the last piece of a broken lock falling into place, or like a single heavy door, somewhere very deep and very far away, finally being nudged open just a crack. The aftermath of the sound was a physical thing, a ringing emptiness in the world that felt louder than any noise. We stood in a field of fallen bodies, under the skeletal shadow of the water tower, the only people left standing for blocks. The wife was the first to move, her practical nature pushing through the shock. She checked the facilitator first, 2 fingers on his neck, then shook her head. He was gone. Not sleeping. Empty. She moved to the nearest sleepwalker, a woman in a nurse's scrubs. A pulse slow but steady. Breathing. She was just unconscious. One by one, the wife confirmed it. The sleepwalkers were alive, but out cold, like a switch had been flipped. The school teacher was sitting up, holding her head, dazed but awake. The young woman was staring at her forearm. The carved symbol was still there, but the skin was just skin now, raised, pink scar tissue, utterly inert. No glow, no buzz, just an ugly reminder. "Is it over?" the young woman asked, her voice small. I wanted to say yes. The word stuck in my throat, because in the hollow space the tenant had left in my mind, that faint, final click still echoed. It wasn't a sound you hear with your ears. It was a feeling of something settling, of a mechanism completing its motion deep, deep down. "I don't know," I said honestly. "The network is down. The door. I think we broke it. But..." I didn't finish. The wife finished for me, her eyes scanning the horizon. "But you don't just turn off a power grid by blowing a transformer. You just cause a blackout, and somebody somewhere goes to fix it." We couldn't stay there. Dawn was beginning to bleach the edges of the sky, and soon this scene would be discovered. A collapsed crowd, a dead man. We would have no answers that anyone would believe. We helped the school teacher to her feet. We left the sleepwalkers where they lay. They would wake up confused, with headaches and vague nightmares, but they would wake up as themselves. We hoped. We walked away from the tower, a ragged, exhausted group of 4, leaving the silent battlefield behind. The city, as the sun rose, felt different. The air didn't buzz. The pressure was gone. But it wasn't a normal quiet. It was the quiet of a house after a violent storm has passed, where every creak and groan makes you jump. People began to appear on the streets, normal people starting their days, unaware of the war that had been fought in the spaces between their thoughts. We looked like hell, dirty, scratched, wild-eyed. We got stares, but they were the normal stares you give to people who look like they've had a very bad night. Not the blank, synchronized stares of the network. That was something. We went to the wife's tunnel. It was the only home we had left. In the damp, dark safety of the underground chamber, we collapsed. We drank water from bottles she had stored. We ate the last of the canned beans. No one spoke for a long time. The exhaustion was too total. The school teacher finally broke the quiet. What happened to them? The people we left behind? The construction guy? The relay man? The wife's face was grim. Gone. Consumed. When the network broke, whatever was left of them, it broke too. She said it without emotion, a statement of fact. The cost tallied. The young woman traced her scar. And this? It's just a scar now. I think so, I said. The anchor point is dead, but keep it covered for a while, just in case. I didn't tell her about the click in my head. I didn't want to poison their hard-won peace. Days turned into a week. We stayed underground, venturing out only in careful shifts for supplies. The news was full of weird stories. A mass fainting event at the water tower, blamed on a suspected gas leak that was never found. Reports of people waking up from comas, from persistent vegetative states, with no medical explanation. A brief, curious spike in people reporting that lifelong anxieties or phobias had simply vanished. The world was stitching itself back together over the wound we had made, coming up with sane, rational explanations for the insane, irrational thing that had happened. It was what the world does. Our little group began to fracture, not from anger, but from the need to heal. The school teacher's family had been frantic. She needed to go home, to see her kids, to try and find a way back to a normal life. We said goodbye at the tunnel entrance one morning, hugging her tightly. She promised to be careful, to watch for any signs. We knew we might never see her again, and that was okay. She had earned her escape. The young woman was harder. She had no family to go back to, and the memory of what her entity had done, the things it had made her do, was a fresh horror. But she was strong. She decided to leave the city altogether, to go south, to start fresh somewhere the memories weren't in the walls. The wife gave her some money, some advice. We hugged, and she left, a backpack over her shoulder, heading for the bus station with a determined set to her jaw. That left the wife and me in the tunnels. We were the caretakers of the secret, the ones who couldn't quite let go. We cleaned up the chamber, erased the mad symbols from the walls. We talked about her husband, about the man he was. I talked about the pressure, about the years of dread. We didn't talk about the future. One evening, a week after the tower, I was trying to sketch, just a normal building, something to see if my hands could still create something that wasn't a weapon or a trap. My pencil kept drifting, making strange, angular shapes at the corners of the paper. I frowned, trying to force it back to straight lines. That's when I felt it. Not the pressure. Something subtler. Hey, pull. A gentle, persistent tugging in my mind, like a thought I kept forgetting. It was focused. Directional. I stood up, walking to one of the tunnel entrances without really thinking about it. The tug got a little stronger. Where are you going? The wife asked from behind me. I don't know, I said, and that was the truth. I just feel like I need to. Go that way. She looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. She understood. Some knots don't come undone. Some doors don't stay shut. I'll come with you, she said. We didn't pack. We just started walking, following the gentle, insistent pull in my mind. It led us out of the tunnels, through the city, not toward the tower, but toward the old part of town, toward the riverfront. The pull became a guide, a compass needle in my skull. I knew, with a certainty that scared me, exactly where it was leading. Back to the beginning, to the church. It was night when we arrived. The building was dark, locked up. The pull wasn't coming from the main chapel. It was coming from around back, from the basement door, the door to our old meeting room. The lock was cheap. It broke with a sharp twist from a piece of pipe I found. We pushed the door open. The stairs down were pitch black. The smell of mildew and old coffee hit me. We turned on our phone flashlights. The basement was exactly as we had left it on that last, terrible night. The circle of folding chairs was still there, but the room was not empty. In the center of the circle, drawn in what looked like black ash mixed with dust, was a symbol. It was not the original twisting knot. It was not my chaotic counter symbol. It was new, simpler. It was a single, perfect circle with a straight, vertical line cutting down through its center. It was a door knocker, a keyhole, an invitation, and standing beside it, her back to us, was the young woman. She turned slowly. Her face was calm, too calm. Her eyes were clear, but they held a knowledge that hadn't been there before. A deep, tired, ancient knowledge. You felt it too, she said, her voice not her own, but not the choral whisper either. It was a single voice, layered with echoes of itself. The click, the settling. We didn't close their door. She pointed to the simple symbol on the floor. We opened our own, a smaller one, a quieter one, a back door made from the wreckage of their network. It doesn't lead to their hungry quiet. It leads to the in-between, the place they were trying to build their spire. It's empty now. Just space. Potential. The wife stepped forward, her body tense. What are you? What did it do to you? The young woman smiled, a sad, gentle smile. It didn't do anything. I did. When the network shattered, when all that power and consciousness and fear came crashing down, some of it fell into me, the empty vessel, the primary node. I didn't get eaten. I became the reception desk. She looked at me. You're feeling the pull because you're connected. You're the architect. You built the back door without knowing it. That final scream you drew, the psychic bomb. It was so powerful, so focused on breaking their structure, that it carved a new shape into the place where their door was. A small, stable shape. A new circuit. And it's connected to us. To the remnants. She knelt, touching the ash circle on the floor. It's a tool. A place. We can go there. We can learn to understand what they were. We can make sure no one else ever tries to build a spire there again. Or, we can close it. Truly close it. But to do that, we have to go through. And we might not come back the same. Or we might not come back at all. The choice was back, but it was different. Not a choice of survival, but of purpose. The wife looked at me. You're the architect. You drew the final line. It's your call. I stared at the simple symbol on the floor. It hummed with a low, soft energy, a vibration that called to the same place in my mind that the tenant had once lived. It wasn't predatory. It was just there. A new room in the house of the world, a room we had accidentally built. We could ignore it. We could walk away, brick it up in our minds, and hope it faded. Or we could turn the key we had inadvertently made and see what was on the other side of the door we had broken. I thought of the facilitator, of the cost. I thought of the wife's husband, lost. I thought of the quiet fear of the last 3 years. And I thought of that faint click, a sound that would now be with me forever, a question mark etched into my soul. I knelt down opposite the young woman. I reached out my hand, not to touch the symbol, but to hover over it. The pull in my mind became a clear, resonant tone, a single, pure note. I looked at the wife. Her face was set, ready. She had lost everything to this fight. She wasn't walking away from the answer. I looked at the young woman, who held the key in her very being. I took a deep, final breath of the basement's damp, familiar air. And I made my choice. I placed my palm flat in the center of the ash circle, right on the vertical line. The world didn't dissolve into sound this time. It dissolved into light. A soft, white, featureless light that swallowed the basement, the chairs, the wife, the young woman, everything. And in that light, I felt neither fear nor peace. I felt only a vast, echoing, empty space waiting to be filled. And the understanding that we, the survivors, the broken architects of our own salvation, were now its keepers. The story of the network was over. The story of the door was just beginning. Story number 6. My name is Roy, and I stared at the file on my desk like it was a live wire. His name wasn't on it, just a stupid code name, but the retainer check that cleared my account could have bought my entire building. I thought, his dreams are worth more on the black market than my annual salary, and he is trusting me with them. When he finally walked in, the air got thin. He was all sharp angles and expensive cologne, but his eyes were shattered glass. He talked in circles about pressure and not feeling real, classic stuff I could handle. But then he described the night terrors, not monsters, but a sensation of being hollowed out, of something scraping his insides clean from the inside. I took notes, gave the gentle nods, but my professional thrill was already tinged with a chill I couldn't name. The second session is when she arrived. He brought his spiritual advisor, Mara. She didn't shake my hand, just gave me a smile that knew the punchline to a joke I hadn't heard. She sat beside him like a statue, draped in linen, and declared his suffering wasn't trauma but prophetic residue from the energy of millions of fans. My scientific mind slammed the door on that nonsense, but I saw the way he looked at her, absolute, desperate trust. So I made my first compromise. I let her stay. I told myself I could work around her, that I was being pragmatic for the client's comfort. What a joke. A few weeks in, we were getting nowhere. He'd clam up, and she would just watch me with those calm eyes. One Tuesday, after a particularly stalled hour, she reached into her bag and pulled out this beautiful, hand-carved wooden board. It was polished dark wood, with elegant letters and numbers inlaid in mother of pearl. It looked ancient and expensive, The answers aren't in his conscious mind, she said, her voice smooth as oil. They're in the space between minds. Let's ask the source directly. He looked at her, then at me, with a hope so raw it hurt to see. My stomach turned over. This was everything I was trained against, superstitious garbage that could muddy the waters of real therapy. I opened my mouth to refuse, to lay down the law. But I saw the defeat settling back into his shoulders, and I thought about the retainer, about the doors this case could open, about my own need to prove I could handle the toughest clients. That was my second compromise, the big one. I told myself it was a placebo, a harmless tool to build trust. If playing along for one session got him to open up, then maybe it was just another technique. A tool is a tool, right? I felt a stupid prickling on the back of my neck as I agreed. She placed the board on the coffee table between us. The planchette was a teardrop of smoky glass. She gestured for us to each place a fingertip on it. He did so eagerly. I hesitated, my finger hovering. This was the line, and I was stepping over it. I took a breath and touched the cool glass. The moment my skin made contact with it, alongside theirs, a jolt shot up my arm, a sharp, cold zap like static electricity from a doorknob in winter. I jerked my hand back an inch, then forced it down, feeling my face get hot. They hadn't flinched. I must have imagined it. Nerves. She began to speak, not to us, but to the empty air in the room, inviting any benevolent consciousness to communicate. The room felt too warm, the light from the window too bright. For a long minute, nothing happened. Then the glass piece under our fingers twitched. I assumed he was pushing it, or she was. But then it moved again, a slow, deliberate drag across the board. It went to the letter S. Then H. My heart was thumping against my ribs. This was silly. This was a client and his quirky advisor manipulating a piece of glass. But the movement wasn't jerky or nervous. It was smooth and strong, as if pulled by an invisible cord. It spelled out a, then R, then E, then D. My mouth was dry. Shared. It moved again, quicker now. F, R, E, Q, U, E, N, C, Y. Shared frequency. The words sat there between us on the board. He let out a trembling breath, like he'd been given a lifeline. She nodded slowly, a serene confirmation. And me? I was busy dismissing the cold feeling in my arm, rationalizing the impossible smoothness of the movement. They must have practiced this. It had to be a trick. But then I looked up at her, and she wasn't looking at the board or at him. She was looking directly at me, and that faint, knowing smile had changed. It was sharper now, almost hungry, like she was watching a seed she'd planted finally break through the soil. The session ended shortly after. He seemed lighter, thanking me for being open-minded. She gathered the board without a word, giving me one last, lingering look that made my skin crawl. I spent the rest of the day trying to shake it off. I wrote my notes, focusing on the client's apparent relief, framing the incident as a guided symbolic exercise. I went home, made dinner, tried to watch TV. But my arm, where that cold zap had hit, still felt oddly cold, a localized chill that wouldn't warm up. I went to bed early, exhausted. The dream that came wasn't mine. I knew it the second it started. I was running, not on legs but with a frantic, floating panic, through a twisting maze of blinding lights. The lights weren't lights. They were camera flashes, popping and exploding in my face, each one a physical slap. I couldn't see a way out, just endless corridors of screaming faces and snapping shutters. The terror was a taste in my mouth, coppery and sour, the terror of being hunted, of having no private corner left in the world. I woke up gasping, my own sheets tangled around me, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would crack a rib. The taste of that fear, that specific alien fear, was still on my tongue. I sat up in the dark, sweating and cold. I'd had client dreams before, the usual work stress of trying to solve a patient's problems. But this was different. This wasn't me worrying about him. This was being him. I felt the echo of his specific panic in my own chest, a ghostly imprint. I stumbled to the bathroom, splashed water on my face, and stared at my wide-eyed reflection in the mirror. It was just a dream, I told myself. A vivid, disturbing dream brought on by a weird day and professional over-identification. Countertransference. It happened. I was just tired. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay there until dawn, watching the shadows in my room, trying to warm up that cold spot on my arm, and quietly repeating the two words that now felt less like nonsense and more like a diagnosis: shared frequency. The hook for what came next was already set, deep in my mind, and I had no idea how hard the line would soon pull. The next morning, I went straight to a fancy stationery store and bought a leather-bound notebook, the most expensive one they had. It felt like a stupid thing to do, but I needed a wall, a place to lock my own thoughts away from his. On the cover, in big block letters, I wrote "Private, do not analyze." It was a joke, a desperate message to my own brain. I started writing down everything I remembered from my own dreams before the shared one. Mundane stuff about missing buses or arguing with my landlord. Anything to prove my mind was still my own. At the office, I tried to be extra clinical, extra normal. When he came in for his next session, he looked better, less gaunt. He said the shared frequency idea gave him comfort, that maybe he wasn't just going crazy alone. I nodded, steering him toward talking about his childhood, about real roots of anxiety, but he kept circling back to the new dream he'd had. "It was so clear last night," he said, leaning forward, his hands animated. "I was trapped in a huge glass box, like an exhibit. And outside, there were all these people, but they had no faces, just smooth skin where their features should be. They were tapping on the glass with their fingers, a constant, quiet tapping that filled up the whole box. A cold wave washed over me, from my head down to my toes. My mouth went dry. 2 nights ago, after a frustrating day with a difficult insurance company, I'd dreamed of being in a transparent office, a glass box where every client could see me fumble, where my colleagues tapped on the walls judging my work. It was a classic stressed dream about my own transparency, my own professional exposure. And now he was describing it, beat for beat, but in his language, with his symbolism of faceless crowds. The facelessness was new, a twist that felt more like him, but the core of it, the glass box, the tapping, that was mine. I kept my face still, a mask of professional interest. "That sounds very evocative," I said, my voice sounding strangely flat to my own ears. The feeling of being on display. Inside, my thoughts were screaming. Coincidence? It had to be. Therapists and clients sometimes synced up. It was a known phenomenon. I was just hyper-aware now because of the bored nonsense. I made a note in his file, my handwriting a little shakier than usual. I didn't write down my own dream. I focused on his feelings of isolation. After he left, I immediately pulled his physical file, the thick manila folder where I kept my handwritten process notes. I needed to ground myself in the facts, in the timeline. I flipped to my notes from the previous week, and then my blood seemed to stop moving in my veins. There, in my own distinctive blue ink, in my own cursive script, was a detailed paragraph describing the glass box dream. But the date at the top was for today's session, which had just ended. The notes described him recounting the dream with the faceless crowd, the tapping. But they also included details I had deliberately not written down. They mentioned the floor of the box being mirrored, reflecting a distorted version of myself back at me. A detail from my dream I had never spoken aloud. A detail I had purposely omitted because it was mine, not his. I stared at the page. The ink was mine. The pen stroke was mine. But I had not written this. Not here, not now. My hands were cold as I fumbled for my laptop, pulling up the digital version of his file. My heart pounded against my ribs as I opened the document. There it was. The same text, word for word, in the digital file. I checked the document properties, my fingers clumsy on the trackpad. The last modified, timestamp showed 3:17 a.m. Last night. I had been asleep last night. At 3:17 a.m., I had been deep in the middle of some other dream, one I couldn't even remember now. A low, sick feeling settled in my gut. I tried to think rationally. A glitch. A hack. Maybe I'd been sleepwalking. I'd heard of people doing complex things in their sleep, but writing coherent clinical notes? I got up and paced my office, running my hands through my hair. I needed to talk to her. It was the last thing I wanted to do, but she was the only one who had been in the room for the board, the only one who might have an explanation, however crazy. I called the number he had listed for his emergency contacts, asking to speak to his spiritual advisor on a matter concerning his treatment. She called me back within an hour, her voice calm on the phone, and agreed to come by at the end of the day. When she arrived, she looked the same as ever, untouched by the panic I felt vibrating inside me. I didn't offer her a seat. "What's happening?" I asked, my voice tight. "The dreams. His dreams they're not just his." She tilted her head, looking at me like I was a slightly slow student. "The channel is open. We established a connection. It flows both ways." "I don't believe in channels," I snapped. "I believe in neurosis and projection and sleep disorders. But I'm finding notes I didn't write. In my own handwriting." Her serene expression didn't flicker. "You're fighting it." That must be uncomfortable. The information wants to be recorded. You have the mind for it. The mind for what? I demanded. She took a small step closer, and her voice dropped, not to a whisper, but to a tone that was terribly matter-of-fact. You're not stealing his dreams, Doctor. You're editing them. You're taking the raw material, and you're giving it shape, narrative, believable detail. His subconscious provides the emotion, the energy. Your professional mind provides the structure. And your edits, she said, and now that faint, hungry smile came back. Your edits are so much more useful, so much more publishable. Publishable. The word hung in the air between us, ugly and sharp. She wasn't talking about academic journals. She was talking about tabloids. She turned and left my office without another word, leaving me standing there, the meaning of her words sinking in like stones. I spent the next few days in a fog of dread and denial. I doubled down on clinical methods. I suggested sleep studies, medication consultations, anything to drag this back into the realm of normal science. I tried to build a mental wall before bed, reciting medical textbooks in my head, focusing on blank white walls. But it was like trying to hold back the ocean with a sandcastle. When I slept, his dreams came in like a tide. Not just the fear now, but the texture of his life, the opulent, paranoid details. Dreams of gilded rooms that felt like prisons, of smiling people whose eyes were dead, of a constant, gnawing feeling of being a brand, not a person. I woke up exhausted, more tired than when I'd gone to bed. Then one night, I woke up with a cramp in my right hand, the muscles clenched tight. I'd fallen asleep on the couch in my living room. The TV was on, playing some infomercial with the sound off. My hand was throbbing. I groaned, sitting up, flexing my fingers. That's when I saw the papers on the coffee table. I hadn't left any papers out. I always kept my work locked in my bag. I turned on the lamp. 3 sheets of my own personal stationery were covered in elegant, flowing script. My script. But the words weren't mine. They described in cold, precise detail a financial scandal involving my famous client. They named a specific bank in the Cayman Islands, an account number, a series of transactions disguised as film production costs. The prose was crisp, damning, the kind of thing you'd read in a top-tier investigative report. The last line, written with a finality that made my stomach turn, read, "Sources close to the star confirm the transactions were intended to conceal assets from a former business partner." I sat there in the glow of the lamp, the only sound the muted, flickering light of the TV. The handwriting was undeniably mine. The pen, my favorite pen, lay on the table beside the pages, its cap off. I hadn't written this. I would never write this, but the evidence was literally in my own hand. The hook was no longer just set. It was pulling me into deep, dark water, and I could feel the current getting stronger, tugging me away from everything I knew to be real and possible. The question was no longer what was happening, but how far down this went, and what else my hands might write while I slept. I rehearsed the speech in my bathroom mirror the next morning, watching my reflection mouth the words about ethical boundaries and untenable conflicts. My face looked pale, guilty, not professional. The man in the mirror was a thief, even if he'd stolen nothing but bad dreams. I couldn't live with the sleep writing, with the pages appearing like poisonous flowers blooming from my own hand. The only tool I had left was the rule book, the cold, clean protocol for when a therapist isn't over their head. Termination. I called them into my office, the client and his advisor. He looked hopeful, maybe thinking we'd have another breakthrough session. She looked like she'd been expecting this. I didn't sit down. I stood behind my desk, a barrier of polished wood between me and the thing I had unleashed. I kept my voice flat, citing the unprofessional influence of a third party and an untenable conflict of interest that compromises therapeutic integrity. I used words like irreconcilable divergence in methodology. I was a robot reading a legal memo. His face crumpled. He pleaded just a little, asking if we could try without the board, without any outside help. He said he felt better than he had in years. That cut the deepest. I was helping him, in some twisted way, by being his scribe. But I shook my head, firm, final. I was following the letter of my ethical code, even as I drowned in its spirit. She just watched me, her expression unreadable. She didn't argue. She simply stood, placed a gentle hand on his arm, and guided him out. He looked back at me from the doorway, a lost child, and then they were gone. For a few hours, I felt a jagged, righteous relief. I had done the right thing. I had cut the cord. I closed their file, physically and digitally, and locked it away. I went home, cooked a proper meal, and tried to watch a movie. I even managed to sleep, a deep, dreamless plunge that felt like a gift. I woke up feeling clear-headed for the first time in weeks. The relief lasted until that evening. I was making tea when a familiar, distant feeling crept over me, a foggy detachment. It wasn't tiredness. It was like someone was turning down the lights inside my own head. I fought it, blinking hard, splashing water on my face. But a deep, compelling need to sleep pulled at me. I staggered to my bedroom and lay down, not even bothering to get under the covers. The next thing I knew, I was blinking in the gray pre-dawn light. I was sitting at my home desk in the corner of my bedroom. I was still in my clothes from the day before. My right hand ached, and my fingers were stained with blue ink. My laptop was open, its screen glowing in the dim room. On the screen was a document, written in my usual font. The headline in bold read, "Behind the Smile, the Star's Secret Struggle with Addiction." The article was vicious, detailed, and chillingly believable. It named a specific pharmacy in Beverly Hills, a doctor who wrote prescriptions under a fake name, even the tail number of a private jet where a deal was supposed to have gone down. It read like tabloid gold, the kind of story that ruins lives. I hadn't written it, but my body had. My hands had typed it. I was a puppet, and something else was working my strings while I slept. Termination meant nothing. The connection wasn't a professional one I could sever with paperwork. It was a live wire drilled directly into my subconscious. The horror of it wasn't just the violation, it was the automation. My mind, my training, my ability to construct a believable narrative. All of it had been hijacked and turned into a factory for lies. I felt sick. I highlighted the entire document and pressed delete. I emptied the trash on my computer. Then I went to the printer, which had a single page in the output tray, the same article. I gathered every notepad and scrap of paper from my desk. I found more tucked in a drawer, handwritten fragments of other stories, about failed relationships, shady business deals, all starring my former client. I took the whole pile out to my small backyard. The night was cool, the moon a bright, cold coin in the sky. I didn't bother with a fire starter. I just dumped the pages into my old metal fire pit, doused them with lighter fluid from the garage, and tossed a match. The flames roared up, orange and hungry, turning the careful script into black confetti that floated up on the heat. I watched them burn, feeling a savage, primitive satisfaction. I was destroying the evidence, yes, but it felt like more. It felt like a ritual. I was purging the poison, breaking the cycle through sheer physical action. Fire consumed everything. As the last page, the one from the printer, curled and blackened at the edges, a sudden breeze swirled through my yard, kicking up the ash. The embers danced in a tiny, twisting column above the fire pit. For just a second, as the paper finally gave way, the swirling ash and embers seemed to form shapes, like letters in the smoke. I couldn't be sure. It was probably just my eyes straining in the flickering light. But I thought I saw the words. INK is blood, written in the air before the wind scattered them into nothing. I stood there until the fire died down to glowing coals, until my hands stopped shaking. The air smelled of smoke and something acrid. I felt clean, empty. I had taken back control. I went inside, showered the smell of smoke away, and fell into a deep, genuine sleep. The next morning, I made coffee and allowed myself to believe it was over. The sun was bright. The birds were chirping. I had burned the stories, and with them, I had burned the connection. It was a lesson in magical thinking, a desperate hope against an impossible force. I was just finishing my cup when my phone, sitting on the kitchen counter, buzzed with a news alert. It was from a major entertainment gossip site. The headline made my coffee turn to acid in my stomach. Exclusive, A-list star's secret struggle with prescription pills. Sources reveal yacht party pharmacy. My fingers were numb as I tapped the screen to open the article. Every single detail was there. The Beverly Hills pharmacy, the doctor's alias, the specific, obscure tail number of the private jet, the name of the yacht, the Azure Queen, where the alleged deal happened. Word for word, detail for detail, it was the story I had written in my sleep and burned to ashes in my backyard. The story that now existed not on my computer, but on the internet, spreading to millions of people. The fire had done nothing. The ritual was a joke. The stories didn't need a physical copy to exist. They were like seeds, and my sleep writing was just the planting. Once planted, they grew on their own, finding their way into reality through some invisible, rotten soil I couldn't see or touch. I stared at the phone, the world around me narrowing to that glowing screen. The hook was no longer a question. It was a fact, a law of a terrible new physics. I was a machine for making scandal, and I had just produced my first published work. The closure was absolute. I knew beyond any doubt that I was not just haunted. I was being used. The open question, the one that made my blood run cold, was what they would have me write next. A week later, the official letter arrived on stiff, expensive paper. It was from a law firm whose name I recognized from headlines about celebrity divorces and corporate takeovers. The words were legal jargon, but their meaning was a sledgehammer. Cease and desist, gross breach of confidentiality, defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress. The damages they were suing for were a number so large it looked like a phone number, a figure that would erase my life, my practice, my home, my future, 10 times over. I sat in my office chair, the paper rattling in my hand, and stared at my own name. It was right there in neat black type, next to the word defendant. The solid ground of my career, my reputation, everything I'd built, dissolved into quicksand under my feet. I hired a lawyer, a sharp, no-nonsense woman who specialized in professional liability. In her sleek, modern office, surrounded by framed degrees and legal books, I felt like a contaminant. I showed her the letter. She read it, her brows knitting together. "Okay," she said, leaning forward. "The first thing we need to establish is the source of the leak. There's no direct electronic trail from you to that gossip site. Your emails are clean. Your cloud storage shows no sign of the document being created or sent. But the lawsuit alleges, and the published article seems to prove, that you were the only possible source for those specific, fabricated details." The word fabricated hung in the air between us. I wanted to scream that they weren't fabrications, not exactly, that they were something worse, dreams given flesh. But I just nodded, my throat tight. I didn't send anything to anyone. I said, and it was the truth. "I know," my lawyer said, but her tone was puzzled, not believing. "But someone did, and it had to come from you. So we need to find the hole. The hack, the misplaced USB drive, the jealous colleague. Something." She brought in a digital forensics expert, a quiet man with clever eyes who took my laptop and my office computer away for 2 days. When they came back for a meeting, the mood had changed. My lawyer's professional puzzlement had hardened into a kind of wary confusion. The expert placed my laptop on the conference table. "This is strange," he began, his voice careful. He explained how he'd searched every corner of my hard drive, every temporary file, every bit of deleted space. And he'd found it, not in a sent email, not in a downloads folder. In a hidden system folder, the kind normally used by the operating system, buried under layers of other technical files. A PDF document, the scandal story, the file creation date, the expert said, pointing to a line of code on his own tablet screen, is stamped for 2 weeks before the story broke online. He looked from my lawyer to me. "According to your calendar and the university's public records, you were giving a guest lecture to a class of 120 students at that exact time. You have an alibi." A flicker of hope, wild and desperate, sparked in my chest. "So it proves I didn't do it. Someone else planted it." The expert shook his head slowly, his expression grim. "It's not that simple. The file wasn't just saved there with a changed date. The timestamp is woven into the file's metadata at a fundamental level. It's not like someone edited a property tag yesterday. It's as if the file was genuinely created by the computer's own processes, 2 weeks ago, while you were miles away." He paused, choosing his words. "Whoever did this, it's like they reached back in time and planted it, or made your computer believe it had always been there." The room felt too small, the air too thin. This was the ultimate violation. It wasn't just my mind or my sleep. It was my history, my timeline. My own tools, my computer, my impeccable professional record, had been weaponized against me with impossible, flawless precision. The lawsuit wasn't just a legal threat. It was the tangible, real-world cage being built around the supernatural horror. I was being framed by a ghost using time-traveling evidence. My lawyer cleared her throat, the sound loud in the quiet room. "This complicates our defense," she said. "A jury won't understand metadata. They'll see a file on your computer with a date that predates the leak. They'll see a therapist with unique access. The how might be mysterious, but the who will look very clear to them." I left the office feeling hollowed out. The isolation was complete. I couldn't tell them about the Ouija board, the sleep writing, the advisor who wasn't wet in the rain. To speak it aloud was to sound irrevocably insane, to guarantee losing everything. I was alone in a nightmare with rules that changed every time I blinked. That evening, a slow, cold rain began to fall, pattering against my living room windows. I sat in the dark, not bothering to turn on the lights, just watching the water streak the glass. The doorbell rang, a sharp, intrusive sound. I wasn't expecting anyone. I went to the door, my movements sluggish, and looked through the peephole. She was standing on my porch. The advisor. She wore no coat, held no umbrella. The rain fell around her in a downpour, but she was perfectly dry. Not a single strand of her hair was out of place. Not a drop of water beaded on her linen clothes. It was as if she stood inside an invisible bell jar. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't want to open the door. But what was the alternative? Hide in my house while she stood out there, immune to the weather? I turned the lock and pulled the door open a crack. The sound of the rain filled the space between us. She looked at me, her face calm, those all-knowing eyes taking in my rumpled clothes, my shadowed eyes. "You can't sue a ghost," she said, her voice soft but carrying perfectly over the drumming rain. "But a ghost can certainly haunt a hard drive." She wasn't smiling. The statement was delivered as simple fact. Then she turned and walked down my path toward the street. The rain, which had been falling in sheets, seemed to part for her, leaving a dry path on the sidewalk until she turned the corner and was gone. I closed the door slowly, leaning my back against it, sliding down until I was sitting on the floor. The cold from the tiles seeped through my clothes. The closure was sickeningly absolute. The lawsuit was real. The evidence was impossible. And she, whatever she was not just an advisor. She was the architect, the one who could make rain avoid her and files appear from the past. The open question was no longer about what I would write. It was about what she wanted. She had shown me her power, a casual, terrifying demonstration. The hook was her parting statement, a quiet declaration of war fought not in courtrooms, but in the very fabric of reality itself. She had proven she could do anything, and now she knew I knew. She came back the next day. I was at my office, trying and failing to work on notes for a different, normal client, when the door opened and she walked in. No knock. She looked around the room at the bookshelves, the diplomas, the comfortable chair, as if inspecting a workshop. "This was a good space," she said, her voice almost conversational. "Clean. Orderly. A perfect place to build a clean, orderly lie." She didn't wait for an invitation. She sat in the client's chair, the one he had sat in, and folded her hands in her lap. She looked at me, and for the first time, I saw no smile, no mockery. Just a cool, assessing stare. I was too tired, too cornered by the lawsuit and the impossible evidence to fight. So I listened. It was the first time anyone had offered me a rulebook for the horror. "The board didn't contact a spirit," she began. "It connected two psyches. Your famous client, he isn't just a man. He's a font. His fame, the energy of millions of people focusing on him, it creates a kind of raw power. That power attracts things. It feeds things. His nightmares are the overflow, the psychic indigestion." She spoke about it like she was explaining a faulty engine. "Your mind, doctor, is the perfect complement. Analytical, creative, structured. You are a scribe. You take that raw, messy energy, the fear, the paranoia, the pressure, and you give it a shape. A story, a narrative the world can believe." I found my voice, hoarse and cracked. "Why? Why make stories?" "Because stories are real," she said, leaning forward slightly. "Gossip is a prayer. A scandal is a ritual. When a private story becomes public truth, it generates an immense energy. Shock, outrage, envy. That schadenfreude, that delicious little cruelty people feel when a star falls. That is the feast. You don't leak the stories. You dream them. And the world, hungry for the dream, makes them true. We just help the process along. We ensure the story is nourishing enough." The word we landed between us. She wasn't alone. She was part of something, a handler for this parasitic process. The entity wasn't a demon with horns. It was a parasite of narrative, and I was its gut, digesting raw fame into consumable scandal. "Why me?" I asked, the question bursting out of me. "Why choose me for this scribe work?" For the first time since she'd entered, that familiar, terrifying smile touched her lips, and it reached her eyes. It was the look of a craftsman admiring a perfect tool. "Because you are a professional lie detector. Your entire life is built on listening to stories and finding the truth inside them. You know truth so intimately that you can weave a lie indistinguishable from it. To bake a convincing lie, you need a master of truth." The compliment was a poison. It made a horrible, twisted sense. My skill, my ethics, my training, they were all just ingredients for this. She reached into the bag beside her and pulled out a sealed envelope. It was thick, creamy paper, the kind used for wedding invitations. It felt expensive and wrong in my hands. "The next one," she said, standing up. "Write it well. The details matter. The more you invest, the less it hurts." Then she left, as quietly as she had come. I sat holding the envelope for a long time. It was warm, not from her hand, but with a faint, thermal warmth of its own, like a living thing. This was the choice of desperation. Taking the envelope was surrender. But it was also the first step toward maybe, possibly, understanding the rules. If I had to do this, maybe I could control it. Maybe I could find a flaw in the process. I broke the wax seal with my thumb. Inside was a single sheet of the same luxurious paper. At the top, written in elegant calligraphy that was not hers or mine, was a headline: "Golden couple's facade cracks. Secret betrayal on the Italian coast." Below it was a list of bullet points. Not a story, but an outline. Locations: a specific villa in Portofino with an address. Names: the star's longtime partner, and the name of a famous film director. Details: a specific vintage of wine, Barolo 1990. A piece of jewelry, a diamond tennis bracelet bought in Milan. The date of the alleged betrayal, 2 summers ago during a film festival. It was a blueprint for a heartbreak. My job was to build the house around it. That night I fought it. I made strong coffee. I turned on every light in my apartment. I put the envelope in a drawer and locked it. I would not sleep. I would not give them my dreams. But the pull was stronger than any caffeine. It wasn't just tiredness. It was a magnetic drag on my consciousness, pulling me down into the dark. I slumped at my desk, my head nodding. I jolted awake, my heart pounding. I had to move. I got up and paced, slapping my own face. It was useless. The warmth from the drawer where the envelope lay seemed to seep through the wood, a gentle, insistent pulse. I lasted until 3 a.m. Then, like a puppet with its strings cut, I fell into my bed and was gone. I woke at dawn, the gray light filling my room. I was at my home desk again. My computer was on. The document was open. It was no longer an outline. It was a full, devastating, beautifully written article. It described the villa in Portofino with the intimacy of someone who had been there, the scent of lemon trees and salt air. It painted the betrayal not as a sordid tabloid fling, but as a tragic, romantic unraveling. The details of the wine, the jewelry, the stolen glances, they were woven into a narrative that felt more true than any real memory. It read like a heartbreaking short story, and it felt authentic. I had written it. My body had. My skill had been used. I stared at the screen, a new kind of horror dawning. This wasn't just defamation. This was artful destruction. I highlighted the document, my finger hovering over the delete key. But I didn't press it. A terrible, pragmatic thought whispered, this was the assignment. If I destroyed it, would the pull just come back stronger? Would the pain, the psychic hurt she mentioned, get worse? I saved the document. I didn't send it anywhere. I just saved it and closed my laptop. A small, bitter act of compliance. Maybe that would satisfy them. Maybe that would keep the lawsuit at bay, keep the rain-avoiding woman off my porch. The closure was a deep, shameful understanding. I knew what I was now. I knew the mechanism. I was a narrative parasite's chosen instrument. The hook was the document saved on my computer, a beautiful, poisonous thing I had crafted in my sleep. It was a completed task, a button pressed. The open question, thrumming with a low dread, was what happened next. Would it just appear in the world on its own, like the last one? Or was saving it not enough? The envelope had said, write it well. It didn't say what to do after. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, and I had never felt more like a pawn in a game where I didn't know the rules. The story about the Italian betrayal didn't break. Days passed, then a week. I checked the gossip sites with a sick fascination every morning, but there was nothing. The beautiful, heartbreaking document just sat in a folder on my computer, a sleeping poison. Maybe saving it was enough. Maybe the act of creation was the point, and the story itself was just potential energy stored away. This gave me a dangerous idea, an illusion of agency. If I couldn't stop the process, maybe I could trap it, prove it was happening, and use that proof to break free. It was the last gasp of my rational, scientific mind trying to apply logic to magic. I couldn't fight the sleep writing, but what if I could catch it in the act? I bought a voice-activated digital recorder, a fancy one used by journalists. That night, I placed it on my bedside table, turned it on, and said clearly for the record, test. Date and time. This is an experiment to capture sleep talking or somnambulistic activity. Then I went to sleep, the little red light of the recorder a tiny, hopeful eye in the dark. I woke feeling strangely rested. No aches, no ink-stained fingers. I grabbed the recorder with a flutter of anticipation. I played it back. The first hour was just the rustle of sheets, my own steady breathing. Then, around 2 a.m., the sound changed. My breathing became deeper, more rhythmic. And then, for the next 3 hours, there was nothing. No rustling, no mumbling, no typing from the other room. Just the smooth, uninterrupted sound of deep, even breaths. It was impossible. I never slept that still, that soundly. It was as if I hadn't moved a muscle all night. The recorder had captured the sound of a body in a coma, not a sleepwalker writing elaborate fiction. The recorder's memory was wiped clean of any other sound, filled only with that perfect, unnatural calm. My experiment had failed, but it gave me a worse, more determined idea. The story was still just a file on my computer. What if I put it somewhere it absolutely, physically could not escape from? If it still got out, that would be proof of the supernatural, proof I could take to someone. Anyone. My lawyer was already looking at me with pity. But a locked safe in a lawyer's office, with a dated note inside, that was evidence even a skeptic couldn't ignore. I printed the story. On a separate sheet of paper, I wrote a note in my own waking handwriting. This document, printed on this date, is a product of involuntary somnambulistic writing. It has not been shared by me. If this story appears in public, it proves my systems are compromised by an external force. I signed and dated it. I put both pages into a large, sealed envelope. I brought it to my lawyer's office. I didn't tell her what was in it. I just asked if I could use her firm's secure storage, a small, standalone safe in a back room used for storing original wills and physical evidence. She agreed, curiosity in her eyes but professional discretion keeping her from asking. I placed the envelope inside the small, heavy safe, spun the combination lock, and heard the solid clunk of the bolt sliding home. I felt a wild, desperate hope. I had created a controlled environment. The story was in a box, in a locked safe, in a law office. If it manifested now, it would be a miracle, and miracles could be studied. For a week, I was a nervous wreck, jumping at every phone notification. Nothing happened. I started to wonder if my compliance, writing the story well, had satisfied the hunger. Maybe the parasite was dormant. On the 8th day, my phone buzzed with an alert. My heart plunged into my shoes. It was a blind item from a popular European gossip column, known for its razor-sharp accuracy. The item was vague at first, talking about a golden couple and a sun-drenched betrayal. But as I read, my skin grew cold. It named the film director. It mentioned Portofino. It specified the vintage of Barolo. By the afternoon, the story had been picked up by major outlets, exploding into a full-blown scandal. The star's partner had already released a statement through their publicist, not denying it, but asking for privacy. The story was alive in the world, and it was identical, down to the smallest, most devastating detail, to the one in the safe. I drove to my lawyer's office in a blind panic, my hands slick on the steering wheel. I didn't call ahead. I just showed up, my face telling her everything. Without a word, she led me back to the room with the safe. My hands were shaking so badly, I couldn't work the combination. She did it, her movements slow and deliberate. The bolt clunked open. She reached in and pulled out the envelope. It was still sealed. She looked at me, then carefully broke the seal and pulled out the pages. 2 sheets of paper. My dated, signed note was on top. She lifted it. Underneath, the page that had held the story was blank. Crisp, white, empty printer paper. The story was gone. Not erased, not whited out. Gone, as if it had never been printed at all. My lawyer stared at the blank page, then at my note, then at my face, which must have been a mask of pure, unvarnished terror. Her expression shifted, the professional curiosity melting away, replaced by a cold, firm pity. She carefully placed the blank page and my note back into the envelope. "Roy," she said, her voice gentle in a way that was worse than shouting, "we need to discuss a psychiatric defense. Insanity, diminished capacity. It's our only viable path forward now." She thought I was crazy, and the evidence, the blank page, my wild story about sleep writing, supported her. The safe had proven nothing except my own instability. The rules of physics, of evidence, did not apply. The stories were psychic viruses, and no container in the real world could hold them. They didn't need to be leaked. They simply migrated from my dream into the world's consciousness, leaving no physical trace behind. I left her office, the world outside seeming too bright, too sharp. I had tried logic. I had tried a controlled experiment. And I had failed utterly. That night, I didn't even try to fight the pull. I was too defeated. I fell into bed, a hollow man. The sleep that came was different. It wasn't a blankness followed by waking at a desk. It was vivid, urgent, a vision that played behind my eyelids not in words, but in stark, graphic images. I saw his face, the famous face, but it was wrong. It was bloody, the handsome features swollen and broken against the rich red of a carpet. Flashes of a chaotic scene, a falling light, a scream, the shatter of glass. The urge that came with the dream wasn't to write. The pressure built in my hands, a need to move, but not on a keyboard. The urge was to draw it. I woke up with a gasp, my fingers curled into claws, aching to hold a pencil, to scratch the terrible images onto paper. The closure was the end of science. My experiment was over, and I had lost. The hook was this new, sharper terror. The process was evolving. It didn't just want my words anymore. It wanted my hands for a different kind of creation, and the image it wanted me to make was not just scandalous. It was a premonition of something much, much worse. The morning light revealed the crime scene on my living room floor. My hands were filthy, smeared with charcoal and graphite up to the wrists. I'd tried to scrub it off in the sink last night, the water running black like liquid ink, thinking over and over, first it stole my words, now it's stealing my hands. But I'd missed spots. On the wall beside my desk, taped up in a grim sequence, were 6 large sheets of sketching paper. I used to draw in college, before I decided on a more stable profession. I hadn't touched charcoal in a decade, but the skill was still there, hijacked. The drawings were good, terribly good. They were storyboards for a tragedy. The first panel showed a film set, chaotic with cables and equipment. The second zoomed in on a specific heavy light fixture hanging from a scaffold. The third showed a frayed cable, rendered with meticulous detail. The fourth, a famous foot catching on a coil of cable. The fifth, the light swinging free, falling. The sixth and final panel was the image from my dream. His face, bloody and ruined on a red carpet, the fallen light in the blurry background. It wasn't just a premonition, it was an instruction manual. The urge hadn't been to write a story, it had been to blueprint an accident. A murder, dressed up as a tragic on-set incident. This was an escalation. The parasite was getting more sophisticated, more demanding, and it was using every part of me. Panic, cold and sharp, cut through my defeat. This wasn't just scandal anymore. This was a prediction of physical harm, and I had drawn the plans. I couldn't go to the police. What would I say? My sleep drawings predict the future? They'd lock me up faster than my lawyer could file an insanity plea. But I couldn't do nothing. The last shred of my ethics, buried under all the fear and compliance, screamed that I had to try. I had to warn someone. It was a rebellion, small and stupid and desperate. I took the drawings down, my hands trembling. I studied them, memorizing the details. The name of the studio lot visible on a sign in the first drawing. The number on the equipment case next to the faulty light. A47. I found a public payphone, an antique thing covered in graffiti. I bought a cheap, untraceable burner phone from a corner store instead. My hands shook as I typed an anonymous text to a number I found online for his management company's tip line. It was brief, clipped. Security threat. Stage 4 Millennium Studios. Check light rig on scaffold near green room. Inspect cable on fixture tagged A47. Date likely soon. Serious fall risk. I sent it, then pulled out the SIM card, broke the phone in half, and tossed the pieces into separate public trash bins a mile apart. It felt like a scene from a spy movie, ridiculous and utterly serious. A compulsion, worse than the sleepwalking urge, took hold of me. I had to see. I had to know if the warning worked, if the drawings were just a sick fantasy or a true prediction. I drove out to the outskirts of the city, where Millennium Studios had its backlit. There were always crowds of fans and tourists hoping to catch a glimpse of shooting at the outdoor sets. I blended in, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, my heart hammering against my ribs. I found a spot where I could see the entrance to the soundstage labeled Stage 4. There was activity, people coming and going. And then I saw them. He was there, in a robe between takes, laughing with a co-star. My breath hitched. And then I saw her. She was there too. Not by his side, but standing with a cluster of serious-looking people near the director's monitor. She wore a headset and had a clipboard. She looked like part of the production team. She was pointing at something up in the rafters, talking intently to the director, who was nodding. My eyes followed her pointed finger. There, exactly where my drawing had placed it, was the light rig, the heavy, ominous fixture from my charcoal sketches. She was pointing right at it. She wasn't just a spiritual advisor. She was a producer. She was in the real world, on the set, ensuring the dreamt story found its path to manifestation. The accident would happen because she was here to help it happen. I watched, frozen, as a technician in a harness ascended toward the light. Was he checking the cable, or was he part of it? I couldn't tell. My warning had been specific. Would it be enough? I stood there for an hour, a ghost in the crowd, watching the mundane rhythm of a film set. Nothing happened. No screams, no falling lights. Eventually, they called a break. He went back inside his trailer. The crew dispersed for lunch. She remained for a moment, looking out at the crowd of fans. Her gaze swept across the faces, and then it stopped. On me. Across the distance, through the chain-link fence and the bustle of people, she locked eyes with me. She didn't look surprised. She didn't look angry. She simply nodded, once, a small, acknowledging dip of her chin. It was the look a teacher gives a student who has finally shown up for a scheduled lesson. Then she turned and walked back into the dark maw of the soundstage. I drove home, my mind racing. Had I stopped it? Or had I just been seen interfering? That night, I was too wired to sleep. I made more coffee, turned on the TV for noise, and tried to read a book. I must have dozed off in the armchair, because the blare of the late-night news jarred me awake. A perky entertainment reporter was on screen, standing outside the studio gates. A day of minor delays on the set of the upcoming blockbuster Solar Dawn, after what sources are calling a near miss with a piece of equipment earlier today. No one was injured, but star talent was reportedly shaken and left the set early as a precaution. The camera panned across the now quiet lot, focusing on the entrance to stage 4. And there, in the shot, clear as day, was the scaffold. The heavy light rig from my drawings was gone. In its place was a different, newer model, shining under the work lights. They had replaced it. My warning had worked. They had found the problem, or she had aborted the plan once discovered. I felt a giddy, savage rush of relief so powerful it made me lightheaded. I had done it. I had edited their draft. I had changed the story. He was safe. The parasite had been denied its feast. For the first time in months, I felt a sliver of control, a crack in the nightmare. I went to bed and slept, truly slept, without dreams, without waking up at my desk, without charcoal on my hands. The closure was a fragile, beautiful victory. I had fought back with an anonymous text, and I had won. The sun through my window the next morning felt like hope, warm and real. The hook was the memory of her nod, the look in her eyes that wasn't anger, but something closer to expectation, and the quiet, lingering question of what happens when you deny a hungry thing its meal. The taste of victory was sweet with my morning coffee. The sun poured into my kitchen, warming the wood of the table, and for the first time in what felt like years, I felt a quiet, solid peace. I had outsmarted them. I had changed the narrative. The sleep that followed had been mine alone, deep and undisturbed. I sipped my coffee, planning my next move. Maybe I could disappear, change my name, start over somewhere far away. The door to my home office, just off the living room, was slightly ajar. I always kept it closed. A tiny sliver of shadow showed in the gap. The peace evaporated, replaced by a cold trickle down my spine. I set my cup down, the ceramic clicking too loud in the quiet room. I walked to the door and pushed it open. She was sitting in my chair, behind my desk. She wasn't serene. She was coldly, professionally furious, her hands folded on the polished wood, her posture rigid. "You edited the draft," she said. Her voice was flat, devoid of its usual oil-smooth quality. "Without consultation. You compromised the narrative integrity." This wasn't the spiritual advisor. This was a project manager whose employee had messed up a major deliverable. My brief courage faltered. "I stopped an accident," I said, but my voice sounded weak. "You interfered with a production," she corrected, her eyes like chips of flint. "The story was calibrated. The energy was allocated. Your intervention created a deficit." She reached into her bag and pulled out not a creamy envelope, but a slim, plain folder. She slapped it down on the desk in front of her. "This is the correction. The rewrite." I didn't want to touch it. I made myself step forward and pick it up. Inside was a stack of printed pages, 9 in total. It was formatted like a professional news article, with a byline and everything. The headline made the room tilt around me. "Obsession in the Therapy Room. How a Renowned Sleep Specialist Fabricated Scandals to Destroy a Star." I skimmed the lines, my vision blurring. It was all about me. It wove together my life with the lies. It described my history of professional jealousy, my failing practice before I took him on as a client. It mentioned my unsettling fixation on fame, citing my anonymous tip to the set as proof of my stalker-like behavior. It had details no one could know: my mother's maiden name, the street I grew up on, the name of my first dog, a beagle named Barney who died when I was 12. It listed the evidence found on my computer, the backdated files, framing it all as the work of a brilliant but unhinged mind using psychological insight to craft perfect, defamatory lies. The article was a masterpiece. It was believable, logical, and it destroyed me completely. "The sources are convincingly fabricated," she said, as if reading my mind. "We know everything. We are in the frequency. We are the shared space." She stood up, smoothing her clothes. "This is the new assignment. You will dream this. You will make it true. You will publish it from your own accounts, in your waking hours, as a confession of your guilt and instability." She came around the desk, stopping close to me. Her voice dropped to a whisper, but each word was clear and sharp as a scalpel. "Or the next draft will be an obituary. Not his. Yours. And it will not be an accident. It will be a suicide, brought on by the guilt of your actions. The notes will be impeccable." She walked out, leaving the folder on my desk. The door clicked shut behind her. I stood there, the pages clutched in my hand. The choice was an impossible equation. Option 1, destroy him to save myself. Dream this new story, unleash it, and watch as my own life is obliterated by the legal and social fallout, living as the monster they created. Option 2, destroy myself to save him. Refuse, and die by my own hand in a way no one would question. There was no third option. The pride I'd felt that morning was ashes in my mouth. I had believed I had leverage, that I could fight. I was a fool. The parasite, denied its preferred meal, would now consume the scribe to protect itself. I sat at my desk for hours, staring at the article. I thought about burning it, but fire was useless. I thought about running, but they knew my childhood dog's name. They were in the frequency. They were everywhere I had ever been in my mind. A final, insane plan formed, a Hail Mary pass from the edge of oblivion. Not to burn it or hide it, to publish it myself, right now while I was awake. But I would add something. A single, final line at the end of the article, a message encoded in the madness, a direct shout into the frequency they claimed to own. A line that would make no sense to any reader, but would be a flare, a signal, a declaration that I knew what they were. Something like, "The ink is blood, and the scribe sees the hand that holds the pen." If I was going to go down, I would at least try to expose the mechanism. I opened my laptop, my fingers cold but steady. I created a new document and began to copy the article, typing the lies that would end me. As I reached the end, my cursor blinking, I prepared to type my secret line. The screen flickered. Not a power glitch, a deliberate, digital shutter. The text on the screen, the words I had just typed, began to melt. Letters dripped down the virtual page like wet paint. Then they reformed, rearranging themselves, not into nonsense, but into a new sentence. The document was writing itself. It wrote the first line of the article again, then the second, but the style was shifting, becoming more fluid, more like my own best professional writing, the kind I used in lectures. It was assimilating my voice, perfectly, completely. My added line, the one I hadn't even typed yet, appeared at the bottom, not as I'd planned it, but rewritten better. The source of the fiction is itself a story, hungry for an ending. Then it deleted that line, as if reconsidering. The cursor blinked, a steady, relentless pulse. It was waiting. It didn't need my sleep. It didn't need my compliance. It could take my waking mind, my skills, my very will, and use them like a tool. The story had decided to write itself, and it would write itself with or without my conscious permission. The choice had been an illusion. There was only one path forward, to be the instrument or to be the material. I looked from the screen to the glass paperweight on my desk, a solid, cool sphere. I could smash the laptop. I could throw it out the window. But the story was already in the frequency, in the shared space. It would find another way out. The closure was absolute and terrible. I understood the full scope of the trap. I was not a player in this game. I was a pen, and a pen does not choose what it writes. The open question, the only one left, was what the first word of my final, self-destructive confession would be, and when my own fingers, moving without my permission, would begin to type it. The hook was the blinking cursor, the blank page that was no longer blank. and the certain knowledge that my own mind was now a rented room, and the tenant was about to come home.